you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Or will you walk away this time?
The ERL Showdown presents the best game of the week played in regional leagues. Experience the best plays that our ERLs have to offer and watch the upcoming stars from the LFL, Prime League or Superliga. The action starts now.
Was mich auch sehr freut, dass wir gerade mal Visi Chachi auf der Poppy gesehen haben. Poppy Toplane, wann haben wir das mal gesehen? Soll ja auf jeden Fall ein Pick sein, der ab Level 6 vor allem deeskalierend wirkt, glaube ich.
Wir können jetzt mal vielleicht so ein paar Viewer abholen. Visi Chachi hat Poppy gespielt, da war die noch nicht mal gereworked.
Really?
Ja klar, Season 5.
Krass. Na ja gut, wir sind auf der Botlane angekommen und das ist der Moment, wo es heiß hergehen wird, denke ich. Denn Harpoon und Leon, die sind immobil, haben Schilde mit Karma, wollen gegenpushen. Aber wir sehen Elise, wir sehen Lux, wir sehen Caitlyn und wir sehen Special, der angedreht wird von Cayman. Was erwarten wir in diesem Spiel von der Botzeit?
Action ohne Ende und natürlich auch Jungle-Fokus. Deswegen müssen wir stark darauf schauen, wie Rulfchen und auch Sansara sich entscheiden zu paffen. Beide starten erstmal auf der Topside, werden in die Botlane paffen. Ja. Aber die Preisfrage wird natürlich sein, skippt man Camps, geht man für kreative Pathings oder ähnliches? Und da schaue ich vor allem natürlich auf Sansara, der da wirklich brillant aufgehen kann.
Vielleicht geht er wirklich für diese 3-Camp-Route. Geht jetzt für Bluebuff, Grom, Wölfe kann man mitnehmen, muss man nicht mitnehmen, um da wirklich diesen Tempo-Lead zu haben. Dann Rulfchen geht wirklich für den Full-Clear. Und das ist eben genau das Ding. Also man muss Big jetzt hier schnell bezwingen, denn es ist freitags, es ist ein Team, das bisher nur freitags gewonnen hat.
Was für Level 3? Der geht Level 2 ganken. Nee,
Level 2 ist ja wirklich kreativ.
Der hat Cocoon geskillt, oder? Das ist illegal. Der ist so screwed für sein Clear, wenn er jetzt...
Ja, das näher, der trifft trotzdem. Jetzt geht man hier sogar selber all in und da ist Sansara. Guten Morgen, Freunde. Und jetzt muss man den Cocoon treffen. Er trifft, die Falle ist da. First Blood für Smiley und gute Nacht, Big gefühlt.
Es ist natürlich Sansara, der eine Elise auspackt, ein Camp cleart, sich sein Clear eigentlich komplett ruiniert, weil er ein Cocoon skillt auf Level 2, aber seine Caitlyn nach vorne bringt und damit die Win-Condition von Eintracht Spandau wundervoll aufgehen kann.
Ja, und Rulfchen hat den Full-Clear gemacht. Wir gucken uns das Ganze in der Wiederholung an. Es ist halt wirklich ein Level 2 Gank.
Ja, und Leon und Harpoon denken sich auch, dass eine Elise, wir hitten den Snare aufs Lilith, da kann man auch mal reingehen. Aber nix. Leon flasht früh und macht das eigentlich auch nicht schlecht, aber es ist ihm keine Hilfe mehr da. Er ist zu weit in der Hälfte von Eintracht Spandau. Und dass das aufgehen darf, das ist so illegal.
Ja, vor allem damit rechnet man halt wirklich nicht. Also wenn man davon ausgeht, man Path Topside, dann wird man nach dem Red Buff niemals durchlaufen. Und wir sehen tatsächlich den nächsten Invade-Rulfchen dieses Mal. Der Sansara besucht er immer noch Level 2, ist im Blue Buff, kriegt jetzt als Sansara vielleicht Probleme, aber Flash, wenn already der Schaden fehlt. Und Big hält gegen.
Und das absolut richtige Play von Rulfchen, denn er hat die Bot-Prio, er hat jetzt auch gerade einen 2-Level-Lead gegen Sansaras Elise und dementsprechend muss er irgendwas mit seinem persönlichen Vorteil anfangen.
Ja, und das ist ja genau das Tempo, das wir uns jetzt von beiden Teams wünschen. Natürlich auf der Tabelle ist Eintracht Spandau hier der Favorit. Pride währenddessen gegen Visi Chachi. Und wir wollen genau diese offensive Power natürlich von Big sehen, die so stark immer wieder auftreten an diesem Freitag.
Ja, und dann können wir uns vielleicht jetzt hier nochmal so ein bisschen die Vergleiche auch anschauen, denn am Donnerstag ist Big Fui, am Freitag aber sehr, sehr hui. 5000er Goldlead, das ist der größte in der 15. Minute, den man sich insgesamt holen kann. Auch ein 10er Kills zu Defizit, was man sich daran holt.
Richtig, Cayman jetzt im 2v2, Sansara und Special sind ebenfalls da. Der Rune Cage, der trifft schon mal, Rulfchen hätte noch Flash, den muss er vielleicht auch zünden, um über die Wand zu kommen. Geht jetzt rüber, der Flash und Sansara hinterher, Cayman geht aber auch nicht leer aus, dreht sich jetzt über die Wand, will Special jetzt auch noch mal ein bisschen verprügeln mit seinem Riesenschwert. Boah, der hat ein Riesenschwert! Und das tut weh! Die Heilung kommt nochmal, der Flash kommt und beide überleben. Boah, das kannst du doch nicht erzählen.
Und so wichtig, dass Special da tatsächlich nochmal seine Refillable Potion angeworfen hat. Sonst wäre es der Red Buff von Cayman gewesen, der da den Unterschied gemacht hat. Aber so... Ja?
Aber ich liebe es tatsächlich, wie Big offensiv in Sansaras Jungle reinspielt, um immer wieder für die Informations- und diese Elise klein zu halten.
Oh, Lilith rotiert jetzt in die Mitte, aber Leon ist auch da.
Ja.
Jetzt guckt man hier, ob man das
ist auch wieder da.
kann.
Sidestep kommt, Lightbinding geht dann neben, Cocoon trifft auch nicht.
Das war sehr, sehr wichtig, denn Leon hat sich hier in ein großes Risiko begeben, weil er eben erst Level 2 gewesen ist und dadurch sehr squishy wäre, hätte der Cocoon connected. Aber auch hier, Rolfchen weiß natürlich, ich habe einen Level-Lead. Ich muss jetzt hier Sansara bestrafen. Smitet erst wundervoll den Raptor und dann spielt man das eigentlich sehr, sehr gut auf der Seite von 1. Man kommt auf Rolfchen, forciert den Flash, hält das Repel auch möglichst lange, aber Sansara geht ihm hinterher und dann Cayman macht praktisch das Unmögliche möglich. Also, dass er den Kill kriegt auf Sansara, fein. Aber dass er hier ins Gesicht geht von Special, das ist eben bei Big diese Freitagslaune, die wir da sehen können.
Ja, also Big Freitags immer noch mal ein anderes Kaliber. Und auch in diesem Derby, es steht ja 2:2 und historisch gesehen hat Big immer das erste Spiel im Split gegen ihren ewigen Konkurrenten gewonnen. Also wirklich sehr spannend hier, 1:2, goldtechnisch extrem dicht beieinander. Und es kann wirklich noch alles passieren, gerade farmtechnisch und Jungle natürlich der ganz große Unterschied, weil Sansara einmal gestorben ist, eine Menge Camps verloren hat und damit bleibt Ruhigchen hier definitiv dran. Ist jetzt auch ein Level vorne und Sansara, der guckt natürlich. Cayman hat keinen Summoner-Spells.
Und er hat sich hier auch für die Berserkers Greaves entschieden und dadurch bist du natürlich sehr anfällig, sowohl gegen den Root von Special als auch Sansara mit seinem Stun. Von daher ist das auf jeden Fall ein Playpattern, den man bei 1 vielleicht noch etwas mehr im Auge behalten kann. Aber trotzdem, Cayman am Donnerstag läuft es für ihn vielleicht nicht immer so gut, aber am Freitag ist er insane. Er hat insgesamt einen Schaden pro Minute von wirklich gigantischen Werten mit 801 und dann insgesamt eine 29er KDA im Vergleich zu 0,8 am Donnerstag.
Ja, er ist freitags der beste Midlaner der Liga. Zumindest freitags.
Ja,
das ist halt wirklich
klar.
Wir erinnern uns an die letzten Spiele. Er geht halt entweder 7-0 oder 0-7. Und auch Lilith mit Problemen. Der Slow trifft nochmal allerdings beide Summoner-Spells ready und bleibt am Leben. Und trotzdem, wir haben über einen massiven Early-Game-Draft von Eintracht Spandau gesprochen. Annika bzw. Ruxandus hat ja mega auf den Punkt gebracht. Man möchte diesen First-Part-Turret möglichst früh haben. Minute 10 soll der Futsch sein, damit Smiley auf der Map ist, überall. Aber jetzt ist es Big, die das Spiel machen. Special, der kein Flash hat, fällt. Cayman mit seinem zweiten Kill. Big ist hier in diesem Game gerade hellwach.
Und es ist eben das Mid-Jungle-Duo von Rolfchen und Cayman, was unterstützt wird von Leon. Und genau diese Freitagslaune zeigt, die Big jetzt hier statistisch gut in die Karten spielt. Und ja, Smiley hat einen 30er CS-Lead. Und wenn schon, Harpoon kann immer noch versuchen, Utility zu sein, eben vor allem für den Porsche Cayman S, der jetzt hier schon ordentlich am Beschleunigen ist.
Richtig, 2:2. Minimaler Lead jetzt hier für Big in diesem Spiel. Und immer noch Sansara erst mit 27 CS. Wann hat er das letzte Mal Camps gesehen? Das ist tatsächlich eine Weile her. Und Ruhigchen jetzt schon Level 6 tatsächlich, macht wieder seinen Full Clear von Top to Board. Der Drake steht immer noch. Der Herald vielleicht das Tool, das Sansara eher haben will.
Boah, ich bin mir da tatsächlich gar nicht so sicher, was man haben möchte auf der Seite von Eintracht Spandau. Historisch, also für diesen Split auf jeden Fall eigentlich eher den Herald, denn da haben sie relativ viel Prio drauf gelegt. Ja. Aber trotz alledem muss man jetzt hier sagen, dass das für Big natürlich so ein bisschen, ja, die Qual der Wahl ist, denn sie haben zwar nicht jetzt unbedingt die beste Botlane-Prio, aber können sich schon sagen, allein durch den Level 6 Vorteil von Rolfchen können wir aggressiver in den Fight reingehen.
Richtig. Und jetzt ist der Moment, wo erst das erste Plating fails. Nach 8 Minuten, wenn man ein zweites bekommt, wäre das natürlich sensationell. Leon wird versuchen nochmal was dagegen zu haben. Und das reicht noch nicht ganz. Und der Herald wird sogar auch contestet. Währenddessen ist Sensor allerdings Botside. Vielleicht spielt man für den Drake oder für den Dive. Ich glaube, es ist eher der Drake. Also sehr spannend, weil nochmal, man muss Smiley, und der ist natürlich jetzt gut im Game, hat First Blood bekommen, CS-technisch ist er ebenfalls vorne, aber diese Caitlyn muss wirklich generell vor der Goldkurve des Spiels sein. Nicht nur der Botlane, um dieses Game wirklich carryen zu können.
Ja, man muss aber auch sagen, dass für Big es vielleicht ein etwas unkonventionellerer Spielstil ist, den sie später benötigen und deswegen dieser Herald auch so wichtig ist, denn Cayman auf diesem Tryndamere muss Leute mit dem Karma Movement Speed runter chasen können. Dafür vielleicht dann jetzt auch hier mit dem Herald eine Möglichkeit, früh Richtung Mitte T1 zu schauen. Pride hat gerade auf jeden Fall so ein bisschen geschielt, ob er denn mit dem All-Out dann Visitachi in den Turm kriegen kann.
Weißt du, was ich auch spannend finde? Ich meine, klar, man hat jetzt einen Reset mehr schon bei Visitachi, aber wir haben auch in der Second Div schon sehr kreative Antworten in diesen Cassante gesehen. Teilweise zum Beispiel den Garen auf einmal, außen nichts. Und jetzt sehen wir eine Poppy und das scheint eine ganz bewusste Entscheidung gewesen sein. Vielleicht nicht nur fürs Team, sondern vielleicht sogar fürs Matchup.
Ja, würde ich auf jeden Fall mitgehen. Also wenn einer dieses Matchup kennt, dann ist es eben Visitachi, weil der spielt Poppy, seitdem der Champion released wurde, in sämtlichen Versionen und Varianten, die man sich hätte ausdenken können. Ja. Dementsprechend hat er hier auch einen sehr, sehr soliden CS-Lead, sich auf der Lane arbeiten können. Und da muss man natürlich auch mal Pride eigentlich loben, denn er ist mit einer der Lane-stärksten Top-Laner, die wir eigentlich in der Prime League haben.
Richtig. Also da ist Pride wirklich sehr dominant, wurde ja auch im Spring Split MVP. Aber hier hat er jetzt gerade Probleme, weil ich in die Base darf. Gleich hat er Teleport. Dann wird er jetzt den Reset, denke ich, nehmen können.
Ja.
Aber wie sie Chachi schaut halt. Vielleicht, ob er hier sogar noch für mehr gehen kann. Es ist sehr gewagt, er hat keine Minions. Dennoch nochmal ein bisschen Zeit bekommen.
Ja, das Wichtige ist auch der Ward, damit eben Chachi sehen kann, okay, welche Reaktion habe ich zu erwarten von Pride. Drückt die Wave jetzt nochmal rein. Jetzt müssen wir ein bisschen schauen. Richtung Mitte, man lauert auf jeden Fall Special auf, aber der hat seinen Flash, das sollte schwer werden.
Herald Play. Das wird ein Herald Play. Der sollte chargen. Oder ich hoffe, der chargt.
Er wird auf jeden Fall chargen, aber kommt Cayman in Reichweite für die Platings. Das ist ja...
Sicher, dass der chargt nicht? Der chargt nicht! Der ist faul, der wurde zu früh gespawnt. Der war nicht dicht genug dran und dachte, ich bin eine Krabbe.
Wegen den Spider-Links von Zanzara.
Oh.
Da merkst du die Erfahrung von wirklich diesem
die
routinierten Jungler.
Okay.
Weil der dachte sich, ja, das sind Minions, da muss ich fighten.
Gott. Ja, natürlich, das tut weh. Das
mein
tut weh.
Gott.
Ich meine, sie haben immer noch das Local Gold davon bekommen, aber hier nicht 1,5 Platings aus der Midlane zu ziehen, ist schmerzhaft.
Und das wäre natürlich auch eine insane einfach Ausgangslage, weil da sind schon 2 Platings hier gefallen für Big in der Mitte. Was man in diesem Matchup nicht erwarten würde, so
Ja.
auf jeden Fall wichtig, dass sich eins ein bisschen Raum erkauft und wir jetzt ein sehr, sehr knappes Spiel haben.
Ja, und Annikas Prediction geht auch langsam in die richtige Richtung. Klar, 10 Minuten sind schon vorbei, aber man hat jetzt doch 4 Platings schon bekommen innerhalb dieser letzten 3 Minuten. Jetzt will man diesen First Turret ebenfalls knacken. Und dann ist Smiley auf der Map. Dann müssen wir mal auf den Goldvergleich schauen. Aber erstmal wollen wir gucken, uns anschauen, was hier Top Lane passiert. Pride ghosted, möchte weg. Wie sie Chachi aber nochmal mit dem Knock-Up. Rulchen hat sein Bodyslam auch immer noch ready. Und jetzt rennt er durch den Turm. Der rennt eiskalt durch den Turret. Hat man ein Fass? Hat man ein... Ist nicht nötig. Okay, alles klar.
Das hat gescheppert, ne?
Aber Botlane ist der Turret down.
Ja. Währenddessen ist auch gerade sein Zara gefallen. Bitte was?
Oh ja, Cayman hat einen dritten Kill.
Freunde.
Cayman hat geultet, geflasht, geghostet und hat einen dritten Kill.
Ja, also ich glaube, es ist eine relativ simple Taktik für Big. Einfach gegen die Top-Teams am Freitag spielen, dann den Porsche Cayman S einmal kurz aus dem Parkslot rausholen und dann einfach runtersprinten. Der ist nämlich jetzt hier richtig online. Ja, und einfach, der hat den getowert. Oh
Ja, es ist Cayman auf einem Typen, der nicht sterben kann. Es ist Cayman quasi in Real Life und als Champ. Also schau dir den doch mal an.
Ich kriege ein bisschen Kovana-Flashbacks, weil wir auch in der Zeit Cayman hatten, wo man immer diesen Trend mir gepickt hat in der Midlane. Und er ist schon damals sehr früh gesagt hat, hey, das ist was, wo ich mich confident spiele, denn das ist ein typischer Cayman-Champion.
Ja, aber was ist das bitte für ein Spiel? Also beide Teams haben jetzt eine Win-Condition für sich aufgebaut, aber Smiley ist der, auf den wir achten müssen. Galeforce ist down, er holt sich jetzt nochmal Platings Topzeit. 1,5 Minuten sind noch Zeit. Vielleicht schauen wir kurz auf den Goldvergleich, weil ich denke, Smiley hat genau diesen Lead jetzt bekommen, den er so dringend braucht.
Das ist für ihn halt auch typisch, hat im Durchschnitt ein 1000er Goldlead zur 15. Minute und auch hier ist es sogar nochmal viel mehr, das sind fast 3000 Gold nur auf der ADC-Position, dafür eins aber im Jungle in der Midlane etwas weiter hinten und damit sieht man auch relativ gut, wo der Fokus von beiden Teams sein wird. Bei 1 eben jetzt hier Smiley und Dilip über die Map rotieren, nach und nach Türme einreißen, dieses Fenster von einer Minute.
Oh, der Stun! Der Waterbaby und der Sidestep von Visi Chachi! Flash von Lilith bekommen, es reicht nicht ganz für den Kill.
Und im Teaser hat dann Rolfchen noch so cocky gesagt, ja, Chachi, der spielt seit 20 Jahren League. Hände von einem 15-Jährigen hat er trotzdem.
Ja, Rulchen, jetzt Botside. Tower Dive auf Pride, der ist tanky, hat kein Ghost Ready, aber sein All-Out ist da. Und Cayman, der ist natürlich unkillable, aber Pride ist halt einfach trotzdem zu tanky. Und damit kriegt man hier nicht mal im Plating kein Kill. Ja.
Das ist ein solider Versuch. Im Best Case geht's gut, im Worst Case rennst du einfach raus. Dafür kann man mit der Tryndamere Ult relativ solide spielen. Aber trotzdem wichtig, dass man das jetzt noch ein bisschen stoppen konnte. Wir werden aber uns an dieses Bild gewöhnen müssen, denn Cayman geht hier für eine frühe Ravenous Hydra und ich könnte mir gut vorstellen, dass er eben versucht, über die Sidelane zu kommen.
Aber was ich hier so spannend finde, ist natürlich war auf dem Papier Eintracht Spandau, der riesengroße Favorit, der jetzt Toplane auch wieder besucht. Aber wie Chachi sollte rauskommen.
Wieso waren die denn Favorit? Ist doch Freitag.
Ja, genau, ich wollte es ja jetzt aussehen. Erstmal im DKB Gold-Vergleich. Wir sehen es ist ausgeglichen. Und Eintracht Spandau ist aktuell mit Tabellenführer. Big ist weiter unten, zeigt uns ein Donnerstags- und Freitagsgesicht. Und genau darum wusste man nicht, ist das Freitagsgesicht von Big so gut wie ein Tabellenführer der Strauß Prime League? Und die Antwort ist bisher ja.
Es ist crazy, also sehr, sehr gutes Early Game hier von Big auf jeden Fall, von den Original-Berlinern und nicht den Berlin-Spandau-Kopien. Aber trotzdem für Spandau ist es natürlich jetzt hier der zweite Drache, der sehr, sehr angenehm ist. Wir sehen auch eine Chemtech-Map, wenn ich es richtig sehe.
Ja, ist richtig hier an den Ops.
Und das ist unfassbar schwierig, weil wenn jetzt Cayman 1, 2, 3, 4 Chemtech Dragons kriegt, ohne Soul, ist GG.
Ja.
Der rennt durch alles durch.
Ich finde es übrigens auch sehr schön, dass man die Plays immer beantworten. Also wir haben Smiley gesehen, der eine Menge Plays bekommen hat, First Blood Turret, aber auch Cayman ist aktiv, holt sich den Top-Lane Turret, der zweite Herald, der auch nochmal Local Gold weitergeben soll, wäre auch eine Möglichkeit. Und wenn der Herald dann doch Mitte charge, der macht ein bisschen mehr Wumms, dann kann man die Mitte vielleicht sogar schon aufbrechen. Aber Eintracht Spandau gibt sich hier noch nicht geschlagen.
Man muss schauen, ob man hier einen guten Fight findet.
Catch, Leo, der flasht sogar noch, aber trotzdem ist er down. Und Teleport ist unterwegs. 1 gegen 4, das ist sehr ambitioniert. Visichachi muss rauslöschen, Pride geht hinterher, Double Kill für Smiley. Das sind Patzer, die dir gegen Spandau nicht passieren dürfen.
Wundervoll von Lilip. Leon wird gecatcht, auch Chachi will da zu viel retten für sein Team und dieses wichtige Tool, dieser zweite Herald sollte damit wahrscheinlich an Eintracht Spandau übergehen, wenn die das denn überhaupt wollen, denn die gehen direkt Richtung Mitte Tier 1 Turm und sagen sich, hey,
machen beides.
Das Ding nehmen wir trotzdem noch mit.
Ja, die machen beides. Harpoon muss sein Cleanse auch ziehen. Wie gut ist Lilip hier schon wieder, der Snare über Snare trifft. Und der Herald, der wurde jetzt alleine angegangen. Rufchen macht schon einiges an Schaden. Der Herald eigentlich nur auf 4000 Leben. Cayman ebenfalls hinten. Und die Spieler, die haben Leben verloren. Okay, auch Ult von Harpoon. Das Fass kommt. Pride down. Big kriegt den ersten, kriegt den zweiten. Und damit melden sie sich hier zurück. Der Kampfgeist ist da. Es ist halt einfach Derby-Time, Freunde. Big und Spandau lassen es immer krachen. Und ich liebe es einfach.
Aber insane gespielt von Big. Die haben da den Herald unterbinden können. Ja, du hast den Mitte-Tier-1-Turm verloren, aber trotzdem forcierst du Sansara so ein bisschen unfreiwillig eben in die Base durch den Tod. Und das heißt, Rolfien sollte sich dieses Objective jetzt mitnehmen können, wenn er es denn will. Vor allem durch die Top-Lane-Prio von Cayman, der ihnen richtig bärenstarkes Spiel leistet.
Und wir müssen wirklich unterm Strich sagen, wir haben 2 Carries insgesamt gerade in diesem Spiel. Klar, Rufchen spielt auch gut. Generell alle spielen ja ganz gut. Aber es ist Cayman, der 3-0-2 steht. Auf der anderen Seite ist es einfach Smiley, der 3-0 steht. Das sind die beiden Hauptprotagonisten gerade in diesem Spiel. Wer carried mehr? Smiley auf Caitlyn oder Cayman auf Tründermeer?
Es ist so schwierig zu beantworten und dafür müssen wir natürlich jetzt hier Richtung Mitte Tier 1 Turm schauen. Da sehen wir auch nochmal einen TP von Smiley, weil man eben jetzt bestesmöglich verhindern will, dass Big diesen zweiten Herald in die Mitte platzieren kann, denn das ist das offensichtliche Ziel. Dann ist der Zugang nochmal viel besser für Cayman, was Flanks angeht, was natürlich auch den Movement Speed angeht, den Leon ihm provided, und das wird ihr wichtigste Win-Condition sein.
Absolut, ich bin da komplett bei dir. Und ich möchte mal den Kreis schließen, um auf Rufchen zurückzukommen, der hier Full AP Gragas spielt. Auch er macht es zum zweiten Mal, spielt er hier den Gragas, glaube ich. Könnte sein, dass oder? Haben die nicht Gragas Yasuo einmal gespielt?
Nee, das war...
Nee, du sagst, ja, stimmt, ja, du hast recht. Und stimmt, Rücksas meint auch, es ist für alle, das ist der erste Pick. Insofern, ja, ich habe nichts gesagt, aber Rufchen gefällt mir trotzdem auf dem Gragas, auf diesem Full AP Gragas. Macht eine Menge Work. Und das ist ja auch mal noch dieser Long Range Faktor gegen Smiley, gegen Lilith beispielsweise, um auch hier Catches zu realisieren.
Und die Komposition von Big, die ist extremst toxisch für Smiley. Weil von der Flanke auf jeden Fall Cayman angesprintet kommen wird, weil vielleicht Visichachi dann auch nochmal von einem anderen Winkel kommt. Dann muss man irgendwie Deadly Flourish, Curtain Call, all diesen Fähigkeiten ausweichen, genauso wie dem Fass von Rolfchen. Und das können wir jetzt vielleicht auch direkt in der Aktion sehen, denn man versucht, den Mitte Tier 1 zum einzureißen mit dem zweiten Herald.
Der ist down, der ist jetzt schon down. Schwupp, Turret eingerissen, Midlane geöffnet. 1 Minute auf den nächsten Drake und das wird ein entscheidender Zeitpunkt in diesem Spiel.
Und das Glücklichste hier tatsächlich für Eintracht Spandau ist, dass Cayman noch nicht sein zweites Item hat. Hätte er hier eine Gale Force, nochmal diesen extra Movement Speed, diese extra Möglichkeit nochmal aufs Smiley zu kommen, wäre das gut. Erstmal sehen wir Pride, der sich hier... okay, er kriegt den Turm.
Ja,
ist worth.
Aber wenn er jetzt sein Leben verliert, wenn man es noch ein bisschen halten kann und er sein Leben verliert, ist er für den Drake nicht da.
Ist worth.
Er kriegt nochmal ein Shield, bleibt er hier am Leben. Bleibt er hier am Leben. Nein! Und er ist 35 Sekunden down. Er hat Teleport, aber er ist 4 Sekunden mindestens zu spät plus Teleport.
Aber Visichachi ist jetzt auch gerade noch nicht down. Eintracht Spandau hat die Position, deswegen ist das kein komplettes Desaster. Trotzdem natürlich merkst du die Erfahrung von Visichachi, der hier richtig gut auftritt. Und jetzt muss man gucken, wie findet man den Exit auf der Seite von Big. Cayman ist auf der Bot-Seite und versucht sich hier die Prio zu holen. Kann man den Fight aufsplitten? Kann man hier Eintracht Spandau im River in die Zange nehmen?
Das ist Rufchens Mission. Er wird vielleicht sogar gecatcht, muss wieder flashen. Teleport kommt von Visichachi. Big geht all in an diesen Drake. Sie wollen nicht ins offene Messer laufen und diesen Soul Point aufgeben für die Eintracht. Und auch Visichachi und Pride werden in diesem Fight dabei sein. Der Drake wurde angegangen und der Teleport von Pride kommt dazu. Das erste erste. 5 gegen 5 in diesem Spiel für die Chachi in der Backside. Muss allerdings sofort wieder raus. Und es reicht nicht ganz. Der Laser! Es ist Lilith mit Smiley, die für die Überzahlsituation sorgen. Harpun-Schaden leider noch nicht ausreichend. Und das wird der dritte Drake werden. Es war ein schneller, kurzer Fight.
Und die zielsuchenden Bindings von Lilith, die jetzt hier wahrscheinlich den Camptext... Die
gehen für Nash?
Hä? Nee, die gehen für Catch. Aber warum?
Ja, wenn sie einen Catch kriegen, gehen sie vielleicht instant für Nash gehen.
Aber jetzt verlierst du den Drachen. Rolfien ist in 10 Sekunden wieder ab. Das ist ein enormes Risiko, weil Cayman auch die Botwave rauspushen kann. Und wenn man sich traut bei Big, hat man auf einmal einen Counterplay.
Ja, auf jeden Fall Tempo-Vorteil jetzt nach diesem Play. Erstmal für Big. Und vielleicht wollen sie es wirklich contesten, aber wie sieht Chachi? Ist da ziemlich alleine mit Leon. Der Drake ist jetzt da. Und oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott! Wie sieht Chachi? Das war der beste Play des Tages. Wir haben schon einiges gesehen. Wie sieht Chachi? Ist jetzt low. Leon muss rausdashen. Pride von der Seite. Smiley mit seinem nächsten Kill. Ruifchen jetzt auch noch mal dabei. Boah, was ein Big Play!
Ich bin sprachlos.
Ich auch.
Also von der Poppy Jungle, ja, aber das ist eine Top-Lane-Poppy. Lilith hat gerade übrigens auch casually einfach Leon gesniped. Also es passiert hier nur Verrücktes, aber das ist ja insane.
Es ist Freitag. Es ist Freitag.
Aber hier, Keepers Verdict. Sansara raus, rübergeflasht, auch ohne Zweifel. Der sidesteppt das nicht, ich weiß sicher. Und 5 HP.
Boah.
Nee.
Unfassbar. Und dafür kann man auch mal einen Kill aufgeben. Wieder 5 Minuten auf der Uhr. Und ich würde sagen, dass das Midgame immer noch angenehmer aussieht als das Early Game. Wenn du gegen Elise, Lux, Caitlyn spielst. Wie am Ende das Scaling aussieht, da will ich mich nicht ranwagen, aber...
Guck mal jetzt auf Lilith. Auf Max Range, auf den letzten Pixel.
Dann hat man sogar 2 Kills nochmal bekommen. Aber unterm Strich für mich trotzdem noch fein, ehrlich gesagt. Du hast es vorhin mit den Drakes angesprochen. Jeder einzelne Drake gibt dir 5% mehr Healing und Shielding. Also für Leon, Cayman und Ruifchen ein richtiges Fest.
Und vor allem 5 Minuten mehr Zeit. 5 Minuten mehr Zeit, um die Map aufzusprengen, kreativ zu werden und einfach zu sagen, jeder einzelne von diesen Drachen wird eine Pain im Allerwertesten von Eintracht Spandau werden. Und da haben wir natürlich jetzt hier das Fernduell, denn wir sehen nicht nur wirklich einen insane Smiley auf der Caitlyn, der jetzt hier auch 3 Items hat.
Übrigens, Cayman hat sich nicht für Gale Force, sondern für Krakenstyle entschieden. Hat jetzt sein zweites Item allerdings ready. Also die Mobility, die könnte ihm ja auch nochmal fehlen in dem Spiel.
Ja, er entscheidet sich eben eher, dass man jetzt hier durch Pride durchgehen möchte, vielleicht auch potenziell auf der Sidelane. Das ist keine schlechte Entscheidung, aber das Fernduell wird eben bestehen bleiben, denn Smiley und Lilith, die sind die Starken. Wir sehen auch Lilith mit einer Crown of the Shattered Queen tatsächlich. Und dieser Schaden, der klatscht jetzt richtig rein und sorgt ihm dafür, dass der Siege nicht aufzuhalten ist für Big.
Ja, fast kommt. Damit ist die Mini-Wave zumindest erstmal down. Curtains Call ebenfalls, aber das Repay geht raus. Oh, die kleinen Golems.
Die müssen blocken.
Oh mein Gott, er ist down! Sansara wird gesnackt. Big fightet ohne Bandagen. Und liegt sogar im Momentometer gerade vorne laut der Analyse. Gold, egal. Aber ich glaube, es ist genau dieser Punkt. Smiley, Lilith, Sansara, sie wollen dieses Game schnell entscheiden. Und danach sieht es halt nicht mehr aus. Pride 1 gegen 2. Cayman ziemlich low. Der Schaden, der ist nicht schlecht, aber Cayman hat immer noch seine Ult ready. Also ihn hier wirklich zu bekommen wird schwierig. Das Shield ist nochmal da. Cayman jetzt im 1 gegen 3 auf einmal. Der Laser auch da. Cayman hat geultet, weil er den Burst-Schaden nicht perfekt kalkulieren konnte. Lilith ist gut im Game. Damit fällt die Mitte.
Das ist wichtiges Gold für Eintracht Spandau. Jetzt hier gerade für Chachi. Kriegt zwar den Top-Lane hier 2 Turm und nochmal 600 Gold für sich selber. Aber es wird jetzt wirklich dieses absolute Fernduell. Ist es Freitags-Bigs? Ist es vor allem Freitags? Cayman und Rolfchen mit ihrer Peak-Form, die das Derby für sich entscheiden können, oder Smiley und Lilith?
Ja, Smiley hat 3,5 Items. Ich muss nochmal aufs Gold schauen. Denn es ist einfach crazy, wie viel der in seinem Portemonnaie hat.
12.000.
Ja.
Und bei Big ist keiner über 10.
Ja. Ich meine, Cayman ist kurz davor mit 9,4, aber ist halt ein Riesenunterschied. Also, Smiley trägt weiterhin die Main-Verantwortung in diesem Spiel. Definitiv. Gerade in Kombination mit Lilith ist das immer noch eine definitive Todesfalle. Aber wir sind im Midgame. Man spielt vor der Goldkurve. Reicht das aus?
Ja, ganz klar ist dann jetzt der Fokus, dass man das Spiel schnell hält. Eben der Nash. Man sieht die Vision-Kontrolle, die jetzt hier Lilith und Sansara aufbauen wollen. Denn das Catch-Potenzial, egal ob Lux Binding oder Elise Cocoon, es ist insane. Vor allem, wenn man die River-Kontrolle hat. Und jetzt muss man schauen bei Big. Cayman hat kein TP. Das wäre eine Möglichkeit für eins, dass man in die Topside investiert. Aber sie trauen sich nicht den Nash-Flip zu. Haben vielleicht auch ihre Lektion aus den letzten Spielen gelernt und nehmen erstmal nur, in Anführungszeichen, den Tier 2 Turm.
Ja, es ist jetzt halt immer eher im Cross-Play die Plays von Big. Das heißt, sie traden minimal schlechter auf der Map, aber bekommen halt trotzdem Gold in die Kasse gespült, weil der T2-Turret eben fällt.
Man muss jetzt aber schauen, denn für eins ist dieser Drache natürlich nicht unbedingt ein Punkt, den man zwangsläufig fighten müsste. Und Big wird jetzt schauen, ob sie da wirklich full committen können, ihre komplette Vision, denn sie sehen bis auf die Scuttlecrab nicht wirklich viel um den Nash. Und deswegen sehen wir jetzt, glaube ich, auch ein Blut-Trinket auf dem Nash, wenn ich es richtig gesehen habe.
Und jetzt hat man auch die Information, dass vermutlich die Resets dann doch gekommen sind.
Und die sehen nichts. Das kann man jetzt sneaken. Und Ryze hat einen Realm Warp jetzt fast wieder zur Verfügung.
Oh, sie gehen auch eher in die Topset rein.
Ja, und das wäre super smart von Eintracht spannend. Und deswegen muss Leon jetzt erstmal schauen, dass dieser Nash nicht schon gemacht wird.
Aber man sieht jetzt Sensora, damit weiß man auch, was so ein bisschen Tacheles ist. Also das Spiel, es ist die ganze Zeit am Brennen und es braucht eigentlich nur einen guten Fight für eins der beiden Teams, um den Dreh zu haben.
Cayman ist auf der
Flash
Flash.
engaged, Smiley! Smiley lebt, aber Cayman kommt, Shutdown! Er ist down und jetzt ist es Big, die in der Überzahl sind, aber ruhigchen, direkt gefallen. Cayman immer noch in der Ultimate, versucht mal weiter Schaden zu machen. Muss kriegt nochmal ein Schild von Leon. Lilip ebenfalls im Sonias drin, ein weiterer Kill für Big, die jetzt selber diesen Nash callen können, aber keinen Jungler haben. Ah, ich habe nichts gesagt.
Trotzdem ein insaner Smite-Fight. Jetzt hast du mich mit dem Nash so verwirrt, aber es ist unfassbar, was hier gerade passiert. Denn das war genau die Win-Condition für Big. Ein Engage von Rolfchen, ein Cayman von der Flanke und auch Harpoon, der einfach auf der Reichweite stehen bleiben kann. Und sofort ist die 1-Botlane hier dezimiert und man kriegt zumindest den zweiten Camp-Tech-Dragon, weil Zanzara auf der Topside ist.
Richtig, klar, Visichachi soll gecatcht werden. Rainbow kommt wieder, der Hammerschlag trifft allerdings. Damit kann Visichachi hier vermutlich das überleben. Der Drake ist down, 10%. Bonus, Shielding und Healing mittlerweile für Big Visichachi. Super, aber wie tanky der einfach ist. Der rennt raus, kriegt jetzt ein Schild, nimmt auch nochmal den Schuss von Smiley entgegen. Unfassbar, was für ein schönes Spiel.
Aber er hat eben kein TP und deswegen geht Eintracht Spandau jetzt Richtung Nash. Wie kann man das beantworten bei Big?
Wie schnell?
Die haben das nicht rechtzeitig. Rolfchen ist aber da.
Rolfchen kann stehlen. Er hat noch eine Pflanze, eine Vision-Pflanze. Das ist so wichtig. Der Nash auf 4000. Sie müssen abbrechen. Das ist der Hauptgewinn. Oh, dieses Game ist, ich liebe dieses Derby. Big und Spandau liefern sich einen Kampf hier um Berlins Ehre. Aber Wolfchen darf sich nicht catchen lassen, ist jetzt sehr weit allein. Smiley kann den Knallzapfen nehmen, ist auf einmal da. Wolfchen in der falschen Seite, Sensora auch noch am Start. Der Jungler ist da und das muss Spandau jetzt nutzen. Das muss der Nash sein.
Wieder ist es Smiley mit der Gale Force, die hier Rolfchen outplayt. Kann Cayman das noch saven für Big?
Ja, Pride sollte tanky sein. Sensora kommt nochmal dazu, sie wollen noch mehr. Hier könnte sich das Game auf einmal mega schnell nochmal drehen und dann doch in eine Seite kippen. Und jetzt geht's Richtung Baron, Leon Low, Visichachi, Half-Life, Harpoon, Half-Life. Das ist ein Nash, den kann man nicht contesten.
Man hat hier noch den Curtain Call. Kriegt man vielleicht hier eins low genug, dass sie das abbrechen müssen?
Nee, die haben keinen Smite. Das Ding muss jetzt hier an Spandau gehen.
Immer noch crazy stehlen.
Cayman von hinten. Und den ersten hat man rausgeschlagen. Cayman könnte jetzt auf Lilip gehen, der nochmal warded. Lilip flasht über die Wand. Und das ist der Nash für Spandau. Und vielleicht das Tool, um dieses Game zu gewinnen. Aber Cayman, der wird da wieder rausgehen, oder? Der geht da nicht rein.
Ja, der will auf jeden Fall die Resets jetzt hier unterbrechen. Ist auf dem Weg hoch.
Cayman?
Ja, der spielt einfach auf Zeit.
Ja, aber...
Was soll den Nash? Der ist ja fein.
Boah.
Guck dir die Balls an bei den
dieses
Jungen.
Freitags-Face von Big, ich komme nicht drauf klar. Donnerstag, sie verlieren alles deutlich, sie werden an die Wand geschmettert und freitags drehen sie den Spieß um. Und klar, ein Tabellenführer, von dem erwarten wir, dass sie dagegenhalten können. Aber das ist ein Close Game.
Guck dir das an.
Ja, Sidestep ging daneben, der Laser kommt, Cayman sollte hier fallen, der Rainbow auch nochmal genommen. Cayman kann jetzt nur noch Sensora versuchen zu bekommen, aber dieses Lightning von Lilip reicht. Shutdown für Sensora. Und jetzt summiert es sich doch etwas.
Wichtiger Catch, vor allem wenn wir aufs Nash Powerplay schauen, denn das wird jetzt sehr, sehr schwierig für Big einzudämmen, dadurch, dass Cayman eben nicht irgendwie flanken kann, irgendwie da sein kann fürs Team und Smiley als auch Lilith, die werden jetzt schauen, ob man hier einen Catch finden kann. Jeder Crit von Smiley wird so wehtun, aber auch jedes Binding von Lilith kann das Spiel hier vielleicht entscheiden.
Ja, Visichachi hat seinen Hammerschlag gleich wieder ready, um nochmal Zeit zu erkaufen. Im Best Case verlieren sie nur ein Inhib und nicht mehr. Sie haben eine Menge Zeit schon rausgeholt, aber die Hälfte vom Nash ist halt immer noch da. Eintracht Spandau will jetzt hier wirklich schaffen und irgendwie versuchen, diese Base deutlich aufzusprengen. Midlane Wave ist dran, Botlane Wave kommt ebenfalls dazu. Schön nochmal gespielt von Rufchen.
Oh, Smiley.
Und jetzt kommt der Curtain Score, der Schaden ist wieder gut. Smiley down, der Lane Carry fehlt. Donald Duck, nicht Donald Duck, Dagobert Duck ist gefallen. Und Pride ist der nächste Double Kill für Rüfchen, der auch nicht aufhört, mit dem Gragas zu performen.
Visit Chachi auf Poppy. Es ist egal, ob 2015 oder 2023. Der Junge holt sich Smiley, seinen alten Teammate aus der LFL, und nimmt jetzt hier für Big das komplette Tempo raus. Und jetzt haben wir in 1,25 diesen Camtech Soulpoint für Big, der vielleicht warten könnte. Wir können es nochmal im Replay anschauen. Einfach unfassbar clean, dass das Gragas-Fass hier connected ist. Der Untergang von Smiley, der Deadly Flourish von Harpoon insane. Und dann ist es Visit Chachi.
Aber wie gut spielt Visit Chachi dieses Game? Also, es ist für mich die Top-Zeit mit der Midlane. Jungle, Toplane, Midlane. Die hier so viel für Big machen, während die Botzeit wirklich von Eintracht Spandau überzeugen will. Wir haben immer wieder gesagt, es ist eine der stärksten Botlanes in der Liga. Und wir sehen warum, deutlich warum. Aber sobald Smiley down ist und er spielt halt AD Carry, er hat AD Carry gepickt, er ist catchbar, definitiv, dann hat Spandau so ein Problem.
Aber der wichtige Punkt für ihn ist jetzt, dass sein Flash-Up ist für den Soulpoint-Fight, dass er auch noch eine Stopwatch hat, um diesen Engage vielleicht nochmal potenziell outplayen zu können. Denn die 3 alten Power Spikes, die sind bei Big durch die Wand weggegeben, und die werden jetzt versuchen, kreativ zu werden. Cayman ist wieder auf der Bot-Side, wird wieder schauen, dass er von hinten reinkommt, und es wird auf der Seite von 1 eben der Five-Man-Core sein, der jetzt hier gut Smiley beschützen muss.
15 Sekunden auf den Drake. Eintracht Spandau wurde gespottet, sucht trotzdem den All-In. Cayman ist nicht da, sie sind hier in Überzahl. Rüfchen muss aufpassen, aber sie beschleunigen nochmal. Pride wird gestunt, der Snare trifft ebenfalls. Oh, was für eine CC-Chain auf Pride. Curtains Call kommt ebenfalls. Cayman beschäftigt hinten 3, geht in die Ultimate auch ebenfalls rein. Versucht nochmal durchzukriegen. Knallzapfen wird gewonnen. Cayman immer noch am Leben. Der Snare kommt, der erste Catch ist da. Cayman Show ist da. Es ist Freitag. Es ist Caymans Tag. Und Special ist das nächste Opfer. Big hört nicht auf, freitags alle zu verhauen.
Es ist Freitag, es ist die Hinrunde, und Big will sich hier im Derby den nächsten Sieg holen. 3:2 würde es dann stehen. Und was ein Upset wäre das
Sie
jetzt
wollen
hier.
finishen. 3 gegen 5. Sie haben eine Minion Wave. Es ist der Moment, dass Big wieder in Führung geht mit 3:2 im Derby. Der erste Nexus Turret wird bearbeitet. Der zweite noch nicht. Sensora. Erkaufzeit ist im Sonias, aber stirbt hier oder nicht? Ja, zack, ein Nexus Turret. Mehr geht nicht. Teleport im Rücken. Pride sucht den All-In. Falle wird ausgelöst. Jetzt müssen sie da rein. Spandau muss hier das Game wieder drehen.
Es liegt an Smiley jetzt hier auf der Caitlyn. Kriegt er noch mal mehr Kills? Kann man insgesamt jetzt hier noch mal mehr rausholen als so gecancelte Resets bei Big? Aber das Wichtigste
Komm raus.
ist...
Die haben Karma gepickt.
Aber das Wichtigste ist trotzdem, dass das Spiel gesaved worden ist, dass man den Soulpoint nicht abgibt und dass man vielleicht jetzt hier auch selber schauen kann, was noch geht. Ich brauche erstmal einen kurzen Moment.
Ja, Mann, ey.
Es war insane gespielt. Man nimmt hier erstmal Pride sehr, sehr gut raus. Der droppt unfassbar low und ist eben dann praktisch schon ein Free-Kill für Big. Und das Gute bei Cayman ist ein Trinamir. Der hat Ult. Der kann hier trotzdem noch so viel Schaden anrichten an Smiley. Nimmt dann die verbesserte Blastcone durch die Camtech-Map, überlebt das ganze Special, versucht ja auch für den Kill nach vorne zu gehen und bringt sich dann eben selber nochmal in Gefahr, dass man hier abgeholt wird.
Also ich muss auch nochmal sagen, wir haben uns sehr auf Top-Jungle-Midlane fokussiert, aber auch Harpoon, der in diesem Spiel, glaube ich, noch nicht gestorben ist, auf dem Jhin, obwohl die Caitlyn Lux Lane so gefährlich war, der jetzt jeden Skillshot irgendwie auch trifft. Er ist eine Maschine gerade auf diesen Jhin-Spike, auf 3 Items. Und Eintracht Spandau, sie könnten hier verlieren. Als Tabellenführer gegen Big, die am Freitag besser sind als die Tabellenführer.
Ja, und wir haben gerade den Soulpoint gesehen auf Eintracht Spandau. Die haben sie sich gerade während des Replays geholt, einfach dadurch, dass Big nicht mehr auf der Karte rechtzeitig war. Aber das große Objective ist hier natürlich der Mash, den man jetzt gehen möchte. Wir haben 4 Items auf Smiley, immer noch die Stopwatch, aber auch Harpoon ist jetzt auf dem 4., hat das Infinity Edge.
Der Goldie, der ist ein bisschen verpufft tatsächlich, ne? Also klar, die Stopwatch, die kann nochmal ein Gamechanger sein. Wieder ein Snare, wieder die C-Chain auf dem Frontliner. Ein Fass, das Zone, Pride verliert Leben.
Und du merkst, wie gut die Poppy von Visit Chachi hier aufgeht. Immer wieder spielt man ein simples Front-to-Back. Oh, Smiley, er fühlt sich auf jeden Fall.
Ruhigchen, kriegt ein Schild, Curtains Call kommt, Cayman ist drin. Cayman kriegt nochmal ein Fass als Unterstützung. Cayman ultet, bleibt am Leben. Cayman muss sich rausdrehen. Lille wird gekrittet, aber Cayman muss doch hier sterben. Würde mal CC, der Laser kommt, Cayman down. Röfchen down. Spandau mit dem Comeback in dieses Game. Shutdown für Special. 3 gegen 5. Und Big muss hier irgendwie raus. Überleben. Teleport kam nochmal von Special. Der Visichachi findet. Harpoon und Leon gehen in die Base. Haben sie eine Minion Wave? Botzeit wäre eine. Aber der Nash wird wohl das Tool sein, oder nicht?
Die Base. Man muss zum Nash gehen, aber die Base fällt jetzt hier vielleicht. Was kann Big tun? Visichachi ist jetzt down, dadurch ist kein TP für den Backdoor gegeben. Aber eins muss ich jetzt hier trotzdem stark überleben, ob man wirklich sich Richtung Nash traut. Curtain Score zur Hälfte wieder da, kann man was machen. Big ist nicht im Areal. Und ja, hast du das Game gerade gesaved.
Ja, also wenn Visichachi überlebt und TP't in die Base, dann hat man ein riesengroßes Problem. Es ist der zweite Baron in diesem Spiel für Eintracht Spandau. Aber es ist überhaupt nicht predictable, was hier noch passiert.
Auch hier sieht es eigentlich in 10 aus. Der erste Fight für Big, die Knallpflanze, exzellent genutzt von Cayman, der dadurch eben auf Smiley raufkommt, aber dann wird er durch den All-Out von Pride weggepeelt. Special macht hier sehr viel Arbeit gegen Leon als auch Röllchen. Dadurch, dass der Fight so aufgesplittet ist, kommt man nicht mehr rechtzeitig auf der Seite von Big an Cayman ran. Dann ist Röllchen eben auch schon down und es ist ein 3 gegen 5. Schöner TP von Special, damit man eben sicherstellen kann, dass Visichachi noch geholt wird und dadurch verhindert man den Backdoor. Man kriegt den Nash und jetzt kann 1 auf jeden Fall schauen, was sie hier mit dem Nash-Buff dann noch anrichten können.
Ja, mit dem Nash die Entscheidung zu forcieren, das wäre der Traum. Midlane haben sie jetzt die verstärkte Minion Wave. Cayman ist schon mal da, der Hammerschlag. Geht er durch? Geht er durch? Nee, wird abgebrochen.
Aber Cayman ist auch auf der Flanke, genauso wie Visichachi. Und das ist natürlich jetzt hier das Ziel von Big. Nicht unbedingt einen Fight forcieren, sondern nur Zeit vom Nash sollen und 1 weiter nach hinten zu drängen, damit hier eben kein Inhibitor oder ähnliches geöffnet werden kann.
Bisher noch kein T3-Turret gefallen, aber noch eine Menge Zeit mit diesem Nash. 2 Minuten knapp, auch auf die Soul für Eintracht Spandau, die auch nochmal das Spiel deutlich erleichtern würde. Nochmal 10% weniger Schaden allein, 10% mehr Schaden machen, wenn man low ist. Das ist gerade in solchen Teamfights durchaus nett zu haben.
Du musst es vor allem mittlerweile auch einfach Big D9.
Ja.
Das Sustain ist zu groß. Du hast jetzt schon gesehen, welche Schwierigkeiten man hat auf der Seite von 1, um jetzt Cayman zu besiegen. Das wird dann nochmal stärker. Der ist nämlich mittlerweile auch Level 18.
Oh, das Fass kommt. Midlane werden sie hier wohl aufgeben. Der Midlane kann man am ehesten verkraften, aber die Botlane zu halten wäre essentiell.
Aber es ist wieder Cayman, der auf der Topside eben den Reset forciert von Special und dadurch kriegt die 1 nicht den Mitte Tier 3, nicht den Botlane Tier 3 gerade, sondern lässt den Nash wieder weiter runterticken.
Botlane wird jetzt fallen. Die nächste Minion Wave wird jetzt hier gehardforced. Visichachi wieder mit einem Hammerschlag, aber der Turret ist down, Teilerfolg für Spandau. Der Inhib steht noch und der Drake kommt in 50 Sekunden.
Aber das ist fein. Das ist kein Inhib, das ist kein Weltuntergang. Cayman muss jetzt nur schauen, dass er eben nicht kollapst wird von Eintracht Spandau. Aber das ist das Unangenehme an diesem Tournament. Der kann jetzt machen, was er will. Auch ein Backdoor ist mittlerweile auf jeden Fall eine realistische Problematik, weil du hast einen offenen Inhib. Du hast nur noch einen Nexus-Turm.
Also es ist wirklich ein atemberaubendes
Geht nicht für den Backdoor. Nein,
Eintracht
oder?
Spandau. Vielleicht geht er zu einem Catch. Das wäre auch noch eine Option.
True. Aber das ist Cayman. Ich traue dem alles zu.
Vielleicht ist es jetzt auch der entscheidende Teamfight. Cayman kann sich hier unerwartet von hinten anschleichen. Er wird nicht gesehen.
Das nicht.
Da ist ein Pink Ward.
Das ist so kritisch jetzt hier.
Er nimmt. Ich dachte gerade, er nimmt die Wölfe. Aber da ist ein Blutschwingkit. Okay, jetzt wird er gesehen. Jetzt weiß man Bescheid. Cayman ist da, wird vielleicht direkt engaged, nimmt den Knallzapfen und ist sicher. Der Drake muss dieses Spiel doch hier entscheiden. Curtain's Call kommt. Der Drake, er soll übernommen werden. Der Schaden, der ist gut. Das Fass, das kommt ebenfalls. 50-50. Wer macht? Shin macht. Harpoon macht. Der dritte Drake. Pride down. Überzahl für Big, die immer mehr wollen. Sensora im Sonja. Sensora in der CC-Chain. Sensora im grauen Bildschirm. Special, ebenfalls da, der Laser wird dieses Mal gesidesteppt. 5 gegen 3.
Es ist Freitag und es sind Harpoon und Visichachi, die hier den Soul Point für Big securen. Die Soul verhindert bei Eintracht Spandau. Und jetzt versucht man im 5 gegen 3 das Derby am Freitag zu gewinnen.
Es ist unfassbar, da steht nur noch ein einziger Nexus-Turret. Lilith und Special zusammen mit Smiley, die Carries sind am Leben und schaffen es zu vereiteln. Zweimal ist Eintracht Spandau kurz davor, dieses Game zu verlieren. Zweimal stehen sie wieder auf. Lightning, Bunning trifft, das war's auch, aber Geisters down. Cayman nochmal hinten drin, versucht Schaden zu machen, geht in die Ult rein, krittet so ein Stück weit durch, aber er kriegt einen, kriegt ja 2. Special ist zu tanky. 1v1 Trade. Und jetzt müssen wir ja langsam in die Base von Big tatsächlich gucken.
Ich komme nicht mehr mit.
Ich auch nicht.
Da sind 2 Waves jetzt auch in der Base von Big, oder?
Ich glaube auch, das Momentometer
zwei
springt.
TPs.
Ich glaube auch, das Momentometer springt die ganze Zeit nach links, nach rechts, nach links, nach rechts.
Hast du Zeit für gerade zu schauen?
Ja,
Ich nicht. Also ich sehe hier nur Fight und dann Game Win into Game Win.
Weißt du, wir sehen so ein atemberaubendes Game. Und jetzt stell dir mal vor, du spielst einen immobilen AD Carry und bist immer noch nicht gestorben. Hapun steht 4-0-10. Der einzige Spieler, der immer noch nicht ins Gras gebissen hat. Wisst ihr, wie?
Der ist jetzt gerade even in CS, nachdem der auf der Laning Phase 50 CS hinten war.
Ja. Ich meine, der Lead, der ist weg von Smiley schon seit längerer Zeit. Beide AD Carries haben alle Items, die sie irgendwie haben wollten. Und jetzt waren wir vielleicht noch bei Ruhchen aufs Rabadons. Das ist für mich nochmal ein immenser AP-Power-Spike für Big.
Das ist crazy. Und es wird jetzt auf den Nash-Fight herauslaufen. Das muss man jetzt hier irgendwie bei Big hinkriegen. Wieder ist es eins in der besseren Position. Wieder sind sie in der Lage, jetzt hier vielleicht eine Trap aufzubauen und die muss funktionieren. Du musst ein Mitglied bei Big jetzt hier direkt eliminieren, wahrscheinlich Leon, aber es wird zu schwierig, denn du hast einen offenen Inhibitor, du hast nur noch einen Nexus-Turm und du hast den TP bei Vizichachi und Cayman auf dem Tryndamere.
Es ist halt wirklich schon seit 10 Minuten, so dass man das Gefühl hat, jeder Moment kann die Entscheidung fallen in diesem Spiel. Aber jetzt sind wir gleich 41 Minuten im Game und Eintracht Spandau hat die bessere Position am Nash-Pit, der an 20 Sekunden spawnt.
Und es ist insane. Der Tabellenerste Eintracht Spandau gegen Freitags Big, die wirklich beweisen, warum wir die ganze Zeit uns wiederholen, warum sie Freitag einfach die Könige der Prime League sein könnten und vielleicht dieses Derby für sich entscheiden werden.
Ah, Catch auf Vizichachi. Verliert die Hälfte von seinem Leben. Teleport wäre ready, muss den vielleicht jetzt auch zünden.
Ja, das muss man wahrscheinlich jetzt hier einfach respektieren, denn der Burst von 1 könnte sonst ausreichen, dass es ein schnelles 4 gegen 5 wird. Aber so kann Eintracht Spandau sich vielleicht auch zurückziehen Richtung Nash und Big. Die müssen sich jetzt entscheiden, was sie machen wollen. Gehen sie für die Base oder gehen sie für den Nash?
Ja, das ist die spannende Frage. Sie gehen für den Nash, wollen das Ganze contesten.
Aber der ist fast down,
Der muss allerdings down sein, bevor man irgendwie dran ist. Mike kommt, es ist Vizichachi, der den ersten schon mal trennt. Curtains Call in die Menge rein, aber der Reaver wird aber abgebrochen! Nur wie teuer wird's? Niemand stirbt, weil man gesplittet ist. Lilith ebenfalls am Leben geblieben, Ruhigin auf einmal auf der falschen Seite. Muss versuchen, Lilith nochmal mitzunehmen, aber das ist ein Knallzapfen, der was dagegen hat. Jetzt deckt man ihn weiter auf. Was für ein Play von Spandau. Wie klar sie hier geblieben sind. Und jetzt ist es Ruhigin, die auch nochmal fällt und Sonias geht, versucht einen Kill mitzunehmen, das aber nicht schaffen wird.
Ja, und bitte ist eine Wave jetzt dafür 1. Die haben den Nash sehr, sehr solide gespielt von Smiley und Bright und vielleicht setzt sich Eintracht Spandau durch, aber Cayman ist auf der Topside. Der versucht für einen Backdoor
Aber
vielleicht zu
niemals
gehen.
nicht gegen Nash. Jetzt facetankt man einfach den T3-Turret in der Midlane. Du hast es gesagt, es muss der Finish sein. Spandau geht all in. Vizichachi in 16 Sekunden wieder da. Der Hammerschlag bis dahin auch knapp wieder da. Kriegt man diese Zeit. Cayman jetzt anwesend. Smiley, MJ, der erste Next Turret wird bearbeitet. Cayman wird hier weggekrittet. Der erste Turret ist down. Vizichachi in 3 Sekunden da. Der zweite Turret aber auch down. Cayman muss in die Ultimate, wird aber perma-CC. Lilith macht das gut. Macht das unfassbar gut. Der Hammerschlag kommt. Es ist immer noch nicht vorbei. Sensora super low. Aber auch Cayman muss sich irgendwie retten. Leon ist der Nächste, der die Rückreise antreten muss. 1:0 Shade. Curtains Call kommt und Spandau ist low. Ohne Ende. Spandau wird uns hier vielleicht doch nochmal spannend machen. Der nächste Kill, der Nexus, ist auf. Hapun will nicht sterben und es ist Cayman, der nochmal mitnimmt. Das Kragas, was trifft auch nochmal. Sensor muss auf sich aufpassen. Hapun will einfach nur kritten. Findet Special. Shutdown. Special. Spandau gewinnt. Spandau gewinnt gegen das Freitags.
Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Coming to you live from Berlin, Germany, in Europe, EMEA, the Eastern Hemisphere, on this planet Earth, in our solar system, in the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy and the universe at large. It's the LEC. And you know, when you look at the sheer scale of the universe like that, it's hard to imagine there is anything more important than deciding the meaning of life and who will avoid elimination in the LEC Winter Split. Already, 6 teams have locked their spot in the group stage, with the 2 remaining spots up for grabs. Over the next 30 hours, adjusted to 38 with potential tiebreakers and pauses, Our teams will fight to the death, to the figurative death in the cybersphere. But first, would you consider yourself a go-getter? Are you someone who mindlessly copy pastas in chat? Or are you the goddamn chef? Introducing Foldy Sheet 13. Much like all the latest phones, it's got all the features of the last 12 years in Foldy Sheet in a slightly bigger package. You can go get your very own Foldy Sheet 13 and upgrade to the Ultramax Pro at lec.gg/Foldy Sheet. Terms and conditions may apply. Foldy Sheet, fold your way through the day. Now, back to the scheduled programming for today. You might think esports is all fun and games. It's anything but. Match 1 is on the line. Everything is on the line for Excel. And let me tell you, Excel will be eliminated with a loss versus SK today. They are no longer in control of their own destiny, but they must win both their matches this weekend to have a chance. If two teams among Koi and Fnatic and Koi, Astralis, and Fnatic reach 4 wins, then Excel can only possibly reach 3, and in turn will be eliminated. So you can see with an SK win there, Excel's chances go to 0 for tie breaks. Now, Vitality versus BDS and Mad versus Heretics are fights for seeding and the top spots in the league. If you finish top 2, you get to choose your opponent in the first round of the group stage. But the most important match of the day to avoid elimination is Fnatic versus Astralis right here. The winner of Fnatic versus Astralis will lock at least a tiebreaker for 8th place. You can see right now we're looking at tiebreakers. Astralis, they go up to 100% with a win. Same thing for Fnatic, and they would have a chance in a tiebreaker. Either way, if the winner of this match also then goes on to win their match tomorrow, in this case it's Fnatic, they will guarantee themselves a spot in the top 8 with no need of tiebreaker. Now, following Fnatic versus Astralis is our match of the week. And if Koi manage to win this... Lock and alert. If Koi win Game 5, they will also lock their spot in the... Let's go over there. Koi win, and Koi go up to 100% chance of locking in a spot. A win tomorrow, if they lose to G2 here, would also accomplish that for them. You can see 100% right there. So put down your cell phones, grab your Foldy Sheet Ultramax Pro 13, and look up a video on origami because it's time to start bending. The LEC starts right now.
Hey, welcome back here to this side of the analyst desk. Anders, thank you so much for all this.
You're welcome. I left my Foldy Sheet over there. Darn it.
Half
Is it
of
still intact?
Do you sell them? Can you give us a deal? Like,
yeah, that's actually free on lec.gg/Foldy Sheet, so no price. Go get them while they're hot.
Get them today. Well, let's keep on focusing on what could happen for the group stage here. 4 teams are fighting for their last 2 spots here. And before we dive into our thoughts, I want to hear about what you guys think at home. Vote now on discord.lec.gg. Who do you think will advance to the group stage? And guys, same question for you. Let's look at the schedule, the updated schedule for the rest of the week. Based on what we've seen yesterday, who do you think is going to stay here, actually?
I think odds on Koi look very good. They're, of course, coming to the week with the best record, so 3 and 4, so they just need the 1 win to move on. Now, G2, that's a tough game they've got going up for them, but the next match, Astralis, is definitely winnable for them. That being said, Astralis have all the matches they need to try and win this series.
Exactly. That's the thing. I don't know if my opinion is controversial yet. I've seen it be very polarized, but I actually believe that Astralis will be the one team that goes into the group stage together with Koi. I think they'll beat Fnatic today. They'll have a very good chance of securing at least that tiebreaker, and they will follow through on it. I think Koi, as you explained earlier, only having to win that one game should be pretty safe. But Astralis versus Fnatic, that's the banger. And right now, my cards on Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, we have Astralis Fnatic coming up later today, and I think, obviously, winner of that has a very good shot of moving forward. Now, if the winner of that match then goes on to lose, it does get a little bit back and forth, but Astralis, after that comeback win yesterday, that was just wild with Finn going all in on the scaling. And when I look at Astralis versus Fnatic, part of me just says, look, Astralis are stealing wins away with the scaling. Fnatic look best on like the obvious team fight comp with like Reckless back on the silver. Like maybe this is just a game that comes down to fights around objectives.
Also, just speaking of momentum, right? Astralis has just started picking up their victories as well, while Fnatic had looked struggling lately. So in terms of who's had the best form recently, it is still laying with Astralis. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and looking at an important one yesterday with against SK Gaming on the side of Excel, guys. You mentioned it. One loss today. They're out.
Yeah, that noise about sums up Excel's chances.
It is fine. I think it sums it up quite well. But yeah, any hopes, Chippy, maybe?
I mean, I think yesterday Excel actually did finally show some positivity. I think Vito with his first game on Jace was actually really solid. I think the problem that just is with this team is that it just looks a bit doomed. Like, even if there's some positivities, there's still more holes in this ship. And quite frankly, I don't see them fixing all these holes.
The thing is, Excel, in order to qualify, they don't just have to beat SK. They have to beat Vitality tomorrow. And even then, they still might not even get a tiebreaker, because if 2 of 3 between Fnatic, Astralis, and Koi finish with 4 wins, they're gone. They can't actually reach 4 wins. So barring some miracles actually happening, I just can't see Excel making it. And they haven't shown the growth, I think, in the last 3 weeks necessary to make me confidently say, oh yeah, they can win 2 games and also a tiebreaker at the end of that.
I agree with that. And I mean, same case for Fnatic in one way. They didn't fend themselves yet. And it could be the first time in the history of the organization that they miss out on past the regular season. They could not make it to group stage here. So we'll see what happens for them today, and let's see what the fans at home think. Koi 45%, Fnatic and Astralis close at around 25%, and Excel at 5%.
See, I feel like the fans are trolling, because Finn came in last week, right? Promised us that there was going to be the Astralis miracle run. They have that insane game yesterday. I mean, the Gangplank had, what do you have there? The Gangplank, yeah, I like that.
This is exactly what it is. Som Gangplank for Bilgewater for længe siden skulle dø og genopstå. Lige så har Finn sprintet de første uger, men rejst sig i går. Og I er alle vidner i dag. Finn vil bringe Astralis til gruppespillet.
I thought he was going to talk about the game. He had a great game on Gangplank yesterday, so maybe he can carry with that one. Okay.
So back to the LEC.
Yeah, let's go.
Thanks,
GB. Cut the music. Who set this up?
Yes, that wasn't Finn. Thanks, GB. That was really enlightening. Anyway, back to the league, because we have G2 Esports facing Koi later today in our match of the week. And we got to talk to Yike and get more on this insight since he joined the LEC. Let's take a look at this rather than what was going on here.
When I started playing 2 years ago, I just played the Division 2 of France, and I was watching the Division 1 and EU Masters, which like everyone plays right now, and I got really jealous of all the players there because I wanted to become better than them, and it was really frustrating for me to just sit and watch them play in the higher leagues when I feel like I could actually play there. People like to recruit the youngest prodigies that they can develop, and that's what scared me a lot. And also there is like a lot of rookies right now in LEC that is like much younger than me, like 2-3 years younger than me. I'm probably like one of the oldest rookies that joined here. I thought I would be too scared, too nervous, and I would just choke. But it was kind of the opposite. I got too excited. Now I really love playing on stage. And I would call myself a really creative person. I think outside of the game, like even when I go better sometimes, I can just think of scenarios that no one thinks of, like some mechanics that people never think of. And I think this playstyle is the playstyle that is gonna be able to win worlds. When you have good team chemistry, it just goes on so smoothly, both outside of the game and inside of the game. I feel like when you play and you have fun, that's when you play the best. And I feel like no one in the team has any doubt, and we all just trust each other, and that's what makes us play like so good together. I feel like I have so much trust in, for example, my bot lane, the Fnatic game. I know, okay, I can use path bot, I can play around them, and I know that we will win the game. There's a quote that I like to follow, and it's basically like, if you're afraid to lose, then you'll probably lose. And that's the thing. I've been afraid for my whole life, just doing mistakes and all of that. And I realized now that there's no point just thinking about it. I think I should just play my own game, be confident in myself, be confident in my team. And I know that everyone in my team trusts me, and I trust everyone in my team. And that's what makes us so good right now.
Getting a little bit over-aggressive. They're forcing out the flash. Reckless coming over the wall. Rux now in the area. Has the shielding extra for Reckless. Mickey now locking Reckless down, buying a bit more space. Hunts him alone. Man, but the hook managed to land. First blood. Cash out for the Draven. It's disaster. Rux locked down. Now Yank becomes Yumi. Reckless nice. Oh, it's a disaster for Fnatic. G2 just too damn clean.
I don't want to get too cocky. I want to have a good mindset where I respect whoever I play against. I just want to show everyone that I can play better than them, and everyone in the team actually thinks that we can win Worlds, and I really love that. And it's so insane to me that I met players and staff that actually believe that we can win it all.
Fantastic video here, and amazing to see how much Yak developed in only 3 weeks playing in the LEC. And I've been hosting for 3 days now, so it was about time to bring a bit of LFL bias into the broadcast. Trouble, thank you so much for joining me to talk about this. Well, let's follow up on Yak actually, because we know that LFL brought a lot of talents to the LEC, and this year again, Yak, I got to meet last year when he was playing with LDLC, and within just 1 year, he rose to be one of the best junglers in the league. And to me, when I look at what he's doing in the LEC right now, got the same trajectory going on.
I mean, you look at the ERLs and the guy was playing things like Yana, Kha'Zix, all the aggressive junglers, and you're like, yeah, cool, okay, you can play your niche peaks when you're playing for the LFL, when you're playing in EMEA Masters, but you come to the real big leagues, what can you play? And he's doing the exact same thing. Belveth, Graves, Kindred, facilitating junglers. He plays it all and he plays it well. For a rookie that's very young to come into an organization like G2 and being the connecting link, because I cannot stress enough how much the jungler is the oil that keeps the machine moving. And this guy is doing an absolutely fantastic job at butting heads with the very aggressive junglers that we have here in the LEC, with Malrank and now Bo joining as well.
And I couldn't agree more, especially coming after someone as big as Jankos for G2, because when you listen to communications and how Yaks talk about the team, he's one of the main leaders here and one of the most central voice for G2, which leads me to Shio also, who's the biggest surprise here, because we saw him at the EMEA EU Masters last year, and I was like, this guy will make it to the LEC. But I didn't know he would be that good from the get-go.
Can I just say I'm a little bit biased towards Shio. I thought he was probably the best jungler at EMEA Masters last year. The guy was absolutely hammered in the jungle, 2, 3, 4 levels down, and he'd come back. He'd come back with a gank, he'd come back with getting double the CS, he'd come back with reaching up the levels and being all over the map. I think what's really impressive about him is the fact that he trusted in his team, and you're like, yeah, okay, Trouble, but he was playing in Academy, now he's playing in LEC. It's almost the same team. The carries from BDS Academy are the carries in their LEC team this year. Adam, Crowny, still the same base carries in his team, and he can facilitate for them.
And talking about the last team here, and I know you will be passionate about this one, of course, SK
Listen, I'm trying to
Gaming,
go bias more on Shio.
This is fine. I want to talk about Exakik and Das, because when I introduced them to the league earlier, I was mentioning the inconsistencies they would have at LDLCOL. Feels like it's an all story now, and they look to be one of the best bot lanes we have in the league right now.
I'll tell you what, I've met these guys behind the scenes, and they're two of the most hard-working individuals I have ever seen. The fact that they got given the opportunity to get into the LEC, not to mention that DOS was literally the last piece to be on the puzzle of SK, and he's performing like this, that bot lane that took down the likes of Hansama, Neon, Comp, and now they're going to be facing Reckless this weekend as well. It feels like on a bot-centric meta, when your rookies are like this in the bot lane and absolutely taking it by storm, then you've got a good recipe for success.
Taking down all the veterans one by one. And Exakik and Dust are facing off against Patrick and Targamas in a do-or-die game for Excel. Casual and Initialize, take it away.
Thank you so much, Law and Trouble. Pleasure to be here. I'm Initialize. That's Cadril. We have got on our hands potential elimination match, number 1 of the day.
Very important game.
Yes.
XL need to win to keep any signs of life whatsoever. I think the Dest has touched on it plenty of times. 1 loss and they are gone. And I think people are just so surprised this roster is in 10th place right now with just 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the season, I think pretty much everyone was expecting these guys to be towards the top end of the standings, not languishing in 10th right now, looking down a very early elimination from the split. But they've got to go up against SK Gaming, who had a bit of a rough loss themselves yesterday. Kind of got dismantled by Finn's Gangplank in the late game. And they're looking to bounce back today.
Definitely are, but I feel like SK is the opposite of what XL are in a sense. You know, lots of names on XL, lots of veterans expecting to make playoffs no matter what, probably contesting best of 5s and top 4. Whereas SK are the team that was expected to fight for top 8 in the first place. And they're already happy sailing. They've had a fantastic split so far, so XL needs to be very careful. This is actually quite a tough matchup for them. So we'll see how they get on already straight into the draft here. You can see SK Gaming taking away a lot of the pushing bot lane matchups. Heimerdinger Ashe taken away from Patrick and Targamas, who I think they've been struggling in the lane phase especially. I feel like Patrick and Targamas, 2 big names. Patrick's always been the carry of XL. Targamas won a split last year, and together in bot lane they just look so disconnected.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. Fortunately, I did talk to the audience earlier about getting some advice over to these teams before we go to the match, and they did have a rule for draft. And what is the first rule of draft, Berlin?
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. You need to get rid of the cap.
Train them well, yeah.
So potent. And they've not followed the first rule draft.
They couldn't give a crap, really. They're just going to leave it open. SK aren't even going to pick it. It feels like Yumi's kind of slid away right now. Still think it's really powerful. We'll see if XL opt into it, but Maokai is just such a strong champion with the poke that he can provide. Also quite a tankish champion, depending on how you decide to build him.
For sure. And we've seen a lot of potency out of the Maokai. Looking maybe a Sejuani here as well. And for all that, the cat has raised some eyebrows for the consistent popularity over the splits, it does feel like it's been some of those jungle champions that have been so strong in recent weeks.
Yep. As the Renekton Sejuani insta pickup for XL. Odoamne had a good game on the Renekton. I think they lost that game, but he was so strong on the top side despite bot side struggling. So want to make sure they have really good early skirmishes. I wouldn't be surprised if XL go for some kind of Sylas or a Kali on 3 for VTO to make sure they can keep those melee champs alive with the Sejuani. SK, are they going to go Zeri Yumi? Are they going to go Zeri Lulu?
Feeling like it.
Could also try to match top here and drop support, but then you fall into this weird hole. But they're going to pick up the cats. Well, if they have the Maokai skin, they're going to have 2 cats.
They've probably got a lot more. There's a lot of very long cats coming through. As Senna
locked in for XL. Now, Targamas on G2 was a fantastic Senna. I think he had standout performances on that champion alongside Flakkid. They played so many different things with the Senna. They played things like Sion as well. So we'll see how they get on. This could be in Patrick's hands. It could be in Targamas's. We've even seen, I think from G2 last year, it was Targamas's Swain.
Yes,
with Flakkid's Senna. So I think both these players are very capable of playing it. It's just very dependent on which one wants to pilot it and which one wants to go for some kind of niche or pocket pick to push in this Zeri Yumi. But there's the Sylas ban. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Akali ban as well. XL taking a lot of mages away from Certus right now.
Targamas win rate on the Senna, something like 83.3% right now. Very strong on the champion. Of course, as you said, you still go to Patrick's hands. And yes, it's a curveball, but it's elimination. Whatever tricks you've got in your bag, now's the time, or you might not have a chance to show it.
That's exactly it. This is a best of 1 that can decide their fate, so we may as well just throw it all, the cards on the table. SK, last ban coming in here. They see one of the bot picks. They could take something away, like the Swain or something funky, but they're not confident enough to find the exact thing that XL are working with. They're just going to take away mid laners to make sure that Certus is safe on the blind pick, because XL are going to pick up their AD carry or support here. Whatever the Senna is pairing with, I expect it to be played here. The Renekton flex can stay alive, and then they can also counter pick mid. So I feel like picking mid here, you lose a lot of value. What's it going to be? It's going to be Yasuo Senna ult. Or is it going to be... It could also be Yasuo mid still. So we're still... Everything's up in the air with this Senna.
A lot of flexes available.
Yeah, XL are making a nice little cocktail here in draft. We'll see what SK respond with. They could just be kind of patient, pick up things like Gnar or Gragas. Malphite, fantastic pick in things like Renekton and Yasuo. Sylas is already banned. Akali, another meta champion that can do well against bruisers. Anything that's just meta orientated, don't get too caught off guard or try to dig yourselves in your own hole.
Well, this draft is certainly simmering, but we've still got to finalize what's being cooked in this kitchen right now. And looking to round out this roster, a top laner for Irrelevant is likely on the cards here. What do they want to go? Some of those flexes are making it a bit tricky to work out where things are going, so might have to be something like that Malphite they hovered earlier. Instead, it's just that Sion.
Yeah, straight front to back. Akali can be sort of solo playing around the team fights, and the Zeri Yumi Sion will just be playing, like I said, the front to back. So now XL What is it going to be? Is it going to be Yasuo bot with Senna? Sounds a bit awkward to me. I feel like the Yasuo really likes pairing with something like Gragas, so I wouldn't be surprised if this Yasuo is leaning towards mid. Does he want it into a Kali here? VTO can get the push early, but needs to be careful. But it could just be the Yasuo bot, Victor mid, get a little bit of AP.
Okay.
They are lacking a lot of AP damage, so it's going to be Senna Yasuo bot for XL.
In their elimination game, XL go for Targamas on Senna, Patrick on Yasuo. They really have thrown for kitchen sink out here, and very different team comps. One's a little bit more standard, I think, and you're looking over at XL, and how do you want them to play this even?
Well, expecting them to play through side lanes, VTO will struggle a little bit in mid in terms of playing around him. He'll be fine in isolation. He'll get the push into the Akali. Level 6, you have to be a little bit careful. But Xerxes needs to focus on these side lanes. Top lane should win in isolation, so you can think of that as a guarantee and then just stay towards his bot side. They need to make sure that if they do play towards bots, that the dives are executed properly. They don't have that good of a juggle. They don't have things like the Elise or a melee support. It's Yasuo, Senna, and the Sejuani probably as soon as she queues into proc Aftershock, she has to flash out. So we'll see how they play around it. But making sure the BTO is safe, making sure the bot lane can play aggressive is exactly where XL want to focus. And SK just want to scale. Get Akali to one item, get Zeri to one or two items, let Sion build up the stacks and get tanky. And Marcoon can just juggle the lanes to make sure everyone's safe. They've got a great team fight, so XL needs to start skirmishes.
Coaches shake hands. SK players looking happy, looking excited, looking to right the wrongs of yesterday. And, you know, was a phenomenal bot lane performance out of them. Got to survive a bit of an esoteric lane this time around. On the other side, XL. We've said it before, we'll say it again, I can tell you that. They really have got everything on the line here, and they are throwing it all into that bot lane.
This is it. This is XL's life on the line, up against SK. Will they be knocked out here today, or will they have a fighting chance? We're about to find out. It's game one, SK versus XL.
Welcome one and all to Summoner's Rift. X-Kick and DOS were on your screen briefly, but it's looking like a pretty standard start to the game. No level 1 shenanigans. All we've got instead is a very tense game for the team on the red side. XL are 1-6 right now. It has not been an easy road for a team that was expected to be much more where SK Gaming are right now. They have to win this game. They have to win tomorrow to guarantee something like a tiebreaker. But if they lose today or they lose tomorrow, it's doomed. It's over.
It is. They've been in this situation so many times. I mean, I've been in that situation with them so many times.
I was going to try and avoid that for now, but there you are.
It's tough. It's a lot of pressure. And on the other side for SK, fantastic split. I mean, they're fighting for top 2 at this point, so they want to make sure they can keep in that race, make sure they can get in that top 4, maybe even push into the top 2, see how the rest of the games go. I've just done a little bit of research here on OPGG, looking at Patrick's account in solo queue.
Ooh, delicious. What you got?
How many Yasuo games do you think he's played in the last 150 games of solo queue since the season started?
20. Let's go.
Okay, divided by 10.
No,
he's played 2 games. One of them was a win, one of them was a loss. So it must be something he's been practicing in scrims or some kind of secret account. But we will find out. Doran shield early. They should get the push. I mean, Yasuo, despite being a little bit weak level 1, normally he's weak with the melee support next to him, right? You're against double range. But with the Senna, she can just walk up, trade 1v2. The Yasuo can then push the wave quite effectively. So looks like with Xerxes starting top side, bot side is going to be XL's play and their plan. So a lot resting, on Patrick and Targamas.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, we're turning our eyes down here early on. And a reminder again, X-Kick and DOS absolutely popped off yesterday. It looked like SK had walked themselves into a wonderful win until the Gangplank barrel started landing.
Yeah, SK had a fantastic game yesterday, and it all came from X-Kick and DOS. Their early game was just amazing. It was just unfortunate that SK kind of threw it all away. Despite having such a strong Lucian, they managed to actually lose that game against Stralis. It was Finn on the Gangplank, amazing barrels, like you said. Hang on a second, we've got Xerxes up towards the top side here.
The graphics curse comes through. The moment we bring one up, action begins to happen.
Yeah,
and they're gonna just get first blood. Well managed by the top jungle duo from XL.
Simple and easy. Odoamne should be alright. No phase rush on the Sion to proc that, and the wave looks like it's in a pretty handy state for Odoamne as he levels up. Great gank by Xerxes. I think he did some kind of like Raptor start into red into Krugs and then just went straight top, and despite it being warded, that's just an easy setup. Sejuani Renekton, insane amount of CC. There's no real escape for him. Odoamne ideally here just wants to push this wave in, take a base, TP back, and once he gets that Blade of the Ruined King, it's going to be really hard for the Sion to match up against him.
And I think it's fair to say the one part of XL that has felt stable and consistently pretty good has been Odoamne. Getting on the Renekton, getting first blood, feels like a good start to this game, even if it's away from the lane we had some questions about because, you know, Yasuo Senna.
Yeah, so the Yasuo Senna is trying to keep the push up. Looks like they're doing okay for now. Still have their potions. Looks like the Zeri Yuumi does struggle a little bit in pushing back and of course doesn't have that much lockdown in terms of kill pressure on the Yasuo. Need that level 6. Win will help out against the Zeri too. A little bit of K-Corp flashing coming in from Tartan. Xerxes going to clear out his bot camps for now. Marcoon's gone on a full clear. He's full cleared his bot side, based, and then ran towards the top. Still got that Ruby Crystal. Maybe fancies a gank up towards the top side. Odoamne hasn't crashed his wave fully. No flash, as you just highlighted. The E should get him away.
Yeah, uses the slice and won't need to roll the dice for now and does just get to back again. Has burned the TP, so he's just trying to hang around. He would like not to go back to base if he can manage it.
So I think for now it's a pretty even game state despite top being ahead. I think SK can't really play around mid right now. They need Akali to get to level 6. It's pretty hard to play around bot as well. Their CC and their options are lacking. So their mid game is really where they want to start looking for fights, and then obviously they scale really, really well. XL just want to force on these side lanes. Odoamne trying to trade into Irrelevant there. Try and chunk him out as the wave comes towards him. Xerxes will cycle through his second camp spawn and then should start looking for plays around the map.
Should, but we'll have to see whether that actually plays out. It's been sometimes a little bit disjointed from XL, the individual players sometimes feeling less than the sum of their parts, unfortunately. But so far, so good. This game, they're going to have to keep it going, though, because, again, SK have, as we've already seen, been pretty damn good in the early game. Good stop off Patrick there by DOS, just being a bit obnoxious on the cat.
And I think that early games all come down to Marcoon. See if he can find anything. The Elise was just such a power pick for SK. Picked them up 2 wins. Any kind of early game proactive jungler is just something Marcoon really loves, but Maokai is just a champion that you can't ignore on this patch. Xerxes lane ganking top. Irrelevant does have the flash up, but he's low. Maybe expecting Marcoon to be up here. I think this is more of a counter gank cover rather than a setup for their own. And he's gonna... Oh, he cancels the recall. Wants to make sure Odo's safe. Odoamne is really low. Irrelevant's really low. SK now know that he's up there.
Of course, Marcoon's on the other side of the map, so no risk of a counter gank right now. Targamas has also taken the back and looking to maybe turn up as well. That might change the equation just a little bit. Maybe turning into a 3v1, and Xerxes still on vision. Irrelevant knows exactly what's going on to a certain degree.
They're wasting a lot of time up here, XL. They need to commit for the kill, but he's level 6 here, Irrelevant. He could just ult away if he wants to, but he's going to stay under the tower. Is he? Odo can block that.
Does slice forward to block the coward's charge. Irrelevant, slowed down by the piercing darkness. Marcoon has now made his way up. The turnaround potential beginning to come through, but ends up with not too much happening. The ult and the flash pop from Irrelevant, but that's it.
Saw Xerxes flash there with the W to try to get the slow onto Irrelevant to allow the stun to come through from Odoamne. As we can see there, the Victor ultimate can cancel any kind of channel. So Certus TP got stopped, so that stings a little bit for SK, as the Akali would love to take a base on a bad trade, TP back, and then match the Victor. So that's evened up the mid situation, and it's given a small lead over to Odoamne in terms of getting that plate, getting Irrelevant's flash, and all the meanwhile, Patrick's just been fine in isolation. He's picked up the whole wave. It's really hard to dive this Yasuo. Tier 2 boots, wind wall, exhaust. Not really much the Yuumi and Zeri can do, so maybe this is XL's plan. Allow the Yasuo to play in isolation, allow the Senate to start moving around the map, picking up souls with the jungle, and looking for plays on lanes.
For sure, and you know, you can imagine it's probably a little easier to pull off a dive once Patrick has that 6 and the last breath is available. Can use the Sejuani to get the knock up and look for a dive then, but at least for now, are playing towards the other side of the map. And it has been a relatively quiet early game, with outside of the couple attempts top.
Yeah, it definitely has. I think no neutral objectives have been taken yet. Dragon's still up. I think that's something XL should look to start investing in when they're playing things like Yasuo and Senna. They can contest bots really early on. So we'll see what Xerxes does. Tries to get a little bit of information next to VTO there, but his whole top side's up, so a bit of an awkward state here of the map. XL have a bot wave coming into them. Xerxes has his top camps up, and now Marcoon is around mid. VTO.
Man, myth, legend, flash from VTO, and he's hit by the Shuriken flip. Not quite down yet. Perfect execution. Not going to go down. Turret shot. Down to 200 HP, and VTO gets out alive.
Oh, a little bit of a risky investment there from SK. Certus just going a bit too deep. I wonder if it was better for him to R first when the stun came through from Marcoon, and then E afterwards, so his R2 buffer came in and Marcoon could tank. So a little bit awkward. Wants to get the execute damage off, but didn't use the ult earlier on. Flash for flash trade, but also Marcoon using that flash means that it's just another beneficial play for XL. So the early game definitely going in their favor.
Certus was a player that we had a lot of praise for going into this week, but yes, they had a pretty quiet game on the LeBlanc. Not the best first look on the Akali here, but, you know, much of a game still to go, even if that did feel perhaps a little more awkward than it needed to be.
Definitely. But like you said, very quiet game. And I think XL are the ones feeling the pressure. We've highlighted before, but yeah, XL are out if they lose. SK are sitting very happy, already locked, I believe. Just depends on their seeding right now. Every win counts for them in terms of getting towards top 4, top 2. But XL know that any mistake could cost them everything. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to go for risky dives. Flipping Baron later on in the game is just going to be disastrous. But we'll see how the game unfolds for them. But in isolation, like we said, top lane should be fine.
I mean, you mentioned it. SK are one of 6 teams between 4 and 3 and 5 and 2. There are so many teams that are so tight at the top of the standings, and only 2 games to play mean that they would really like to get this win to start competing for that top 2. As you said, you start to be able to choose your opponents going into the best of 3 stage, that next round of the split. So you really want that to happen, and SK take the option to start up this dragon, and that was something you were asking XL to do, and SK are the ones that pulled the trigger instead.
Huge objective trigger pulled first by XL. Xerxes commits to the Herald. Marcoon then says, okay, we'll go bot side and get Drake. So they're using the Renekton most of this game. The Yasuo doesn't have that many knockups. Only really the Sejuani Q is something that could serve as a knockup for him to follow up on. So not really confident to play around bot just yet. Like we said, really hard to dive this Senna Yasuo, and with the Senna ult, it means that of course he can help out on the 2v1 top side. Xerxes hears the dragon die, re-enters topside, looks for some camps. See if they look for a dive on this Sion. Warden's mail early, extremely tanky.
Yeah, not the easiest to take down, but of course has burnt the flash early, but has the ult back up, and maybe Xerxes will look to either drop the Herald or go for the dive. We'll keep our eyes on it for now. We've all seen Sion dive go wrong over the years. Instead, Xerxes just decides, I'll take the Gromp and I'll go right back to base. Not
worth risking it, is it? I think Odoamne is probably saying, hey, I'm quite close to the Blade of the Ruined King. If I can just push in this next wave and TP back, I will be fine, and he sees the Irrelevance TPing back as well. Oftentimes in the LPL and the LCK, what you'll see Sions do actually is they'll base on a good wave, and then they'll run bot and ult through the tower with their team, have a 4-man dive, and then TP towards top. We haven't seen that yet from Irrelevant, and with that TP coming back to top, I think Patrick and Targamas should know that they're safe.
That's not going to be the case here and out, but you know, always good to get that knowledge of how people are playing in other regions, and we know what the LPL is like, absolute madness when it comes to diving in particular. Instead, it'll be, again, a little bit more stable, a little bit more controlled, and you feel it in the game. No one is going absolutely ham right now because there is so much on the line in a lot of ways here, and they don't want to make the play that loses the game as much as anything else.
Yeah, both junglers just mismatching each other the whole time. Marcoon top side, Xerxes bot side, and vice versa. VTO getting that cover we talked about from the jungle support. Xerxes making sure he's bringing the Victor with him, holding hands, and as far as SK know, VTO could be running bots right now. The pink ward will spot out the jungle support, but he's going to take a base on this cover. And with the dragon being down, it means there's no neutrals to play for here, only this crab, but Xerxes no smite means he's just going to have to give it up. Has the Herald in his pocket, half left on that timer. He needs to look for a window to place it down, ideally for VTO, I think. And this is the base that Odoamne needs for the Blade of the Ruined King, I believe.
Irrelevant, just being as obnoxious as he can be, interrupting that back before we can get that back into it again.
Yeah, it's going to be good again.
Be getting any more out of this, or is it just going to be a little bit more of a wet noodle fight? No, Odo trying to get a bit more of a trade here. Irrelevant. Be forced to use anything more than that. And in the bot side, Marcoon's turned up. Flash out from Patrick, throws down the wind wall, blocking out the final chapter. But the Yasuo now down that flash. Very easy little attempt from Marcoon to get that summoner out.
Good wind wall. Odoamne has been really greedy up here.
Oh my god, it's Nevermind running away. He's running right in. Yells cowards. Down comes the Dawning Shadow. Defensive ultimate from Targamas to make sure his top laner stays alive. But that is 2 ultimates down.
Yeah, he needed to take that base way earlier. I think he was greeting for the wave, and Certus roaming up there means he has to give up. He's going to stay again. Should know that Certus is around mid, and XL preemptively put the Herald down. If Certus was diving top here, he'd lose 4 plates. But him being here in mid means that Odoamne is safe. This goes wide from Xerxes.
Get out of jail free card. Glacier Prison goes wide, and they get on out that one.
Surprised VTO didn't commit the Chaos Storm there. Just dropped the ult on top of the W. I think he had the range to. Odoamne still on this top side. Wants to make sure he can push in this next wave. Irrelevant has no mana. And with the lifesteal, he can sustain through. Needs to be careful, though, as to where Marcoon is, as he is top side. But he wants to make sure he's the first one pushing in the wave and taking the base, to make sure that Irrelevant's under pressure.
Just kind of feel like both these top laners refusing to go back on a loss where the loss is who got the last hit in. Irrelevant trading out here a little bit as Odo takes a quick tower shot, but he's going to start backing away. And in comes Xerxes again, knows the Gromp spawn, but will be spotted out by that sapling toss. And Marcoon is around. Not sure there's anything else happening in this Herald. Got used mid, got the plates there, but again, it's about a 1,500 gold lead, and that's about it for now. And Odo still hasn't backed. Going to finally do it after he clears out this wave. You have to imagine.
Yeah, definitely will take. I think he'll take the plate and then take the base. Depends on if he has demolish or not. But knockup connects. Patrick chunking out Exekick. There's no real kill there. They don't have Ignite is the issue. XL don't have an Ignite to work with. And with Yuumi, with the heal, with the exhaust, I just don't think they have the damage to kill this area, especially when she gets shield bow. So as much as I'm interested in how this Yasuo Senna will play out as the game progresses, I also feel like SK have just been given a free lane on the Zeri Yuumi that is now scaling up and is up in CS and pushing them in after these first few bases.
It feels like such a risky thing to do. Any Zeri Yuumi that is given free time to scale to get to 2-3 items is nearly invariably a terror in the game. And it's Exekick and DOS as well, a bot lane that has, as we've said, really turned up this split. They have been such an impressive duo that's come into the LEC and really put their names to paper.
Definitely have. We'll see how they perform this time around. They've got the shield bow, they've got the moonstone. Huge spikes coming out for the SK bot lane. I think they'll be saying to Marcoon, we need to fight this next dragon. We're incredibly strong. Patrick's probably going to take a base here as well and look for the shield bow base. odoamne still hasn't recalled. This whole time we've been talking about him basing for this Blade of the Ruined King. He's been a bit greedy, and he stayed for so long that Irrelevance managed to base and run all the way back. But now finally, he will take this recall with 3,000 gold in his inventory.
He finally got... No, Irrelevant, stop it! Leave it back, he missed!
Oh, it missed!
He missed!
So
Berlin Cried goes,
yeah. Xerxes, does he toss the ult here? He's thinking about it.
Definitely
here comes
is.
Targamas.
Now the setup around this dragon commences. Odo will have still not, but he's finally back. Hasn't burned the TP, I don't think. Didn't quite see. The Blade of the Ruined King icon comes on up. Yeah, he's not going to have it. Irrelevant doesn't have heads either, so it is just the 4v4 and XL. Back out of the river for now. Don't feel comfortable to go in and attempt to fight this.
Interesting. They're just going to give this up. Or are they? Xerxes back. Vito's around.
Now they think about Glacial Prison lands this time. It's onto Marcoon, who does take some damage, but the turnaround is pretty good as Certus ends up in the backline. The Dawning Shadow comes through, and Certus gets back on out as well. Marcoon throws out the ultimate. Dragon secured. He has to flash out the back of the pit, but no one dies. And the attempted ingress from XL is warded off well by SK.
Messy fight. You can see the Yasuo is... It's really hard for Patrick to get involved. Xerxes landed the Q onto Certus, but he was in his shroud, so there was no possibility of a follow-up. I'm also said Sejuani Q's down. I think SK can be confident enough to walk up because there's no real threat of a knock-up for the Yasuo to follow up. It's just this kind of self-play of Patrick trying to stack up those Qs.
There's a bit of damage there, and Targamas backing up Vito gets a bit of a chunk down, and all the while, Exekick and DOS begin to really tear into this tower on the bot side, looking like that might well be first turret unless Vito can manage it in mid lane with the support. No, goes down for SK, as XL will try to trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, XL will trade it. First break, of course, like I said, going to SK, a little bit more gold for them, but XL getting the mid tower gives them more map control. A lot of item spikes coming in here. First item for Akali. odoamne gets the top tower. The blades finally picked up by Odo as well, with the serrated Dirk building towards that Prowler's Claw. Rod of Ages on Vito stacking up. It's going to be a game where everything kind of explodes out of nowhere, I believe.
Quick note in here as well. XL's early game has been, frankly, pretty poor, all things said and done there. That's some very dire stats, but you look now at the top of the screen, you can see XL have actually managed to earn themselves a pretty healthy gold lead in this early game. They've got themselves second Herald, just picked up 2 towers, and yes, we've got some concerns about how freely this bot lane is scaling and the fact that these dragons are stacking, but at least in terms of the gold, this isn't a bad look for XL right now.
Yeah, the early game has been their crutch, really, throughout the whole of the winter split, and it mostly came from jungle and bot at times, I felt like. Even when Vito was playing that Jace game, he was ahead, solo killing his lane, diving between towers, but bot lane was just being sacked. And I feel like Xerxes wasn't playing around it enough to cover, but also Patrick and Targamas were making lane mistakes. But this time, like I said, through the early game with a lead, mostly on the solo lanes, as expected here for XL. 1.1 over to Vito because of all those plates in the CS lead, and the 1.7 to odoamne with the tower and the kill. No dragons yet for 3 minutes. XL really need to fight this next one. And with no neutrals up for the next 3 minutes either, it's just going to be a bit of a slow one. Unless anyone oversteps on side lane, all XL are going to do is keep mid push, move towards bot, look for bot tower. SK will try to take mid push safely and play for top tower.
I like you add the caveat of unless, because that feels like a bit of a caster curse otherwise, because you feel like someone might overstep at some point. Not going to happen for now, though. And production, if we could, I'd like to check in on Targamas stacks as well, because we've not looked in on the center yet. It would be good to know what is happening. I can see, because of course it's the new overlay.
Yeah, welcome.
I've got to get used to this. Look at this.
We've got a new fancy feature with the stacks. Oh, Irrelevant is just gonna
run away.
He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk away. He's gone to the wrong side of the map, but it feels like he's gonna be quite difficult to deal with.
But speaking of fancy features, yeah, we've got, if you can see, for all of you at home on the center portrait on the right, in the top right corner, you can see her stacks on 79 right now, which is 80, which is pretty good for 18
Yeah,
minutes
it is.
in. Targamas has been stacking up. I wonder what he'll build. I've been looking at Targamas in solo queue. His most played is Senna by miles. 31 games played, 65% win rate. Blade of the Ruined King, first item to melt through the Scion and the Maokai. Most of the time here I'm seeing a lot of Eclipse and then Rapid Fire, but he must feel like he needs to burn through these tanks. So that Senna will actually do quite a handful of damage.
Yeah, I mean, again, as one of the only ranged threats here alongside the Victor, you can understand maybe wanting to have a little bit more threat on the front line and finding a way to deal with that to make Patrick's life a little easier alongside Odoamne. Lichbane second now for VTO as well. Looking to try and pop someone who walks a long way. Bit of a split push threat as well.
I'm sorry, Initialize.
What have you come?
You've come to LEC first time in the Winter Split. It's one of the slowest games we've got.
I know, I was expecting this game to be significantly more exciting,
Yeah.
and it is in terms of like the stakes, but the actual, like, it's a slow cook of the stake. It's not like a rapid sear.
It is. They don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to burn the dish. They want to make sure it's nice and ready. But XL are just trying to get to those 2 or 3 items. Wait up for the next dragon and then take a fight. Xerxes will be their main engage. We'll see how Patrick follows up and how Odoamne follows up. He shouldn't have too much of an issue on the Renekton with the E and with the Prowler's Claw. He should be able to get on the back line. And then how much can SK do in the front to back? We've set the stage, and now it's just a case of waiting for SK and XL to perform the dance. 45 seconds on the spawn, and Vision contest coming in.
And this particular number's called the Dragon Dance. It's not quite Swan Lake, but we'll see whether it's as beautiful as that particular ballet at another time. As Certus might find himself in a 1v1 with Odoamne. Teleport now coming through, and SK maybe want to go on to this Crocodile, but they'll decide against it for now. Irrelevant down that summon.
Not bad. Irrelevant's gonna have to sprint towards the bot side now, though. Him and Certus teaming up, need to get this dragon. Odo, no ultimate, though. So it's a TP trade for an ultimate trade. SK will be late, but XL will be down on ultimate. We'll see if they can find an engage here, SK.
Charging comes the Scion, looking to chop down a few members of XL. The ultimate comes through from Markoon, but it's blocked by a well-timed wind wall. Stun onto the Scion, but he's a damn tanky member into the last breath. Chunked out pretty low, but the turnaround begins to come through as Xerxes. The next target is Sejuani, another tank. In there goes, they knock him up! Certus is deleted. VTO claims that kill. The mid laner falls for SK and XL, 2 kills on the board. And they're going to head over towards this dragon and stop the stacking.
So it's SK who look for the initial engage, but Irrelevant goes too deep, has to flash away. Certus thinks he can clean the fight by going in, but Patrick pops the exhaust, has the shield bow. I think he also knocked up Certus in his E or ult animation. We'll have to see that again. But regardless, XL stopped the dragon stacking, and they have themselves a sizable gold lead. VTO 1-0-0 on this Victor is really, really strong. So let's see this again. It's this Scion ult from Irrelevant that comes in from the top side. Nice sidesteps here from XL to dodge away from it. Patrick then blocks the Maokai ult, but we'll keep our eyes on Certus as to how he falls.
Does get this big chunk. You think at this point it's kind of the 2 tanks taking a lot of damage, then Patrick just goes absolutely in, and then here goes Certus. He's
exhausted. Is it the knock-up? I think it is.
Surely it is.
It's the actual Q from Sejuani. I saw him become airborne as he was trying to get the damage onto Patrick, so nice stop there by Xerxes. I feel like he's trying to Q away, and that's one of those things where Certus just happens to go in at the same time because Xerxes was getting chunked out so much. But regardless, they win the fight. Massive damage from VTO.
Welcome to the Bounty Castle.
Yeah, unbelievable. The knockups when the Yasuo has his Q3 and there's a Sejuani Q. It's quite hard for the Akali to look for fights. Now looking for Certus again here. Xerxes is alone. Patrick's really far. No follow-up from that one.
Great play there. And now you're looking at this Victor, who's got a 10-stack Rod of Age. He's got the Lichbane, needlessly large Rod as well. He's becoming increasingly scary. He already did 3,500 damage in that team fight. Chaos Storm definitely doing work, and that's only going to get worse as this game goes on.
It is. We'll see what he builds towards. Looks like a Shadow Flame Warrior. Rabbitox. Here comes the engagement.
On to the Maokai. They've not needed the Scion to chop that tree down, but he'll escape for now. Odoamne being turned onto his crocodile hunting season. Dos gets the kill. The cat scratches that post down. And Xerxes trying to ward off Exakick, who won't go any further, but quick pick onto the top laner of XL.
Yeah, VTO's not there. He's their main source of damage. He's now collapsing through the top side, getting XL a little bit of push. SK looking around a Baron, but I don't think it's something they want to start up. Level 15 on the Victor right now. He is the main carry, and as much as it's quite difficult for SK to maneuver around these skirmishes like the Renekton, the Sejuani, the Yasuo, getting to the Victor is a whole nother story. And we'll take a look at this one again, because Certus and VTO are on towards the bot side. Xerxes is the one who initiates this engage. Patrick has a knock-up. Lands on a X-Kick, but decides to ult onto Markoon. So a little bit of miscommunication there. Odoamne is going onto X-Kick, you know. If Patrick follows up that ult, then Odoamne can help him, and maybe they can just get the Zeri down as quick as possible. But he goes to Markoon, Odoamne goes to X-Kick. Miscommunication. They mis-execute the 4v4. Certus TP's in, VTO saves his. So that's the only saving grace for XL. But that's a kill over to the Yubi. We'll see how she scales up when she gets the Putefire and such, but now VTO might be in trouble, has the flash.
Certus looking to rights and wrongs in the last Dragon fight. In he goes, doing so much damage with the Chaos Storm, and that Gravity Field prevent the easy Ingress to get any more. VTO out, and Certus will be denied a kill there.
Flash saved. SK gonna get mid-wave in. Oamne's pushing top, has the TP up soon. Dragon in 2 minutes. So, no one's really getting caught just yet. We saw Oamne fall earlier on, but it didn't translate into anything.
Yeah.
You need a sizable advantage on the pick to merit that you can start a Baron and look for a turn.
Has been, as we said, a little bit of a slower game. Both teams decided to go for that slow cooking approach, and while XL definitely in the lead as it comes to gold and stuff right now, you know, they've still got this area. You've hit two items now on Certus. You can have this massive front line. We know exactly how they can be a really deadly force and have been pretty damn great across this split so far against the predictions of a fair number of people, frankly.
Definitely have. Going towards that third item, need that Infinity Edge, and then the Zeri will be locked and loaded.
Oh, yeah.
But VTO is also getting pretty strong. Getting close to that Rabadon's death cap, level 16. It's going to be a bit of a pain for SK to deal with, so it's kind of the VTO versus Exakick show in the backline, and then the rest of them are just balling on top of each other. These three melee champions versus the three melee champions of XL with Redix and Sejuani Yasuo. So we'll see who comes out of that ball alive, while Exakick and VTO are the damage dealers, the DPS, if you will, 1 minute on that Dragon.
Yeah, and VTO is a player who has kind of been a bit absent this split, from being someone who was this clutch superstar comeback carry on Misfits of old to kind of being a non-factor in so many games. Had a good Jace game yesterday, got Ruby a couple times under mid lane with some good ganks from Xerxes on the Elise, but couldn't convert it after the bot lane capitulation.
Yep.
This game, though, he is doing pretty damn well, looking at those numbers.
He is, and if you watch the behind-the-scenes video, VTO just looks destroyed every time they lose these games. He's lost confidence in himself. He's doing speeches to try and big him and his team up. And now he's the driving force behind them in these last two games. The Jace game wasn't a win. It didn't translate into a success, but this one might. Level 16 now. Trying to build towards that Rabadon's. We'll probably push out this next bot wave base and have it.
He's got TP, you do it.
Yeah, look to TP in to help the rest of his team. Just a case of who wants to pull the trigger first. SK can engage with Sion and Maokai. That engage is a lot easier to dodge, though. You can see it coming from a mile away, whereas Xerxes can just, at the snap of a finger, go onto Certus, so that tenacity will help him out. And likewise for Marcoon. The question is, if XL go to this Dragon, do SK start up the Baron? VTO's coming out of base. We'll see how they dissect the play, but looking at SK's positioning, they don't really want to fight this Dragon.
No, not right now. Xerxes jumps at Exakick, but he's got a wall ride, and he's right on out now. Dashes away, Spark Surge. And now it's just this kind of waiting game. XL now going to clear out the vision, and the saplings that are really hitting hard now that the Demonic Embrace comes through, and Xerxes, despite being a tank, did not enjoy that at all.
Yeah, XL are really scared of SK taking this Baron. They do have a lot of damage with the Zeri. The Akali doesn't contribute that much, but they want to be very careful. They don't want to let it slip away. So mid-wave contest keeps on coming in. Odoamne then goes top to push that out. And now all of a sudden SK have been granted permission into this bot side because XL had to clear out the top side. So they're just going from side to side, river to river, trade off. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Does XL want to go towards the Baron now? The cards are in their hands, so they want to start this up as SK will go towards the Dragon. Neither of these teams want to take the bluff.
VTO managed to get back and got that death cap. He did not teleport back, so he's still got that ability to return to base, use teleport to end up somewhere else on the map, and that is a very, very big victor.
Need to make a decision soon because Certus is pushing bot. They have to start up the Baron and get the Akali TP, then look to disengage or go for a full turn. It's going to be hard onto the Sion though. Maybe they're going to look for a Yasuo knock-up turn. No vision in the pit yet. Are they just going to flip it? It looks like a 50-50.
Here we go. What was in the kitchen was a burger all along. Massive knock-up. Baron down to 2,500. Irrelevant. In the pit. In goes Marcoon. Looking to get the Baron down. He's stolen it. SK steal the Baron. And the hearts of XL fans break as Certus begins to clean up a number of the members alongside Exakick. Targamas flashes, but I don't know how far you can run. The door's been knocked down, and 4 members have fallen alongside the Baron.
Their lives came down to a 50-50 and they've lost it. SK steal the Baron right in front of them. XL went for such a risky call, and why? They were in control. They could have just secured a Dragon. They could have just put vision around this Nash. But they went for the risky play, and it's backfired. And SK are taking so many objectives here. They're taking mid tier 2, bot tier 2 is almost down. They have Nash buff, they're getting Dragon. All of this advantage that XL have accrued is just fallen apart.
It looked so good. And in the blink of an eye, it's a 5.7k Baron power play.
Why are they doing this? It doesn't make any sense. They're just all standing in the pit next to a Sion. Where's the turn? Look where Targamas is. He's not even in the pit. He can't hit anyone. Patrick's just trying to get through this Sion. VTO tries his best to zone Markoon away, but now they're just staring at each other, both the junglers. The Maokai Q can do a lot of damage in finishing it off, and then Exakic's just free reign in this fight. Odoamne is miles away, uses the E to try to get on top of him. The Prowler score comes in, the cleanse gets him out of it, so XL are scattered. They have to run for the hills. And the only word I have to describe this is why for XL, and now VTO might be caught. He has flash, but his team's nearby. Maybe they can turn this onto Certus.
Certus has been denied enough number of times. Throws down that Shuriken flip, flashes away, still hit by that Glacial Prison, but the teleport has been channeled. Markoon into the backside alongside the Yuumi, trying to rebuild up. Certus does fall. One Baron down, irrelevant. Beginning to trade onto Odoamne alongside the Zeri. Markoon is there with Dost. They do kill Odo. It's a 1-for-1 right now.
Going in.
Exakick throws down that Spark Surge, begins to throw out some more of the Qs, but I think that's it for now. XL will take the 1-for-1, but they do not get any more.
Gonna lose this bot tier too. They lack a little bit of wave clear because VTO is really low. He's their reliable way of clearing out these creeps, but he has to run all the way to base, so that means SK can start pushing in. Patrick can't really walk up. Cirque is trying his best, but with Sion in front of the Zeri, the front to back is just so simple and standard. They might just burn through an inhib here. Needs to be careful though, because Odo's up in 20. Certus doesn't have TP. Do they want to opt into this 4v4?
Knock up onto Irrelevant, but he is so tanky at this point. 2 items complete, a Radiant Virtue that will be active with the ultimate that comes online now. VTO, 3 items, looking to find a way to carry this game, to do what he did so many times before in seasons past, and find a way for XL to remain in with a hope of finding playoffs, but they've got to turn around that monstrous Baron power play.
And then I also have to bring up the draft a little bit. This Zeri is 5,000 gold ahead of Yasuo. Individually, Exkick is 5k gold ahead of Patrick's Yasuo. And where's the value of it? There's one knock-up to play around, and it's the Sejuani. They can't find any form of turn. There's no Gragas or anything of likes to help Patrick out. He's just kind of farming waves, and where's the scaling aspect? Well, look at this play again. Certus looks for VTO. He calls his team to help him out, has a lot of mobility, so he can afford to go for these solo plays. And nice predict by Cirque that Certus will flash this, throws the ult preemptively in the right direction. But then Exakick arrives, and as much as Odoamne tries his best to get Certus down, and he does, once the Zeri's here and you use your spells, you're just dead. And then once Odo falls, Exakick just jumps straight across the wall, and XL can't really match it.
The first thing you did when you saw that bot lane, you said, look, this feels like a free lane for Zeri, and you've called it out. It is that 4.8k gold lead, 303, 3.5 items plus a QSS. Exakick is capable of 1v9ing this game at this point.
Alongside Markoon, right? This was a player who was on XL last year, almost went to Worlds with them. Got to playoffs with them multiple times as well, and now he's on the brink of knocking them out of contention for a top 8 finish. Exakick is the driving force, but Markoon is the support behind him. Yeah, that's just a Baron play, isn't it? All fell apart. Absolute landslide of a gold lead for XL. And now SK in full control. Their comp is just really powerful and really good at scaling and really good at team fights. So if you give them a lead, they can just hold on to it as long as they want. Cyril is picked up for Odoamne. We'll see if they can get Exakick down. He doesn't have flash for the next, I'd say, about 15 to 30 seconds.
That flash not there, as you said. And it feels like SK are the ones with everything to run with in this game now. XL's lead, it's Dust and a net deficit at this point. They've got 3 items on Victor. They've got 3 items on Yasuo. And yeah, there's that deficit, but that Yasuo will definitely hit like a truck if you can get to the Zeri, but that is easier said than done. There's a Yuumi, there's a Maokai, there's a Sion, and there's a QSS, but they'll try. In goes SK to turn this one around. The Wimble is not bad. It's not a bad Glacial Prison either, but already the turret goes down. Certus to the backside, trying to turn it around. They do get a kill back to 1 for none right now. VTO flashing away from that massive smash, but Exakick is untouched. The lightning surges, and he's looking more like T1's top laner because Zeus is throwing out the Thunderbolts.
XL are limping. They need to get back to base. VTO really low alongside Cirque. Their tower has fallen. 1 Nexus tower down. SK setting their sights mid now. Do they have a wave? They do, so they're going to step up. Exakick double buff. Summoners up as well. Patrick down for Certus, but as long as Irrelevant and Markoon protect the Zeri.
Odo goes in, but it's a last gasp, and that Crocodile is boots once more. 3v4 here in the mid lane. We've got an inhibitor down already. Markoon flashes forward to get onto VTO. He's desperately trying to survive, but Victor, his glorious evolution ends here, ends now. XL are holding on by their fingernails in this game.
VTO got out, they have to base. If he recalls there, I think VTO can push SK back. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. That's soul for SK. What's the play for XL? Do they try to sprint down there and contest it? I don't think they can. They have no vision, no waves to play on. And this came from a forced dive from SK. They just dived them straight under a tier 2. Good block by Xerxes to stop the Silent landing on the carries. But even under a dive, it's a 1-for-1, and that's with a lot of skill shots landing onto Certus. Look at this knock by Patrick. Managed to get it on the R2, and then gets the ult, so he manages to live. But Exakic's just untouched. They have no way to deal with this Zeri.
And we've seen this before. Patrick had 2 of those knockups alongside Xerxes to interrupt Certus, but this Zeri is now at 4 items with a QSS. It gets worse. Dragon's dead. Soul's in.
And they're going to go straight to Baron. They've got double pink on the top side jungle of XL. They can see absolutely everything when they try to walk through. So they can play around that vision and decide whether they want to look for turns or not. VTO's just picked up the Void Staff. XL trying to get some vision through mid. They know if they lose this Baron, the game is as good as over. They're grasping at straws here. Blue Orb in, 13k on the Baron HP. But Akali's lying in wait, waiting for them to walk up. VTO has no flash. 8k, 7k.
Xerxes spotted by the sapling. Certus on the flank. The teleport comes through, but it might just be too little. It sure feels like it's too late. XL are desperately trying to find their way to the pit, but it is, as you say, gone. Pactus throws down a last breath, and that is such an for an ultimate. Exakick is murdering them all. A double for him already. Certus cleans up a 3rd. Exakick would love to claim the Sejuani to boot. But that's it. You've got VTO and a Sejuani, and the teleports come through. XL, your winter split ends here.
SK have got all they need to put the nail in their coffin. 30-second respawn timers. They're grouped as 5. They're going straight for the Nexus. And off the back of a stellar performance from Exakick and the support of Markoon by his side on SK, they will push XL out. And they might play tomorrow, yes, but we won't see them until spring.
It's a swan song tomorrow. The dream, the miracle run. It was not to be, an SK stamp their authority with a monster Baron play.
Nothing short of a failure. That XL lineup really, isn't it? Coming in, everyone thought this was going to be a top 4, but not even a top 8. And they can play their hearts out tomorrow, but that's it. Statistically, they are out of the top 8. SK will be happy, putting themselves at 5 wins now. Next to teams like Vitality and G2, trying to contest that top 4 themselves.
It is, as you say, a disappointment. They've got time now to go into this break, and yes, it will be disappointing. Yes, it will hurt. But there is time to do what the first 3 weeks that are so brutal on teams that haven't quite clicked. They've got that time to maybe fix some of these issues, come back into spring, and swing for the top of their standings the way that people were hoping coming into this split.
Yeah, they need a massive turnaround. Wouldn't be surprised if the team implodes, something changes. They need to fix those issues because there's a lot of them. It's heartbreak for XL, the whole organization and the team. But it's elation for SK. And as much as they haven't achieved anything in the sense that they've locked something or, you know, accomplished or locked the top 4, they've got 5 wins. They're sitting tied with G2 right now.
This is the brightest and most excited I think most people have been about SK in many years, and I think you should be excited going to see them in these best of 3s. I think there is a lot of hope, a lot of talent, a lot of promise in this roster. And I think I'm among many in saying I'm pretty excited to see where they go from here.
There's a smiles on Markoon's face. Of course, was on XL last year. Gets the pleasure of knocking them out as well, so that must feel quite sweet for him. Didn't have to do too much in terms of carrying the entire team. Just had to allow an X-Kick, but you can vote for your player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Irrelevant, Markoon and X-Kick below. I think X-Kick just ran away with it. Free scaling lane. Bit of a confusing strategy from XL to just allow him to scale up for free like that. And then he just took over the game. I mean, the Zeri at 3 or 4 items is just absurd.
You mentioned it. Pretty much the moment we hit the rift, you said, look, Zeri's going to get a free lane, and that they did. And then every team fight post about 20 minutes turned into the Zeri show. And it was pretty spectacular from him. Of course, Irrelevant survived the top lane. Yeah, there's a lot of other people you can vote for, but we kind of know where the damage was coming in.
I think we're setting up with an interview with Odo Amne, so we'll get a little bit of insight as to what happened with XL. Yeah. Of course, we'll see them tomorrow in their final game of Winter Split, but maybe a little bit of backstory as to what happened, and then final comments from Odo Amne, so we'll have to see what he's got to say. But tough loss. Yeah. It was really in their hands until that Baron, and they just threw it all away. And
it did feel like the best early game we've seen from XL. Possibly the whole split. It was looking like they could do it, and that one Baron flip made it all fall apart. But I think now we are about ready to go towards that interview, so I'll throw it over for that now.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much, Otto, for joining me. Obviously, not under the best circumstances ever, and I'm not going to ask any hows and whys. I'm just going to ask you to reflect on last year, this year.
Yeah, I mean, my first thoughts are like, yeah, I kind of just speedrun any percentage win LEC to kind of almost 10th place, depending on what happens tomorrow, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, tough pill to swallow. This split was like not what I expected at all. In a way, I'm kind of happy it happened in the sense because at least, you know, I feel like when you win LEC, anything after that, it's good for someone to knock you and give you like a reality check as soon as possible, you know, because at some point the winning streak will end, you know, and for us it ended a bit. Or at least for me, it ended a bit early than I would have wanted it to. So yeah, I don't know, a lot of things to take, a lot of room to grow. I don't know, it was hard, you know, also to perform individually and also as a team because of like so many things that are like happening, you know. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make excuses, you know. The split looks like we suck and I suck, so. Yeah, on to tomorrow and on to the next, because I mean I've been here before, maybe not this low, but yeah, I always made it back, and yeah, it sucks, but that's it.
Although we've seen you being beaten down and we saw you come back up and you won the LEC, so we all know this is just a little bump in everyone's career. And talking about career and talking about you, you're of course a veteran here in the LEC. And this is so important to talk about the struggles, to talk about getting back up for all the rookies, for all the new players that are coming on the stage as well. Maybe failing, maybe not doing well on the first, second, third split. Do you have any words of aspiration to give to them as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter where they go or anywhere they are, it's like, you know, every org, every team has its own flaws. Just from like outside perspective, you know, the grass is always greener on the other side, but it's not really, you know. At least I think for everyone, times like these will come where they will like struggle, you know, and maybe it sucks for some of the rookies that their first year was like this one, that it is for me or for us right now. And they never get to come back, you know. But I mean, that's the game in a way, you know. It's like someone has to lose, and it's a tough environment, you know. And with a lot of pressure, a lot of them crack, you know. But I'm glad that there's always, you know, every year there's new rookies coming in, so they have great support staff, and I think most of the rookies that are coming in are fitting into very great teams with a lot of staff that can make them, like, you know, fit in and provide everything they need to accommodate. Because transitioning from, you know, even ERLs to LECs is not very easy.
Well, thank you very much, Odo, for having this interview with me. Really appreciate it, and letting everyone know about the struggles in any sort of way in life anyway. Thank you so much for opening up. Thank you for joining me. We're going to go into a very quick break and be right back for game number 2.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of BDS versus Vitality. And before going on with what I was supposed to say, I really want to check on what BDS cooked for us today for the intro. Okay, outside the studio. Okay, they're facing off against Vitality, so I'm thinking oh, okay, that's it. Well,
I wish I could hear what he said.
Yeah,
I have no idea what the joke was.
I'll catch up with this on socials, but as I was saying, the next game features two teams that have already locked their spot in the group stage, but are fighting for seeding. Let's take a look at the standings here to see where we are so far. Excel is out, of course, we talked about this with the Auto Amne interview. But yeah, BDS and Vitality in a really good position so far, locked yesterday. Let's talk about this game, because I didn't think I would say this coming into this season, but I'm really, really hyped about this matchup, GB.
Yeah, exactly, because Team Vitality right now, one victory over BDS. You get the victory today, at least you secure a tie in the standings there, and then it's the last day that can decide everything. So I really feel like for BDS, lots of stakes here. And of course, for Vitality, you want to continue with the rest of them moving up towards that first place. And as Kate will say, they can lock first until yesterday or tomorrow.
First or second place, that allows you to choose your first round opponent in the bracket stage. So you love to see that position right now, looking really good for G2 Madden Vitality.
Very, very important indeed. But let's still keep on praising the BDS bot lane. GB, this is something we talked about on the desk yesterday. One of the best in the LEC maybe we have right now, but what made them so good?
I said that going into the bot lane matchup against Mickey and Hans, because I feel like Mickey and Hans would have the edge. But then we got into the game itself, and it was not really them who actually had the edge. It was on Laprof and Crowny. And I think Laprof and Crowny, just in terms of how they've been playing the first 3 waves in general and their theory behind what they want to do, has been absolutely incredible. I also think that mechanics is absolutely supreme from Crowny, and he's displayed it multiple times.
So good. I mean, the juke back into the brush. Labrov also holding on to his heal until after the ignite had ticked away, so we got full value out of the healing, knowing they could find this re-engage too, because up until that sort of juke, it looked like Hansama and Mickey were playing it almost flawlessly, but then after they got those opening 2 kills, they just continued to try and steamroll bot lane. It was just unfortunate. The top side of the map couldn't keep up with how good Crowny and Labrov looked against G2.
It felt like they also rode that momentum off their bot lane a little too hard. They started taking fights in the jungle. All of a sudden, they got overeager. They pushed themselves too hard, and that got capitalized on by G2. But that doesn't take away from the fact that this is one scary bot lane to face when you're playing laning phase.
Yeah, leading up until that match, for the first 3 weeks, Hans and Mickey are the #1 bot lane duo. So the fact that these guys came in, full redemption for them to be able to find that 2v2 kill and look fantastic even in the loss.
And I'm so excited for this matchup today. And I'm so excited that we actually see that right now, BDS is on the blue side, we have Vitality on the red. I think that opens up a lot of options for BDS specifically going into the Vitality matchup. Kaiser and Neon, they've been really good lately as well, but they've, compared to Crowny and Laprov, they've actually looked a little bit under them. And I actually think coming into the bot lane bans, the bans you have to take away from them, Ashe, Heimer, Caitlyn, Maokai will be open and available as well. It just feels like on blue side, whatever it is that you just decide to take away, the bot lane will actually shine on BDS. Adam might get caught off a little bit by this since you don't have the red side counterpick for this one, but I actually think this is really good for BDS, just if they want to put their bot lane in a good position.
And we know what kind of aggressive bot lane BDS can be. What are we thinking of on the side of Vitality maybe here?
I mean, it's hard to say because so much of it comes down to like what the bans end up being towards the start. Whether or not you want to like take like range versus range, if you can get your hands on something like the Heim, very likely banned, but like the Ashe is like that sort of secondary pool. But also I think like even though we saw the BDS bot lane outplay something like the Nautilus, the hard engage in the bot lane, that's still an option because I think ultimately when I look at BDS games, they could either be like very bot side or top side focused with Adam coming into play. But I think that if you are able to sort of create a really volatile bot lane with the supports down there, you can drag jungle attention from the top side of the map and allow Adam to have the 1v1. And when he has the aggressive like counter picks, the 1v1 champions, if you can get the enemy jungler away from there, that is perfect for BDS.
I think the disruptor as well from Vitality, the ace card they have is the fact that they have Bo. And I think what you really want Bo to be is not on Sejuani. You don't want him to be on any of this facilitating junglers. You want to facilitate him. But this is also where there's a lot of leeway from the likes of BDS right now. I think they'll just straight up say, all right, we'll ban away the Graves. You can't get that. We'll probably take away the Yumi since they don't like playing that themselves. And then outside of that, they can just leave the last one as a flex. While I feel like the pressure is on Vitality to contain the BDS bot lane, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure down here.
And taking a step back and focusing a bit more on the story around this game, let's remind you guys at home that Crowny and Lebrov used to play together in the LEC for Vitality in 2022. That was a huge mess. Grudge match. I think there's
Grudge match.
I think there's something in the air. But yeah, they have some things to prove, definitely.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially with Crowny coming back after not being able to find a team. Like, what is this guy showing up in a way where he's just absolutely smashing the best, what we thought was the best 2v2 in the league. Very close battle for him. And I think his consistently high performances throughout the split so far have put him at that top tier of AD carries in Europe.
And the redemption story he was looking for.
Completely. And I also think from the side of Vitality, they want to show they got a better roster now as well. They want to secure that first place for themselves. So there's really high stakes for both the teams going into this one.
Very excited.
Grudge match!
Super excited about this game, of course. And the players are ready on stage. So let's send it over to Kajol and initialize for picks and bans.
I feel like I need to say let's get ready to rumble after the sort of grudge match WWE
Ender does it so good. It's the voice. I don't know how he can just like strain his voice so much to get the grudge match. Grudge match! Yeah, he's good at it.
Exactly. He's very good.
He's a wonderful man, Ender. Handsome, talented. I love his fashion, his dress sense.
It's very irritating. You come in and go like, yeah, I've got this new like incredible outfit that I just found today. It's like, why did you do this?
Here's my suit from last year.
I know, right? Exactly. This is the thing I bought from like the department store down the road.
I do like Vitality's outfit though. I like the little V on the back. It's quite nice. SK's one was nice. I like the colors because I feel like in esports, when you make a team, I feel like black, gold, and red are just the default colors for every jersey.
And actually, SK, especially this year when there's a lot of black jerseys as well, SK's is a bit different. I quite like it.
Colourful.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Bold choice.
But we've got BDS versus Vitality on our hands. Important game for both these teams in terms of seeding. The desk just highlighted that Crowny and Lebrov used to play for these rosters. I remember that Vitality roster actually. It had Shigenda SLT, I believe. It also had Comp playing AD carry initially. And Crowny was the one who came into Vitality to try to fix all their problems. And he fixed a little bit of them. He was more of a voice for Vitality. But it didn't end up working out in the end. It was a hot mess. And now it's him and Lebrov again on BDS, and they've looked like one of the best bot lanes in the league.
They've just removed Mess from that. They're just looking hot now, apparently. They're doing very, very well. And of course, did drop the game yesterday where it feels like Perks is still on ice from the number of arrows that hit him yesterday. Trimby was on an absolute
I'm surprised he's
show.
hit today and he's not stunned still, the amount of arrows that hit Perks.
Morgana Q suddenly got a contender.
Yeah, managed to get through the night without, waking up in night terrors of just an arrow flying towards him or something, but we'll see how Vitality can perform on the red side, but like we highlighted, I feel like BDS's side lanes especially have been standout. Their bot lane has been playing amazing, maybe top 3 bot lanes in the league right now in terms of just raw performance over the last few weeks. Adam's been a stellar player as well. So Vitality needs to be careful. I know Photon and Bo have been having a little bit of banter with Adam in Champions Queue, trying to gank him on purpose because he's playing things like Garen and Jax and Darius and all these wacky picks. So we'll see how Photon deals with him. We even saw Broken Blade yesterday get solo killed by Adam, right? So I feel like Adam is solo killing a lot of these top laners, catching them off guard. And that wasn't even with an off meta pick, that was with a Jax. So showing his dominance, really good suit of meta playstyle for Adam on this patch.
Yeah, and in fairness, it does feel like we were having a discussion in the green room, like who is the best performing top laner right now after the first 3 weeks, and like Adam and Photon are 2 of the names that are putting their names in the hat to say we are the best in the role right now, and could be a pretty exciting matchup to watch. Adam first picking Darius, you do wonder? Come on, man.
Not at all. I feel like Ashe is probably something that they'll look into. Caitlyn is up, Varus is up. I think Ashe, Caitlyn, Varus. He's just taunting Photon and Bo from their Champions Queue banter that he can play things like Garen. I think they're laughing at each other. Photon just looked across, Bo is looking across at Adam, and they're having a couple giggles. So it's nice to see the relationships are building through Champions Queue, which...
Bit of rivalry here and there.
Bit of rivalry. Also, they're going to go for the Lucian instead. Going to go for the Lucian Nami, so all up in the air for Vitality. They can play some kind of Ashe Varus lane and just push them in if they want. They could try to take away the Nami and play with a Draven, or we've seen Ezreals with Namis, but I haven't liked that too much. It's very common in the eastern regions to pick Nami first, because then if they take away Lucian, you can play Draven Nami. Whereas if you pick away Lucian, they can be the ones to opt into that. But I think Varus and something like the Ashe would pair really well with it to just get the push.
This would be a fun blind pick, though again, it does feel perhaps a little bit risky, though of course we have seen Fiora blind picked a little bit over in the LPL and the like, especially for those players who feel confident enough to do it. But you called out the Varus, it is locked in. That's not really a surprise with how bot lanes have gone right now. I will say I'm a little surprised that the Ashe hasn't been picked up. That does feel like a real priority early rounds.
I think what they've done here is they're saying, well, Maokai, Sejuani, and Elise are banned, and we need a jungler that can get onto your mobile AD carry of Lucian. We're going to take away Vi, and then likely pick support on 3. I think they have options too. You know, they can play Varus Karma. They can even play a melee support with the Varus, like a Nautilus. But we'll have to see what they opt into. But very standard picks here from BDS. Match the Vi with Wukong. Lucian Nami is no surprise to anyone. I think they're just giving themselves more time here to think. They're not locking it instantly. You know, they've given themselves 10 seconds to talk about bans on the next phase, where they want to target, what the blind picks will be. So
max efficiency.
Maximum efficiency, yeah. Use the time you're given. So we'll see what Vitality opt into here. Yeah, looks like it'll be the Ashe. I mean, Ryze is up as well if they want to go for something along those lines. Renekton could be good, and then ban away 2 of Adam's top laners. But I think you're crazy if you don't go for one of the supports that help you get the push into the Lucian Nami.
And if it is the Ashe here, I suppose we'll have this conversation perhaps a bit more in-game. Of course, a couple different ways you build that, either the Imperial Mandate or the Durkin to Umbral Glaive first. So a little bit of flexibility in terms of how you want to play the game out. But bot lane's locked in, jungler's locked in. It is the solo laners that are now up for grabs. And surprise, surprise, Vitality are banning away a few of the Adam specials.
Yeah, I can see Adam smiling again. His smile is just lighting up the studio right now. He can't stop laughing.
Yeah, wouldn't be to smile about.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a Darius ban here or something along those lines. Maybe
that would be my ban.
Yeah, maybe a Garen ban. We'll see what they decide to target, but I feel like every team has been leaning into 4-5 is reserved for Mr. Adam. Take away his champions, make sure his blind picks are a little bit harder. We'll see what they go for here, because I feel like Vitality could go for Azir on 4, perhaps, and then allow counter pick for Photon. But how much depth of champion pool has Photon got to merit that counter pick if he does blind pick something like Garen? You know, what can he counter it with? Renekton Gnar would be the easy blinds. Cassante here would be the safe option. The only worry I have for an Azir blind pick here is Akali's up, right?
Yes.
I think if Nuke goes to Akali and they play some kind of diving top laner as well, like Garen, then I feel like your backline is just so exposed.
Turns out you were right at reading draft, because there's that Akali lock-in. We'll see whether that diving top laner does come on through. Adam with that last pick as ever. Of course, Vitality have looked to save a counter pick, and it's not an Adam special. It's Cassante, the flavor of the month.
Yep.
Though it does feel like only a couple players in EU have really shown off on that champion. One of them being Evie, of course, but see whether Adam can do it as well.
A lot of games under his belt. So how do Vitality want to round this out? Gwen was hovered a little bit earlier on. I think that works pretty well with their draft. Looks like he's going back around to it here, Photon, and we'll lock it in. I think the Ornn doesn't really make sense. You're just sacking top on a counter pick on red side for no reason, and it's not like the Ornn can stop the Akali. I think Gwen is just something... You can fight fire with fire in League of Legends, right? If they have a threat, you fight them with a threat. So the Lucian can't step up as much. So the Gwen and the Vi will be the divers.
Quick note, the production just gave me some stats for Sheo. 100% win rate career long on the Wukong. 9-0 right now.
Reminds me of Armut. I feel like Armut had a top lane Wukong domestically that was like it was like 13, 14-0. I remember hearing that stat. Something about this champion that just makes it so who the top team fights are great, and then maybe that allows you to have a good win rate on it. We'll see. We'll see if he can keep that win rate. See if he can get the double digits, get to the 10-0, and join the likes of Armuts with those undefeated streaks. But a lot of divers, you know. Wukong, Akali, Cassante want to get onto the Varus and the Ashe. The Vi wants to negate the Lucian pressure and make sure Gwen's in range to follow up. Very similar drafts. We saw Fnatic run the Vi and the Gwen into a Zeri. A little bit more mobile, but struggled to get onto that backline. It was against Heretics, I believe. Jack Spectre had a nice moment where he dodged around from the Vi and the Gwen. So we'll see if they can lock down this Lucian, lock down Crownie. We saw Lucian Army being successful in Europe. We saw, I think it was Exekick and DOS having an amazing game on that as well. And BDS even getting the 2v2 kill against G2's bot lane yesterday.
Superb 2v2 as well. They got very, very close. Very exciting stuff to witness as the crowd comes on out there throwing out the shirts as well, looking very pleased. You're looking beautiful, Berlin. Good to see you all. And big, big game. Both of these teams looking to fight for the top of the table. But enough from us. Let's hit the light show and head on to the Rift.
Double Hail of Blades bot. Every bot laner's nightmare. They just walk up past the wave and just start destroying your health bar. Kaiser's gone for the carrier direction, I like to call it, because he's gone barrier on Ashe. So what I think he will do is walk up level 1, barrier early, and just start hard trading with auto attacks, because it's such a short cooldown.
I will crash this wave, I will get level 2, I will have bow on Vi come and dive you.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how the pathing goes, but it's normally all about bot lane. So expecting both the junglers to path down there. I feel like on blue side, I feel like the pathing is slightly easier because you can solo Raptors red Krugs and run into their bot side quite quickly. Whereas on red side, you can't really do that with blue buff. you need red, so you have to go for some kind of like red, blue Gromp, or red Raptors Gromp, and the pathing just gets a little bit annoying.
And that was the old 3 camp, right? It was red, blue Gromp was that old strat?
And that's the fast way of getting into their jungle. The easy way and the nicest way is just full clearing down. You know, Wolves, blue, Gromp, down to bot side, red,
so much
no
farm.
action. This is
such
great.
Such a clean clear. I can go back to my camps in a couple minutes. Great.
Yeah, so we'll see them step up here. Kaiser might use the barrier early here just to trade. Exactly, look at that. Double hail of blades. He
does not enjoy that at all.
They have to use cleanse and heal already. It's a nightmare for this BDS bot lane. This is the power of Ashe Varus with double hail of blades. This is the power of pushing bot. And now Vitality are screaming to Bo, hey, they have no combat summoners. They only have flashes. We're going to stack this wave and you're going to come and dive them.
At least with the Nami, maybe there's a little bit of sustain, but you don't want to take another trade like that, especially considering Bo has started that top side, as we mentioned. Eyes on the bot lane, Crowny and Labrov, so good yesterday. Found those early fights that got them an advantage against G2. Didn't win them the game, of course, the turnaround was pretty extraordinary from the likes of Mickey and Caps, but Neon and Kaiser decided to throw down the gauntlet straight at level 1. Didn't even need to use the barrier you were calling out.
Eyes on Bo. How does he use this bot push? Does he play around it? Does he play away from it? Can also like look to invade top side. Doesn't really have that much information to work with right now. There's only a ward on Raptors that shows that they're up. So Bo can think to himself, maybe he's top side clearing down. Maybe he's gone to red Crux and maybe he's gone to top side. You know, there's a couple of options that could be going through his head. So he's going to take the safest one and just keep clearing his camps. Ward and Tribush should keep Vitality's bot lane safe, and the Ashe should have access to that Hawk shot soon.
Level 2 hit for Vitality's bot lane. Shayo is there, as you suggested. Just going to be around to potentially shadow any potential invaders. Bo's taking that slightly slower route, as you said, is the full clear, leaving potentially Gromp to look at a dive.
Yeah, no dives just yet. Didn't go for the early one. Was scared of Shio covering.
Oh.
We've got a pause.
I mentioned dive and the game pauses. I feel like that was my fault.
You did. And I feel like looking across the stage, I can see Photon is talking to his team. I think he's got an issue with something on his screen or something just happened in the game. We'll have to find out, but it's Vitality who have dropped the pause, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to be that way. When we know more, we'll give you a heads up. But that does give us a little bit of a moment to have a break. No Kit Kats here on the cast, though, sadly. But we can talk about the game as it is. And with things as it stands, that level 1 trade being pretty rough, who are you favoring as the game kind of goes on? I mean, we've only seen like 2 minutes or so, but what are you feeling so far?
I think Vitality's comp will have natural scaling. The only problem is it's conditional scaling, where they have dive of a Kali and a Wukong, right? If they can get on those range champions, it's going to suck. But fun fact of the day, the producers have just sent over, Vitality have picked 4 of the 5 champions that Koi beat them with yesterday. So they've said, we lost yesterday. Koi's draft was pretty good. We're just
can't beat him, join him.
We're just going to take their draft. Vi, Azir, Varus, Ashe, and they've slotted in Gwen instead of Gnar. That was on the last pick, and I believe Gnar was banned out on blue side, so they couldn't go for the Holy Exodia Trinity that Koi beat them with.
Is this where you start talking about the power of friendship and Yugi starts yelling at Kaiba? Is this how this goes?
Just top decks a Karibo or something?
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful.
Art, beautiful. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh series was great.
I really enjoyed that when I was a kid.
I like the GX series as well, to be honest.
That was fun, yeah. It's a throwback from many years. Maybe get back to the game.
Many years ago. Many years. But yeah, like you were talking about and alluding to about comps, yeah, Vitality need to just make sure their carries are safe, and we'll see how BDS can get on top of them. But looking at the game state now, it's just Vitality's bot lane smashing, Perkz has the mid push, and Photon has the top push. So Vitality in this early game have 3 pushing lanes, and Bo's getting a full clear off. So a 500 gold lead right now. They'll be happy with that. Just need to get this tech issue sorted, and they should be good to go.
I mean, Ender did warn this little, beginning of the day skit, talking, give a couple extra hours of pause, maybe. I'm hoping we don't actually have that, because, I can podcast, but 2 hours might be a bit much.
You can podcast?
I mean, I can.
We're going to have to just turn off brains into podcast mode. We'll have to bring on Euphoria. Do an episode here on the
What would the episode be on, though? What we actually do?
We could do it. Do you think you could talk about 2 hours of 3 minutes of gameplay?
We might have to. Let's find out whether we can.
Just replay every single second of the game.
Frame by frame, let's go.
It's like when teacher gives you like an essay to do on a random topic for like 2,000 words, and you're just like digging, you're like...
Well, what we can do is we can like take the minutiae of both clears, like did he have the right clicks? Like, was that a clean,
just analyze every single player's POV pro view and just make sure they're min-maxing to the absolute skies. Make sure that they're playing like AI. But yeah, laughs and smiles. I think Perkz, I'm not in the game right now, but I know for a fact Perkz is writing in all chat.
Got info from production that what they're investigating right now is a potential visual problem in the game, so League officials are investigating, and we'll get back into game as soon as they can resolve that and the investigation is over. So, one thing I will note is this is the mid-jungle duo from Vitality that Perkz and Bo put on an absolute masterclass on against, I believe it was Mad Lions, when Niski just found himself shuffled into ridiculous flash cues from Bo and stuff. It looked like it was like LeBron dunking on high schoolers in basketball. It was ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, it was, and I think he kind of misplayed a little bit. That was one of the games
sure,
from Niski where you have to like.
From Vitality.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was one point where Niski missed the flash laser, which was just the biggest heartbreak of that game. That just put him behind. But Niski's had a good split. I think that was one of the games where he struggled a little bit. A lot of surprises so far on the LEC. Like Mad Lions. Fun fact, I think Mad Lions are the team with the lowest deaths in the league.
What?
I saw that tweeted out somewhere. And they have Hillesang and Karzi on it. Like, how is that possible?
I mean, I also, because I cast Chasey most of last year when he joined X7 in NLC, so like he only joined in the summer split.
Yeah.
And he was notorious for like having those games where he would do that LCK challenger top thing of just running it down, trying to find the fights. Yeah, good deaths, exactly. A bit of a bounce experience. But you know, on like Renekton and Yone and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he's actually been like pretty damn clean. Like I am well surprised to see that death count being so low for a team with what I expect to be so much volatility.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's been a big surprise. I don't think anyone could really expected what we've been given here in the first 3 weeks of the LEC. I think the new formats brought a lot of hype. You know, not often in a week 3 do you have so much tension and a foldy sheet.
I know. I'm actually not folded the foldy sheet yet. I'm quite disappointed. I was hoping to do that. A little bit more of an update, actually, by the way, from League officials. Potential visual bug with Gwen E specifically. League officials are investigating and discussing with teams.
Yeah, so Photon's paused, and he's obviously the one playing Gwen, and he has some visual bug with Gwen E. So maybe he's got some kind of stutter as he E's, or something's going wrong on his cooldown or something. So we'll have to figure out what that is. But obviously something's not working there on his screen when he sees himself dash around.
Could be pretty problematic as well, considering how important the E is, how to Gwen play. The skip and slash. Glad I remember how that ability is called.
See, that's the life of a play-by-play.
It
you
is
just have to memorize all the names of this. Well, not all, you know, but the important ones.
The secret trick is to use Wikipedia. Not Wikipedia, but like the League Wiki. I'm actually pretty good anyway, but like there's one or two. It's like I've not seen a Yorick in forever. I probably have to look.
Do you play those games where like Loldal and stuff, where they show you the picture and they give you the name?
There's a few of my friends who are like play-by-plays and stuff. Who's like, yeah, we'll like challenge each other at Loldal.
Yeah, and you like
says a lot about my hobbies.
So you quiz yourself as well.
Yeah, genuinely. Like there's like it's like a leaderboard.
You could do a pub quiz of League of Legends.
Oh god, yeah, probably.
That sounds messy.
I've actually won. I used to be in a pub quiz team that used to win super regularly.
Oh my god!
I was
you do have a lot of fun facts every now and then. I feel like
I was like the worst member of the team as well. Like I was there for the music, and like I wasn't that good at
just spewing out all these fun facts every now and then.
Yeah, apparently so.
Yeah, no. As for myself, I don't really know any of the spell names, to be honest.
That's a cue.
Because when you're a pro player, you're like, I'm ulting. Can you Q on him? Like if you got your W up, if you're playing with a TF, you know, it's like
you don't have time to say like the full ability name.
Like, you know, I don't say if you got the deck of cards, wild cards. You know, like I'm not trying to start a lore story here. I'm just like I just want to get and kill you.
Can you skip and slash and use needlework?
Exactly right. So you just say just E on him and pop R or something.
I think especially when you've got like mixed languages as well. Like that would be a nightmare. Like you know, poor people coming from like Korea and obviously like Ebby's from Japan. You like completely different names in those languages as well.
Yeah, it's good they're labeled QWER.
Yeah, exactly.
I can see hands are on mouse and keyboards, and clicks are coming in. I wonder if we're close to restarting and we're counting down.
Fantastic news, Caterall. You're absolutely right. Production have got into my ears, and they've given us the amazing news. Give us a cheer, Berlin. We're back into game. You are good today, crowd. Thank you very much. And in we go as Neon and Kaiser continue to do what they were doing at level 1, which is shove in and be as obnoxious as you possibly can be in the bot lane.
So Bo's hiding on a bush here, waiting for Crab to spawn. Little does he know, Shio also wants to look for that Crab. He should know now. His Q's on cooldown though, so really unlucky timing for Bo, but Shio doesn't know that.
He's got Smite as well, so easy enough secure.
And then now, does he move to Gromp? Does he try to cover bot? Doesn't have Sweeper. Oftentimes you see jungles put a ward down and then sweep. Well, Shio's going all the way around here. I think he must know that there's...
He thinks there's something up here. You're absolutely right. He's still got like most of the top side and that Scuttle Crab. Yeah, they just want to be here. Crownie dashes away and...
Maybe he thought that Bo warded over the Dragon Pit. I think that's something that he might have had in his mind, so he wants to run all the way around. Also, the Raptors are warded, but he's not going to find anything. The wave is going to keep pushing into BDS, you have to imagine. And
he's going to do it now, though. It might just be 20 seconds too late. Where's he going? Is he thinking mid lane is a possibility? Throws down that ward, and thank you, observers. We have got ourselves very scary.
Dive? Yeah, whoa, the wave will crash. Maybe they can get his flash here, but if he has W, I don't think there's a play here.
Goes in, gets it in. Perks dashes on forwards with the shifting sand, but Nuke is forced to use the flash to get on out of there, and the summoner blown in mid lane.
Yeah, worth it. It's great, because what Bo wants to do is clap towards the top side and get top crab as well. So he may as well try a gank mid. Vitality bot lane needs to be careful here.
Here they go, Sheo looking to punish now that Bo has been spotted. Neon has to burn the heal, but nothing more. That's the damage. It's ruthless back. They are in a dire spot now. Do have flash. The slows could just go through. Piercing arrow, Crowny down to 100 HP. Kaiser now turned around. Barrier popped. Still has it. Sheo flashing forward for the crushing blow. Neon flashing on out as well. My God, the bot lane plays from Crowny and Lebrov have been on nice edge 2 games in a row.
Oof, if Vitality bot lane, Neon specifically, had a little bit more mana there, I think they could have gotten a kill. They were also tanking a whole minion wave throughout that entire fight, so Crowny and Sheo had to flash. Vitality bot lane had to use all of their summoners to live through that. They gave up the push because Bo went towards top side. They knew Sheo was around here. Was spotted by Bo on the vision plant. But either way, that's an 800 gold lead in bot lane already for Neon and Kaiser. Big CS lead, a lot of support item procs, a plate as well, and they're going to come out of base even stronger. So good early game here for Vitality. 1.5k gold lead already.
Massive, and you can see it's just red across the board there, down in the middle, down from top to bot. Big leads, particularly for Neon, who's got 500 gold up already. That means it's an extra tier for him. He gets to start stacking that nice and early, and feels like Sheo is going to have to turn back up and punish those missing summoners if they want to try and right the wrongs of the bot lane as of the early moments of this game.
Yeah, bot lane is going to be the focus for everyone now because 3 summoners, 3 flashes down just means either side can die in the blink of an eye. Especially when they get towards level 6, these junglers, they're just going to try to look for plays non-stop. Bo can flash and use the ultimate. Gap close onto Crowny. Pink's being put down, Dragon's up. Could be an easy pickup objective for Bo. Just needs to make sure his bot lane's safe. Needs to make sure that Neon and Kaiser can keep this push up. As the wave's slow pushing into them right now, they're a bit scared.
You know, and Crowny was a guy who did pretty damn well across this split so far. He's kind of come back in and has done really well in this game. Kind of put behind just a little bit, but we know what this guy is capable of if he can get the lane to start rolling.
Definitely is. And he played a couple of games where he was more of a supportive style. You know, he played things like the Jhin when his top side is just carrying. But he's also played the Caitlyn lanes where he almost single-handedly won in the game against XL, their only win, but also took down SK with it too. So he's had a really good performance so far.
Bo is off vision and down here. Finally reveals himself. That one caster creep, providing some magic, no pun intended, for Crowny and Labrov to know that he was around and looking to see whether there was an opportunity in that bot lane.
Wow, Bo's just going to start it.
Okay.
Not even level 6 yet.
Triple longsword as well, by the way. He's just decided he needs more knives.
Needs more stabby really, doesn't he? See if he can get this dragon down.
Dagger.
Shio's not level 6 yet either. Mid push is pretty even, but Vitality bot lane is getting traded on here.
They know where Bo is. They know they've got an opportunity to trade. The Aqua Prison is good, but Crowny is the one with the lower health bar for now. Sheo on a control ward spotted, but Bo onto this dragon. Perks is there as well. This should be secured by Vitality. Sheo decides not to take the flip.
Thought by Bo's movement he was going to level up on the dragon and wants to ult him. But this is a lot of dive pressure here. Heal is up for Lebrov. Sheo can't take that base. I think he tried to fake base on the Ashe E to make it look like they can go for the dive. They're not going to bait it though, because Crowny would just die instantly. Red buff is up, so if Sheo can get that, he will get level 6, and then Vitality will have to be careful. Bo trying to stop their bases.
The Sejuani game yesterday from Bo was a little bit passive. I think we didn't see that much. But honestly, the whole game, it did feel like everyone was stunned by Ashe arrows the entire game.
Yeah.
This time, though, he's on the Vi, something with a bit more agency, something with a little bit more potency, and continuing to try and make things happen early. Got the flash in mid, gets the early dragon, but Sheo is here with level 6. And a reminder, no flash for Neon or Kaiser.
Good stop on the recall there by Bo. He doesn't want to leave his bot lane exposed, recalling alone. He knows the Wukong is level 6 and probably finish red. And he needs to clear out his top side. He needs to bring his laners with him towards his top side of the map to secure this Herald. It's just Vitality in the driver's seat, owning the map right now. And like you said, proactivity is the aim of the game for Bo, and I feel like Vi does give him that. Sejuani doesn't have that much dueling power. Oftentimes you see Vi versus Sejuani, and because the Sejuani loses 1v1, if the push is even, then the jungler that wins the 1v1 just gets the crap. And so you just slowly start to fall behind if neither of your lanes can actually dominate it. Both on all-in here.
Throwing down the needlework, has got the Hallowed Mist as well, but will not be laying Adam to rest in it. Grave stays undug for now.
Tries to push him back. The wave was coming into Photon there. I think he was scared of Adam trying to crash the wave. What he wants to do is push the wave out because he doesn't have TP, and Adam does. He wants to make sure a wave can crash and he can take a safe base. Otherwise, he's stuck under his tower. And he's going to lean down here for Bo to get this Herald. Now Sheo on this bot side.
He's got a full side of this jungle to clear up, but of course Bo will trade that likely for the Herald pretty happily. Perks wandering over, but that ward is prescient enough to spot the nuke was in there.
And There's a ward there as well on Shio, so Vitality bot lane has all the information they need to know that the Wukong is around. How aggressive do they play it? How much they want to bait this? They have Photon CP coming up in a couple of seconds that'll cover any kind of dive. Their summoners are coming up really soon as well.
20 seconds,
Bo,
if that.
all of his top camps are up still, but it's very common in pro play. When you do the Herald, you just instantly base and run straight bot to cover any kind of cross map. Make sure they can push out, make sure they're safe, get a little bit of vision, and then you can clear your top side. But Shio is still here.
He hasn't really made this work outside of the early gank. He's turned up a few times to shield, but yet to find a way to get that ultimate down. And those summoners back up. They've managed to punish for now. Maybe trying to make sure that this gold lead doesn't extend any further and keep this lane stable after the level 1 got a bit tricky. And Shio will be spotted with that piercing.
Yeah, he got spotted by the Ashe E, so the Hawk shot kind of...
I missed that. I was too busy looking at you.
Gave all the information away, and that's the pain. You're too busy looking. Oh,
I've got to
you just can't start making me
I know
blush on
Dracos
my
isn't
cast.
here, and you know, I'm just taking my opportunity.
Okay, you're on the good side of me then, because Dracos does the same thing, but Medic just likes to insult me and make fun of me. So you're on my good side already on day
doing
1.
well. Okay, that's a good start.
Doing fantastic. As is Vitality. I mean, look at mid jungle. You talk about Bo and Perks being an incredible duo. Well, they've not really done much. They've just outperformed. Hang on a second.
Kaiser throws down the Ashe, but the Tsunami comes through. Cleanse from Crownie, and Kaiser chunked out with the culling. It's ultimates and a couple summoners popped.
Couple summoners on Crownie. He's got nothing left now. He's going to have to try to take a base. So I was just highlighting 1,400, 1,500 gold lead on the mid jungle of Vitality right now, just from laning and jungling alone. Playing together. Big CS lead for Perks, trying to cover top here, Bo. No Ghost on Adam, so if they can land a little bit of damage and then land the ultimate, I don't think there's a way for Adam to escape. Here he goes, might have to flash though.
Cease, desist. Adam is unstoppable and inverts that attempt from the Vi, who will look to make sure that he's getting out of jail. Free away from the flash! Bo leaves with nothing, and now the turnaround from Sheo could potentially come on through. But with the red buff, I'm not sure he wants to miss the Q over the wall! He missed the Q over the wall! Now the cycle could come on through, and Bo dies for first blood! Is this the best jungler in the league?
What an outplay by Adam! He just sets up the kill for Shio, and Shio played it fantastically. Stops the Vi Q over the wall, knowing Bo has no flash. Adam can re-enter. But that escape was beautiful. Uses the ult to make himself unstoppable. Gap closes away from Bo, and then can afford to run out, and Shio can do the rest. That was a game of tag, and they both played it exceptionally well.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the side of Vitality, that one ended with a tag that was first blood for the side of BDS.
So watch Adam here. Sees the Vi coming in. As he's getting ulted, he decides to ult Photon, unstoppable. Dashes with the ult, uses the dash again, comes up to get over the wall. Shield doesn't really do much because there's no collapse. Bo thinks he can flash Q, but he doesn't think about the blast cone. And then Bo thinks he's safe here. He cancels a few autos here. He has 2 procs, but he doesn't actually take the auto. And then he wants to Q out, but Shio, insane reaction to just stop him. That's in slow motion. And then Photon can't help. BDS get the kill. What a series of events.
Should have worn a raincoat. That cyclone was a little bit too much, and you can see some very pleased members of the BDS staff in the back room. Just a little stressed.
He face palmed a bit there. Why is he face? A little bit stressed, yeah, but he should have been happy about that one.
Oh, we got the kill.
They managed to turn it around. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, lane's on going great still. Despite that first blood going over to Shio, he's still down 200 to 300 gold on Bo. All of Vitality still ahead. And it's Perks who's just sitting there in isolation, playing Azir into Akali. 30 CS up, 1.1k gold lead, taking plates in Nuke's face. And BDS haven't found a response yet. Here comes the second dragon. Herald, I believe, was placed down topside.
Maybe this is probably a good time to look in on that gold, as we said, because it does feel like it's Vitality all the way up. Perks and Photon doing very, very well. And
this is going to hurt.
I bring up a graphic. Crownie gets taken to about 20%
It's the cast to curse. It happens every time. Even in the SK game, you brought up a graphic, and there was a top gank.
Maybe that's why I bring action about. I just press a button and something happens.
You can't go into the magic too much. You just gotta wait for the moments of magic, you know. Oh, hang on a sec. Perks dashes out. Shio doesn't stop that one.
Does indeed. Perks gets on out for that one. A decent attempt from Shio to repeat the stop from early.
It's when you. Sorry, I was gonna say. It's when you least think about it. Then when you bring the graphic up, something happens.
Basically.
Yeah. See what Shio's thinking about. He's thinking about going on to Bo. No flash, no Q.
This is an opportunity. There's that cyclone again. The tidal wave afterwards is just bad weather. Bo taken out of the wall once more. Sheo taking names. A second kill onto Bo.
Really well played in these 1v1s. Has his number here, Shio onto Bo. And jungle been struggling now. Vitality still in the lead, still having good lanes, but now jungle's all of a sudden evened up. And it's off the back of Shio's mechanical plays. Take a look at that one again. So Bo Q's onto the Wolves. I don't think BDS had info on that, unless there was some kind of Scryer's Bloom that showed Bo. Gets the Q off, I believe, and then just instantly ults him as he's trying to go through again. Horror for Bo. The Nami tidal wave would have knocked him up too, so I don't think he had any way to get over that wall.
Yeah, that is a sinking ship there. No pun intended with the Cyclone and the tidal wave, and he is taken out despite having a solid CS lead and stuff. It's just Sheo finding ways to punish this Vi in two sides of the jungle now.
Yes, indeed. See how they play around it. Next Herald spawning in 20 seconds, and Sunder picked up for the Wukong. No Proto Belt on the Akali just yet. No real mythics. Lucian Gale Force is also something that's really crucial if BDS want to start taking these fights. Here comes Shion to Bo, looking for a little bit of a fight, but they're going to have to back away. Nothing to look for here. Kaiser's just joining.
Sorry about that. I cut you off there. I was just saying Observer. Just highlight the fact that mid lane tower is very, very low. Perk's doing a solid job in this mid lane to punish Nuke on the Akali, and especially with the second Herald coming down, you feel like there's a few towers in Vitality's future, and for all the kills have gone against them, still up that 2,000 gold.
Yeah, you're completely right. Mid tower's low, bot tower's low. Top tower is also quite low. I saw it last time on 2 plates, so they should be able to take all outer towers quite handily, and as I say, that top tower is going to fall. First brick over to Photon. Mid tower should fall shortly after, and bot tower, like I said, will fall as well. I think this Herald will be used for tier 2s. I'm just kind of waiting for BDS to do something. I feel like their plays have been good, but the first one was reactionary, and the second one was a punish on the initial one, having Bo having no flash. But they've not fought any neutrals yet. They need to look for some kind of contest. They're playing Wukong, Akali, Lucian. This is really mid-game heavy power spikes.
Just got Gale Force and Mandate as well right now. This is the time to strike.
This is the time to strike. So now we should see BDS come online. There's the Proto Belt as well for the Akali, for Nuke. Now I think they'll start pressing their advantage, but no objective to fight over for the next 2 minutes. And Vitality have been pretty happy just scaling up, getting this Azir to a few more items, getting this Gwen to a few items.
Eyes on Kaiser as well. He's just completed that Umbral Glaive and has the Spectral Sickle upgrade as well. So the vision control for Vitality about to take that big step up. You would hope, though, Sheo maybe looking to make that a bit more difficulty as he was thinking about, as he was thinking about contesting this blue buff. Arrow onto Crowny, dashes away.
Nice dash, doesn't have to use the cleanse. Yeah, Sheo was on a ward there, but so was Kaiser, so they were just kind of staring at each other, wondering if each other knew that they were there. Turns out Labrov pops the sweeper, they realize they're on vision, they back away. Perk's just hanging around here, making sure his team's safe, wants the blue buff, I imagine, as well. So he can keep that mana bar up, keep the push going. Ooh, red buff almost had that, would have been a nice one for both. But yeah, bot tower's really low on both sides, Bo's here to cover. TP for Perks is coming up in 5 seconds, and it's the Unleashed teleport, so in case anything kicks off on his bot side, Vitality can pull the trigger and have a 5-man bot with Photon joining 2, whereas BDS will only be able to respond with 4.
We've got about 50 seconds into what will be sole point for Vitality as well. They did stack those dragons nice and early. They've got both the Heralds as well. Those neutral objectives you were saying they want to get fights on. 4 of them have fallen already. Mid lane turret potentially about to fall as well. And then with bot lane turret already so low, you've got a Herald to work with, you've got Umbral Glaive. You feel like this map is about to get mighty small and mighty dark for BDS unless they pull the trigger very shortly.
Oh,
like
good cover
this.
Here.
Perks gets jumped, tries to throw down the ultimate, and Nuke just outplays it. Perks is shut down, Neon taken out, on top of Kaiser, Adam goes as well. A double for Sheo, and the moment we asked for it, BDS deliver.
Well, we expect them to come online in the mid game, and they have, but Vitality was trying to cover Perks on this play, but it all fell apart. Sheo just 1v2'd the Varus in the Ash. That's going to get them a dragon and a bot tower. Photon's just kind of sitting alone in top, pushing in. Doesn't actually have the TP, looks like it's coming up soon. Bo's joining in with the Herald. They'll respond with a tier 2, so a little bit of gold in Vitality's back pocket, but yet to find the kill.
And they're doing fine in terms of the gold stats. They'll get another turret. That's the big advantage right now. BDS have rich in kills, low in towers right now, and hopefully they'll look to try and change this over the coming moments as that dragon will be claimed in about a moment or 2, and then they can look to transition that into something else. Hopefully.
Yeah, TP bot there by Perks to save that tower that I thought would fall. And then he can start pushing in bot looking for tower zone. So let's look at this again. Eyes on Sheo. Looks like he's going to go on Perks, but instead he just goes straight onto Neon. Look at the amount of damage this Wukong does. On the left side you see Perks dying to Nuke. The ult was a little bit missed there, didn't get his E. And then Neon just gets slam dunked from the flash. Perks dies to Nuke and Crowny, but then watch Kaiser's HP. He has flash and barrier right now. How does he die so...
Just gets Cassandra.
Just gets annihilated. The Ash doesn't really have any resistances, and then they pick up the dragon as well. So kills over to BDS, but they're still down 3k gold.
There's that gold slab again. This time, without it getting interrupted. And Photon and Perk still standing strong at the top of that chart. That's where a lot of the advantage Vitality is just good laning from their solo lanes.
Yeah, it is. Perks is CS lead, Photon CS lead in the tower. Vitality's next objective will be this bot tier 1. Shios will see Bo blast cone over. Maybe they can punish this. Adam's looking.
That's going to be a 3v2, and Bo is taken into no man's land. Arrow afterwards is pretty good, but already Sheo on a rampage. Adam shoved away. Perks will have to disappear as his jungler falls.
Shio's playing the information game really, really well. Ever since that punish in top where he managed to get Bo on the first blood, he punished him on the Wolves, punished the mid play when they looked to cover Perks on the push, and now punished Bo on the blast cone. So the information that he's being given, he's turning them into great plays, getting lots and lots of kills, but BDS are down 4 towers. They haven't gotten a single one yet. The Dragon was good in slowing down this Soul Point, but they need to start finding towers so they can crack open the map a bit more.
Yeah, it does feel like a mix between smart macro in terms of finding people to punish, but yet to convert that into the structures. But this'll do! Neon is absolutely eviscerated by Crowny. He decides the level 1 needed a little bit of reparations here in the mid-game.
Pings on Baron.
Oh
Is BDS just going to start it up? Photon, did he just TP bot? Does BDS know that? I think he might have. So
here, there's at least a jungler to try and contest, but they've got the man advantage.
Yeah, they know that Gwen has no TP. They can maximum put 3 numbers here. The Ashe should help out in getting vision. It's just how do BDS play it. I've seen a lot of BDS Barons in my time initialized. I can tell you, a lot of them have been bad, but they're looking good this split, so we'll see how they execute. Perks is pretty low. Adam's trying to zone away. Nuke trying to pressure the side. They need to make sure they zone away this Vi.
They need to keep Bo out. Last game, XL threw their game and their playoff hopes away by throwing a Baron. BDS think of turning off down to 4,000 HP. Photon with the Hallowed Mist now turned up. Nuke used the Blast Cone. Photon throwing out the needlework, beginning to try and thread some of those needles. Arrow onto Crown, onto Sheo, I apologize, who has to be healed to keep him alive, and they're pulling off the Baron.
They can take this Baron, maybe.
It's resetting. They're going to pull away. The burger will remain unflipped.
I thought Bo was going to queue over there and try to take over the Baron. Very messy from BDS. The idea was good. Gwen just TP'd bot. We got a kill onto Varus. That started up 5v3. Looked like Nuke and Adam wanted to turn. Shio wanted to finish, but Crowny also wanted to turn because he wasn't hitting the Baron. So, weird series of events. But BDS, luckily, don't flip the whole game. They don't come up tails and lose the Baron.
I sense a hint of bitterness. And
it's about time. And they'll maintain this gold lead that they have. Well, not gold lead, rather, map control in a sense. Yes. It's Vitality with still almost a 3,000 gold lead, despite not getting a single kill.
That might be the solo laners having 1.5 and 1.6k gold discrepancy.
Crazy. It's crazy, isn't it, that they're still this far ahead in gold. It's just towers. They need to get these towers, recover CS on side lanes, and then they should be all right. Here comes the first one.
Adam will claim one, and finally a structure on the board. 1-4 at this point, but Perks and Photon looking to combine here to utilize that gold advantage they have individually to put Adam into the dirt.
They're going for it.
Ghost popped. He's been slow. Needlewalk lands again, but he is fast enough on his feet to get on out to safety. Sheo.
For Bo.
He's just been punishing both the entire game. 0-3-0. He's just not been having fun, this Vi. Violence is onto her. She's going to try to turn around. Radiant Virtue healing is pretty good, but she's dead regardless. Neon tries to trade on out, but there are many members of BDS. Flash away from Kaiser. Perks taken desperately low as well, but he'll have to get on out as well with a solid shifting sands.
Is Baron on the cards? Perks has to base, and he's incredibly low. No TP. Bo is dead, but they're not going to go for it, BDS. They're going to take the safe option. No towers down means it's really hard to push into their jungle and get vision. It can be sweeped out so easily because Vitality have so many safe havens in terms of towers, and Crowny's not even going to go for this top tier 1. He's just going to base, so more kills to Vitality. Still no objectives. 20 seconds on the Dragon. I think they're trying to reset and secure that one.
See whether Bo can come in and contest that. It's not been an easy game for this jungler who came into this league undefeated. Sheo has decided to show, welcome to Europe, mate.
Sheo is having an amazing game so far, just in Bo's head, constantly responding to everything he tries to do, and again, using information. He sees Perk's spot. They know they have a numbers advantage up here. Bo is not allowed to get this red buff. I will contest it, and he does. Gets another kill. Here comes the Dragon fight, though, on the bottom left here. Vitality already started it up. Nuke has a good position to look for a flank. Doesn't have the ultimate up just yet. Neon's trying to group with the rest of his team. BDS will look to the engage.
Battle lines are drawn. Everyone's alive. Nuke, as you said, looking for that flank down to 5,000 HP as the Dragon. Soul point for Vitality if they can claim it. In goes Adam over the wall, dragging out one member. Bo is away. Dragon secured by BDS, and Bo falls for the 5th time. Surely does so to Adam. Now Photon looking to avenge his fallen jungler. Adam dash away fast he can. Perks is here as well. Photon gets one, and the skip and the slash will claim one life, but no more.
The idea was good. BDS used the ultimate to take Bo out of the pit to secure the dragon, but I feel like the solo lanes were just a little bit too split, and when they found themselves together, the Azir was completely untouched, the Varus was untouched, and this is what you want.
There the turnaround comes through. Stopwatch will invalidate that culling. The Perks chunked out very low. Crowny very happy to pull the trigger.
Those are the kind of fights you want as BDS. You really want to get onto their carries. Investing ultimates onto their tanks just makes the team fight really, really hard. Bo 0-5-1 now on this fight, really struggling to find any kind of plays. And everything he's been doing, Shio's just been doing better right now. But again, still a gold lead over to Vitality. And here we see it again. The Cassandra will just use to pull the Vi out. Just leaves the Azir and Varus untouched.
All Out apparently involves going to Australia, because they go right to the other side of that track and they're just taken straight down.
Upside down as well. Yeah, Bo can't really fight off against Cassandra, but once Vitality have grouped up and you have no more ultimates, you know, no Akali ult, no Cassandra ult, no cutting up just yet, it looks like. Yeah, Vitality can just run you down. And we'll see how the Baron setup goes, because they're only at 2 dragons right now. It's just Bo has not really been finding his footing in these fights.
Yeah, and again, the kill score is great for BDS. The turret score, less so, and the gold lead's still in Vitality's favor. And that's Photon and Perks, and you can see they're beginning to get a few items that means these team fights are pretty nasty. Big damage from Photon and Perks.
Yeah, certainly is. These AP carries doing so much work, and they're only really going to get stronger. These champions scale so well. Adam looking for a pick around mid. Perks has the flash, gets stunned up.
Pulls back the soldiers, and Adam just out of range of that Chains of Corruption. Arrow afterwards. Adam, fancy feet, or footwork, I suppose, is probably more appropriate considering he's playing Cassandra and dodges out on all the skill shots. Perks wishes from yesterday. Sheo now looking to maybe punish. Oh my god, he spotted out, has to get one out.
Oh,
Throws down the warrior
ult maybe. Well, he was thinking about it, but
was.
Wukong is a little bit too fast. They need to get Rabadons on this Gwen. They need to get a little bit of vision to play around so they can start contesting around this Baron area. They have some sneaky wards there, so they know if BDS want to start it up, but this mid tower is their objective for now.
I was debating cease and desist there, you wonder. We're certainly looking to be in range for an ultimate. Sides against it for now, and that mid lane turret stands strong as Nuke hiding on a ward. And the game slows down again briefly. Got about a little while until the next dragon spawns. Baron is up, but we've already seen one flip, and that's been about it.
Yeah, Bo's turned into a water bottle. What players have been doing recently. I'm not sure what that phenomenon is, where it's coming from. But Nuke's looking for the all-in.
Yeah, does, trying to find the angle.
Nice
Fantastic stopwatch. Overcomes Photon. Now Nuke does not want to be here anymore. Gets slowed by the needlework, and he is slipped into a very small grave.
Big pick for Vitality. That's 50 seconds on the Akali with no TP. Is that their opportunity to go towards the Baron? Vitality can get it down quite quickly with the Azir and Gwen, but Neon needs to be careful.
Does not like that. The light's being put out. He survived with a flash over the wall. Photon looking for the turnaround. The tidal wave is good, but the hollow ground is put down, and you need to respect that. Bo taken down again. Crowny on a killing spree, but Perks trying to get as much damage as he can. A good route means Shadow taken low, not taken out though. Photon is dead. The Gwen is down. Cannot survive. Enough is not even enough. Adam throwing down the untoful strikes, but will eventually be felled by Neon.
Photon and Bo die for Neon's mistake. He tried to join the rest of his team, but BDS collapsed onto him. Vitality's only option to save him was to engage. And they lose 2 members. Adam ends up falling in the back half of that fight. Perks using his soldiers there to stop anyone from being able to join Adam. They were behind Adam. He wasn't actually doing damage with the soldiers. He was just stopping anyone from joining. Crowny had to flash away as well. Perks trying to get a little bit of push here, get a little bit of map control for Vitality. The gold starting to even up.
And Nuke nearly gets picked, then Neon nearly gets picked, and then ends up in a very scrappy, very edgy fight.
So Nuke goes on top of Perks. R2 gets instantly stopwatched. E away from Nuke to try to escape. Vitality collapse and get the kill. Just Neon is the only issue here. Vitality are all screaming, you know, you get a pick this late into the game. You're saying, Baron, Baron, Baron. But Neon's trying to think, where should I position? Realizes Adam's just TP'd in his face. And Crowny's dashing onto him. And now Vitality have to go in. This is an opportunity where Lucian is just dashed forwards. But Photon doesn't have the ult. BDS do pretty well to peel, and by the time Perks TP's in, he's a little bit too late. Bo's already fallen. And then this is where the turn comes in. Photon will fall. Crowny cleanse flashes away, and Perks uses his soldiers here behind Adam to stop Crowny from being able to join the fight.
Here we go again. Bo goes for the ultimate. Will invalidate that warrior. Tricks the arrow. is going to be dodged away from. Sheo, no use of the summoners, but now out into the backline, looking to get on top of someone. Bo goes golden, but for how long? This statue is broken right back down by Nuke. Photon, though, turns it around, diving in with the Hallow Miss. Nuke so low, will use the R2 to escape. Labrov flashes away from his former teammates in Vitality. Now they are being shoved in onto a 1-for-1 trade, but it is Vitality with the shove, Vitality with the higher health bars.
I can hear the players screaming. Vitality just trying to barrel it down mid right now, get this inhibitor maybe, or just the tower. Dragon is up, that'll put them on soul point, so that's an easy exit objective. Needs to be a little bit careful about their tempo on the top side of the map. If they commit numbers down here to get this Dragon, there is an angle where BDS could just look to rush Nash, and they're pinging it right now, so they could just run straight to that objective. Vitality don't have TP on Perks, they need to be really careful, and I think they've realized it. They realize if they rush down this Baron as 3, the top side tempo falls apart, BDS can sneak it, but Photon has TP, so he can solo this Dragon while they stay on the map.
Bo has respawned. Graphics update 8 seconds on that ultimate as well, the cease and desist alongside the rest. Vitality's ultimate up and available shortly. The mid-tier 1 still stands for Vitality, a point of strength that has allowed them to maintain some control across the map despite being picked here and there, particularly Bo, who is having a rough game. BDS haunt the red side jungle, looking to dare Vitality, dare Bo to step on in one more time.
Scary. They don't have any vision. Kaiser just based. He needs to refresh his wards. They need to throw in a hawk shot here quickly. They need to get information as to what BDS are up to. Shio's not even in the pit. Their jungler is standing on red. Bo, does he have a ward? Yes, he does.
They have no idea. They're still behind
Neon,
that
no
red
flash.
buff. Oh, Bo, you've got to be so careful. Sheo spotted on top of Bo, but he got to try to turn around. Good chains of corruption, and Sheo's engaged. Finally is punished, but no! Bo dies for the 8th time this game. Perks turns it around, though, and now Adam trying to trade onto Photon, but this Gwen is having none of it. Perks with a monstrous Emperor's Divide, and Nuke is divided from his health bar. Adam will ghost away, but the jungler and mid laner is traded, but Perks dies as well, alongside Neon, who fell somewhere in the fight, and I missed it.
Photon is keeping Vitality alive. He's doing so much work in these fights, and he's got 3 items right now. Will only get stronger. Level 17 on this Gwen. He's just snipping through every target he can get his hands on. Neon is just running the entire game. Shio's coming over this wall here, and Neon just has to escape the Wukong. Surprised Shio didn't die here. Varus ult lands, Vi ult lands. The Gwen even gets a small combo off with a Varus Q, but he's just too tanky. Doesn't fall to the damage, manages to escape with the more proc. And then, as Neon, look at him on the top right here, he just has to run. First it was a Wukong, now it's an Akali. He's just playing a horror game. Perks gets the kill onto Shio eventually. And then I think he might overcommitted here a little bit too much. Tries to get onto Adam to get the kill, but he dashes away, and then he does the ult onto Nuke, but he still takes the damage from the E. He has flash up, but he gets knocked. It's Photon and Perks against the world here. I think Bo is just a punching bag.
Yeah, it's been a rough game. 0-8-2. It has been, oh god, all right, Nuke, well done there. That was certainly about an amount of damage done by an Akali. But Baron started. It's time for another go. These last few fights have been frenetic. They've been scrappy, and they have been a little bit indecisive. Sheo has got a flank. He could get in on here. He's been so good this game. Adam into the backside. Bo tries to go on through. Bo gets Adam. And now they're going to try and turn it around. Massive damage onto Perks. Goes golden. But Crowley's going to have a double shot. And they'll double tap Perks in the head.
Shio and Nuke with an amazing flank. Neon and Kaiser offered nothing to that fight. They just died instantly. Perks falls as well. It's on Bo. Doesn't have any vision in the pit.
He survives, but at what cost?
Photon's running mid. They're looking to end. Nuke's just based as well. Maybe he TP's back here once he sees the Akali. Can Photon end against Nuclear Int?
It's a level 17 Gwyn with 3 items. Bo could try and steal 3,000 HP. He's dead. Another death in the column for Bo. Photon backs out of the base. The end doesn't happen.
You can't really blame him. He had no vision. He had no wards. He had no idea what the health bar was. He may as well just try and blast cone in. It's not like he's worth that much gold anyway. I think the kill might have reset it anyway, but there's not much that BDS can do despite getting that Baron.
Baron secured. Let's see a replay again, because finally a clean fight for BDS.
This flank from Shio is just immaculate. What happens here? Adam goes in first. Neon and Kaiser think they're safe. And all of a sudden, the Wukong out of the bush gets onto both the carries. Then watch Nuke here with the R2. Straight through Kaiser, he's safe. Now it's just 3 people left for Vitality. Perks has to pop the stopwatch. Photon can't really help in a 1 versus 4. Adam risking his life to give Shio a good position there. And with this Baron, they'll get this mid tower.
Didn't realize we were back to Call of Duty. Feels like his 25 kill streak because Nuke living up to his name with that one. Phenomenal kill at the end of that. 4.5 items on Crownie as well, despite the rough laning phase. 5-0 and 4. A stellar game from him. Sheo, though, the absolute standout. 7-1-7. This Wukong has run this game. Bo has not been so difficult, but maybe Kaiser can find all the world, all the game on one arrow. Labrov taken out by his former team. Bo, though, hits a shuriken flip, will not have the E2 come on through.
Yeah, Photon though is looking for Sheo. He has flash. Perks is playing really aggressive here.
Praised him, but maybe Sheo gets punished. Photon continues to chase, continues to try and bring the Monkey King down. Shut down by Photon's Gwen.
50 seconds on the respawn, and looking at the minimap here, I think the dragon is spawning soon. We don't have the exact timer, but it will spawn, I think, before Sheo is alive. I think Vitality just want to push out waves here, reset, be back on the map on the bot side, and try to secure this soul for themselves. I think it'll help the Gwen tremendously in fights if she has the soul, the Cloud Soul, so much movement speed to work with alongside the Ghost, but we'll have to look at this fight again. Crownie dashes out of the way of the arrow, which is understandable, but then it hits the Nami instead. If he got hit by that, he could just cleanse out and everything would be fine.
Sushi on ice.
Sushi on ice. Bo slam dunk and gets the kill here. E2 hits the Vi like you highlighted, but Bo has the Q to stop him if he goes for it. Photon here just sees Sheo a little bit too far up, trying to punish, and they end up getting the kill. Vitality will pick up this dragon. Sheo is still in the graveyard, but BDS barreling down mid to get this tier 2.
The drag to the Baron is still on, so Crownie with a half a minion wave will look to try and get themselves an inhibitor turret. Nuke in the top lane in the mini-map you can spot. Looking for a tier 2 up there as well. Photon though, 5-1 at 3, 4 items stopwatch is not a man, or in this case, a doll come to life that you want to step up to.
I can hear the players screaming they want to take a fight, Vitality, but Sheo...
He's going 1v1 versus a level 17 Azir. He's winning it! But it forced out the stopwatch. There's an Azir turret there as well. Has the stopwatch. Looking at Q! Gets the kill! Sheo is just a monster. Bo eats a culling on his way to the grave. Crownie is not a man to be denied this game. Neon just about alive. Nuke flashing on away. Photon gets a typical shut down. Now it's his turn to go into the back end of this one. He's getting slowed down by Adam and shut down. Gwen eats a taste of her own medicine, not immune to that.
Where are the waves? Adam's got a cannon minion in top. Top wave's coming in slowly. There's a mid wave too. 30 seconds on Perks, 50 seconds on Bo. Neon and Kaiser need to do their best to clear out these creeps. No neutral objective, so BDS can just try their best. Worst case, they'll get 2 inhibitors. Best case, they can end the game.
Kaiser lands the arrow. But there's no real follow-up. Sheo taken low, but not down. The poke, the bot lane. It's not been the same level of dominance that we saw in the early levels. Now BDS have broken this base open. BDS looking to go to 5 games and starts to push towards the top end of that table. The dream of top 2 is in there. Sheo goes in again. Are you not entertained? Kaiser sure isn't.
Sheo gets the bot lane off Vitality, but Perks is back. He's TP behind them. Can they get out here, Vitality?
You think you're good? Wait till you meet the Western Goat. Perks goes on in, gets a kill. Sheo now must escape, but there's nowhere for him to go. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Will look to make Poe's life a little bit difficult, but the soldiers go forward and bring down Sheo.
A lot of gold over to Vitality, but what is the play? 60 seconds on Sheo. I saw Photon pinging one of the super creeps that was in mid. They're pinging the inhib. See if they can push down and get that objective as quickly as possible. A lot of confidence from Sheo to look for the turn there. 20% HP. Go onto their bot lane, no flash. That could have been a game-winning play. Respawns came back just in time. Bo looking for camps. Photon pushing out mid, Perks pushing out top, and we'll get a moment to breathe here as Baron's on up for the next minute. It's going to be a reset for both these teams and another fight.
It does feel like every time you think a team has made a decisive play, a way to win, BDS getting the Baron, picks on the other side for Vitality, they just get punished a moment later.
Yeah. This turn from Sheo, he's recalling, says, hang on a second, this is an opportunity to win the game. And he goes for it, and massive respect. A lot of players there would just base and just take the easy way out, but didn't account for the TP behind from Perks. As much as it looked good here, getting out is another question. Nice flash Q from Bo there, lands onto Labrov, the ult onto Crownie, and then Sheo has nowhere to go. Eventually falls 1,000 gold over to Perks from Crownie. Gets a shutdown onto Sheo as well, I think. So you can see he's got Rabadon's death cap now and a Giant's belt. Try and make himself a little bit more tanky, maybe build towards something like a Rylai's. We'll have to see what he chooses. Try and get some top push here. Vitality have control. Baron in 15.
Bo, having been undefeated coming into the LEC, now has the most deaths of a single player in this season. Previous deaths with Targamas, but now Perks.
He's dead.
Maybe I should have been looking at the screen a little bit more as Perks goes down. Barons, 4 seconds off spawning. That's a bad time to lose your mid laner.
It is. Vitality do the right thing, though. They go mid, just push down to the inhibitor, get as many waves out of the way as possible. But Crowny responds well. Goes top, doesn't even go towards the Baron yet. Wants to make sure they have a wave to play on in top lane. Should just be an easy Baron. I think they're scared of an end here. Shio's basing. BDS are not certain if they want to do this Baron. Now they are. They only see Neon. They see Photon bot. They know Nuke has enough time. And they know they can get this Baron down quick enough.
Wave shoving in topside, but BDS are leaving it for now. They'll go claim it once they have the Baron. Bo trying to find his way on over. It has been a very difficult game for him on this Vive. Baron secured. Photon secures that tier 2. And this game's still on a knife's edge, though. BDS in the advantage with the Baron.
It is. I think this might come down to an Elder. Unless someone makes a mistake here, Vitality will just have to hold the siege of the Baron and then find a way to this Elder. And what BDS will try to do is keep Vitality in their base and then turn towards that objective and burst it down. Let's see how both teams play it. Mid inhib is down, so BDS can afford to play on bot waves. Adam has TP, so he can split away from his team.
I hope you are sitting securely on the edge of your seats, everyone, because I feel like we're about a minute away before a very explosive fight. Full build for Crowny. He's got himself a bloodthirster alongside the rest. That goal graph is certainly an experience.
It is, and I think Vitality was ahead for, what, 35 minutes of that game with hardly any kills. Oh, they're engaging, actually. Arrow is going to go wide. Cleanse up on Crowny. Adam's pushing mid, can respond with a TP at a moment's notice. But this late in the game, hitting towers, especially tier 2s, in a straight 5v5 is really hard, especially against an Azir. They will get it eventually, now that Adam's pushed mid. But BDS showing a lot of respect.
Crowny throws off the culling, but only gets about 20% of Perk's HP. He's not at risk of having to go back right now. Nuke on a flank was spotted out by Kaiser.
30 seconds on this Elder. BDS are just going to keep these waves in. Here comes a tidal wave. Do they engage on it? Neon stepping up.
Thinking about it, Crowny steps forward, but he's going to get assistance, and he goes absolutely miles! Where has he gone? It's Antarctic, he's been put on ice! Perks throws down the Emperor's Divide, trying to hold the lines. Adam goes golden. Vitality still alive, but now Perks diving forward. Goes golden himself, has used that stopwatch. Bo gets a start of the Lavrov, who goes over the wall, staying alive.
Look at Photon go!
For Photon, snip, and the strings of fate are cut. Vitality fight 3, BDS, it's all thrown away. Crowny's about to meet the wrong end of a giant pair of shears, and the garden is pruned, shut down to the hands of Bo.
Where are the waves, though? They're all in Vitality's base. This is going to be a really frustrating play. They cannot end the game. They will just get the Elder Dragon. What a mess! What an absolute mess! Bo just got pulled. It is indeed all the way to the back line of BDS and somehow got out alive. Guardian Angel not even procced. Gwen just had 3 or 4 members of BDS standing on top of her, and Photon was melting straight through them. Elder goes down. There will be another fight. No Baron for 3 minutes 30 seconds, so it's not like Vitality can turn towards another massive objective. They just have to end the game off this. So much confidence from Vitality, and it's Neon, I think, just calling, go, go, go here. Let's look for a play. Bo follows up. Look how far he goes. And he gets out from there. Crowny flashes to the side. Bo cues back, and then the Azir and Gwen are just free hitting through the front line of BDS. Adam does his best to try to get some damage down, but Nuke stands no chance. And the gap close from Vitality is fantastic. The Ghost, the Cloud Soul, the Azir dashing forwards. BDS can run, but they can't hide.
Nowhere to hide, and it feels like for the first time this game shows Ultimate does not cause catastrophic damage in a team fight. He's been so good. You feel like he's done everything right this game in so many ways, but that time around he just can't quite make it land. Where now Vitality with the Elder, with a wave, begin to shove in.
This is where Vitality will just pull the trigger. BDS, maybe the smartest call here is just to drop the inhib. Cunning can be used to buy 1 more wave's time, but they have to defend the Nexus. There's no reason to step up here. If they do, I can tell you, Bo will be flying right at them, and they'll try to start a fight straight away. Mid inhib will fall. They can't get triple inhib. There's no top wave. So Vitality, what's the plan here? Just pushing mid and bot and try to end on it. Shio wants to proxy the wave. You can see him running through bot, threatening some kind of minion clear. So Vitality need to herd these waves in and try to poke BDS out. What does BDS do? Do they engage?
Vitality trying to play Grim Reaper. They want this to be the death push. BDS, they've got to hold on. They've got to wait for this Elder Dragon to pop. Surely, Crowley just out of range of that Chains of Corruption. Perks on the other side. Stun onto Adam. One turret falls. The Nex is beginning to get increasingly bad. Bo goes in. He's once again taken absolutely into Narnia. But is it the Lion, the Witch, or the wardrobe he's dealing with? He's taken down, but he's got a GA this time around. Adam taken so low. Remember, the Elder Dragon can start to roar. Adam is down. Photon on a killing spree once more. Perks gets a kill while he's a damn statue of Vitality at 6 and 2.
What a game from Vitality. Constantly downing kills, but always fighting back. Amazing end to the game. 2 small waves to play on an Elder Dragon, and they managed to pull it off. BDS found so many amazing picks. What a great game from Shio as well to fight back against Bo. But what mental resilience from Bo to just keep going in. Once you die, and you die so many times, just try and try again. And Bo kept finding the back line and buying enough space so that Photon and Perks could take over.
It was extraordinary stuff from them. And, you know, BDS are going to feel hard done by. They did so well to recover the early game from that bot lane. They did so well to get those kills, get the Barons. Looked like they had the chance, but it was so back and forth. Every advantage was countered by a play, by a teleport, by another pick. And in the end, it was Vitality that just proved slightly too strong.
Definitely were. And a lot of those fights could have gone either way. Yeah. It was a game of inches in those fights, you know. But yeah, BDS were getting the better hand. They managed to get things like the Baron. It's just that fight on bot, that Vitality engage on that tier 2 was everything. That got them the Elder, that got them the win. If they didn't pull the trigger there, it was really hard to find their way into this bot side river. But they did, and it worked. So massive call from them to take that fight.
Nuke's on screen right now, and he looks disappointed, and you can understand. The Akali looked really good for periods of that game, and it's so frustrating because you were looking about tying the game score with Vitality, looking to be at the top end, and that game hurts that. You know, they are still a good team. They have still surpassed so many expectations, but I think the expectations they had for themselves probably not met this game, unfortunately.
You can vote for your player of the game.
Oh, yeah.
At LEC on Twitter, Photon, Perks, and Kaiser. Kaiser a bit the unsung hero, just kind of clearing out as much vision as possible. Had some really good arrows in those fights, you know, finding the pick onto Lebrov when Crowny dashed away. But yeah, I think it was just an exciting game to watch. Those are the kind of League of Legends games where, you know, you're on the edge of the seat, it's neck and neck, comebacks apiece, and it's just a pleasure.
Yeah, it really is. And there's a lot of good names on there where you feel like a lot of them could serve. I think Photon is perhaps the obvious one with how the Gwen played in those fights, but Perks got so much out of the early game. Kaiser did so well.
I think your name should be on there, because I think that ending team fight, you did an amazing job. It's your first time on the Winter Split, but I think your cast was phenomenal. So massive job to you. Massive congratulations to Initialize.
You're too kind. Thank you, guys.
And I think we're about ready for an interview with Bo. There's going to be a translator with him, which is going to be amazing to get those insights.
Amazing stuff. Well, without further ado, let's throw it over to Georgia and Bo for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Bo, thank you so much for joining me for the interview. So excited, actually, for this, because so many people want to hear from you. My first question is very simple. What in the world happened in this game?
这场比赛到底发生了什么事情？
其实我记不太清楚了，因为打得有点太混乱了，前面就是自己的失误有点太多了，失了很多次。
Actually, I couldn't remember because it's like all skirmish all the time. It's kind of a very chaotic game.
Very well. Talking about chaotic and chaos, the voice comms got released from last week, and there was one particular fight where you guys were doing Dragon, and you were saying Dragon, 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 and Photon was saying Baron, 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 Baron. How do you guys differentiate between who to follow on the comms?
就是对吧？上周你们比赛的时候 ，Photon 一直在叫 Baron， 一直叫 Dragon， 到底你们听谁的呢？然后就是非常混乱，感觉。
其实我们队伍一直以来都感觉有一点混乱，就是没有一个特别明确的指挥吧。就是可能打比赛的时候，多少会有一点紧张嘛，所以说这种情况下其实是正常的。
So it's perfectly normal that we have different goals in the game. Sometimes when the game is very chaotic, everybody makes a call, and we are trying to improve on that department. Now we don't have like a short quarter, but we are like building our communication here. and hopefully it will improve fast.
Well, it looks good already. I hope you guys do get that improvement that you're seeking for. One more question here. You're coming in really hot and people really believe in your aggressive play style. Give me one jungler in the LEC that has pushed you to your limits.
One jungle?
对，就是你来的时候，
我知道
对
后面他是给一个
给一个你觉得最厉害的，然后让你也觉得就是很有压力的打比赛的时候。
one jungle player.
Yeah.
Yaki. G2 jungle, yeah.
Yeah? And why is that?
为什么呢？
Because
你说什么
？Take your time.
为什么？
因为他操作很好。
Oh, his mechanic is really good.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're talking about skill matchup to matchup. Very nice. Okay. And one last question, because they're pushing me, but I'm going to ask it anyway. How has the integration been in Europe? How are you enjoying living in Berlin?
你觉得在柏林生活怎么样？然后欧洲给你感觉怎么样？
我觉得柏林其实挺好的，然后给我的感觉就是非常的，就是自由吧，然后有很多空余的时间去做我喜欢的事情，挺好的，我觉得非常好，柏林生活对我。
He really loves his life in Berlin. He has a lot of free time. He can do whatever he likes, and so he really loves Berlin.
Oh, that's great. Well, Bobby, thank you so much for the translation. Bo, I hope I don't butcher this. Sheshe?
Sheshe, yeah.
Sheshe. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to go to a very short break. Let's go, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back for Game 3.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still? The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
time for Heretics versus the Mad Lions in our next matchup. Both of them are already locked in top 8 and are fighting for the seeding into the group stage. And here, guys, we're going to talk about Heretics first, because looking at the first few games from them, some sleep-ups here and there, some interesting game back and forth, and it feels like they stabilize into the league for the past few.
Yeah. The early weeks you could rely on Ebby to get a solo kill like every game, pretty much. But now, especially like after their game yesterday, just sort of taking over there, this team is one that we always were expecting to eventually get to a point where they'd be a very strong team here at EMEA, but already are off to a very, very hot start.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that this team is at their full potential just yet. I think players are still getting integrated. I think they're still building upon themselves in terms of what needs to happen. I think Jack Spectra, for example, is a good first player to start talking about with this essence as well, just due to the fact that he was a guy coming in as a rookie. He's talked a lot about how the pressure got to him in the beginning, and I think only now recently we started seeing what he can actually do. We saw it a bit on the Seri, but I think specifically in the early game, in the game yesterday when he was playing the Draven, that's where we really saw the Jack Spectra that a lot of people had been talking about.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw his signature game last week. But his signature pick, as you said, GB, in the likes of the Draven yesterday, shows a lot of confidence, I want to say, when you see a rookie being able to pick this kind of...
And I think that's exactly what he needs as well. Just due to the fact that, you know, he said he didn't have a lot of that specific confidence initially when he came in. So finding a pickup like this to build on the stage is going to be building blocks for him specifically and the team to continue with.
And he got like so insanely aggressive, like I think even to a fault at one point where the rest of his team is on the top side of the map and they just go for this really aggro 2v2 all-in, enemy mid roams down. But I love sort of seeing Jack and Mersa take that initiative to fight in the bot lane. I also really liked how they sort of set him up for success early with Jankos pathing down bot side right off the bat, looking for that early level 3-4 tower dive. Worked out fantastically. The
14 kills. 14 kills. I think it's the highest numbers we have in LEC so far, but also having a Draven player having such an advantage in gold, 2k gold advantage, I think it's challenge impossible, because between him and Hansama, we just have insane Draven
that
players.
3.9k at 14 is usually a stat we would put on a team. That is now a singular player instead, which is absolutely incredible.
But what I think is amazing about Team Heretics, because as you said, they have some rookies, they have some veteran players, and it's usually hard to see players connect that quick. And even though they don't have a clear identity yet, they found what works for them.
Yeah, and I don't think they need that identity right now. Quite often, a lot of it goes down to meta and all of this. I don't think necessarily Team Heretics is playing what is 100% the best thing to go for in the meta right now. I think they're going for what's easy to execute, what's easy to build this team synergy with as well. And we see that a lot with Brom and Leona also being a thing for Mercer down in that bot side where you can just full send it with the ease of execution, also the disengage as well. So I just generally feel like Team Heretics, they don't need to be fancy with it. They're still building.
Yeah, I do feel like there are some like stable points for them, right? Again, Ebby on the top side, like you don't need to give him support in the lane phase. He's going to come out looking very good there. Jankos always has been fantastic on the ganking junglers, the Sejuani in particular. And mid lane too. I think it's been a lot of these like scaling team fight picks for Ruby, which is why yesterday was so exciting with Jack and Mersa taking over the game after some early assistance. Cause it's like, wait a second, if that's in your wheelhouse, and now you can be like, actually, we don't have to play top side at all. We can focus bot side with some more aggressive 2v2 drafts. That's a great position to be in this specific meta.
Yeah, I agree. And my apologies meant, of course, to Rakan as well instead of Leona. But I also think that there's a huge task ahead of them because they're going up against Kasi and Hylissang. And for me right now, specifically, Mad Lions, they are in a world where we always talk about G2 and Vitality display. They're looking like a dark horse right now to also take it all. So they have their fight cut out ahead of them here.
I want to hear your thoughts on Mad Lions, though, because I've been talking to the players. Most of them, when I ask them, hey, do the results you have matched what you've been experiencing in scrims? And they're like, hell no, I don't know what's going on. We come together on stage, but obviously they haven't been doing so hot in scrims, and it feels like communication is all over the place. I remember Elioya saying, oh, it's just a bunch of monkeys and it works because, well, we don't know why it works. So why does it work, Ender?
Well, first of all, because the enemy team left Snack open. Like, how are you going to give that over to this guy? I don't even know. Crazy stuff right there. But also, I think, like, their bot lane has been really fantastic for me. That's, like, where my focus sort of coming into this matchup is going to be, especially if we see another aggressive 2v2 draft. But overall, I just think the Mad Lions have incorporated Chasey into the roster. Very nice nicely up towards the top side of the map. Elyoya's always been very strong, sort of on any type of jungle champion. So the fact that Niski is allowed to play, again, a lot of these strong team fighters, like, it does feel like there's some parity, I think, in the mid lane position between these two teams.
We'll see how they match against Team Heretics today. But before we get into game, let's hear from Heretics World Traveler Ruby in his LEC newcomer interview.
My name is Ruby. I'm 24 years old and I come from South Korea. I started play League when I was 15 and I started pro player when I was 18. My first team was Battle Comics and after that I was in Africa Freaks, LCK, and then LPL, Rogue Warriors, and then PCS, Boomy Sports, then Unicorns of Love, last year, Prime League. And then, LEC Heretics. Basically, my playstyle want to play aggressive laning page, and I like to grow myself, and then carry in teamfight.
Who are your favorite champions?
Rice. Probably Victor.
Is there any player or any team in the LEC that you really want to play against?
G2.
Why?
Cause Cap's really good. So like, I feel like I will be way more better player if I keep playing versus G2 and Caps. My hobby is cooking. Like in the weekend, I cook for my family. Normally, I cook seafood, kimchi jjigae, and bulgogi.
Okay.
Obviously, bibimbap is really easy to make. Free time, normally listen music or watching YouTube. Sometimes doing other game, StarCraft, old game, and then watch. Normally, most of free time I watch YouTube. Just like chilling.
Good to hear from Ruby that he likes cooking. I will say our producers have informed us.
Right.
Because he said he likes cooking, we're meant to make a what is he cooking joke right now. So do you have any?
Guys, really, the cooking meme, it's been...
This
is why people get mad at us, okay? We're not trying to kill any memes
not us.
here. It's not...
It's the producers.
In the script,
It
guys.
literally said right there. Marcus wrote it down for us.
They literally wrote, what's he cooking? I'm like, no, we will not conform. They took the camera off us. They're mad at us.
Yep.
Disappointing.
It's the behind the scenes, you know, like the Real Housewives of LA or whatever. We have the real casters of the
throwing
LEC.
our producers under
just
the
everyone's
script writers.
infighting backstage.
Anyway, enough about that. Welcome, everyone. We're into draft. That was very quick. So, Menik, I have a fun fact for you.
Okay.
And I need you to answer yes or no.
Yes or no, specifically yes or no.
Do you consider Thresh a melee champion? Yes or no?
No.
Then, Hylissang has not played a single melee support this split.
Wow.
How crazy is that?
Not that
Hylissang.
crazy, because support meta is not melee
But
support.
Hylissang.
I mean, yeah, sure, Hylissang, but still.
Mercer's got Rakan, Braum, Nautilus. They're all in there. But Hilly, crazy.
I'll give you it. I'll give you it, Veddy. That is an enjoyable fun factoid.
You're welcome.
Let's see if he upsets the apple cart and goes for something out of his wheelhouse, like a melee champion. Maybe a Rakan for Hylissang. What a surprise that would be.
It would be unique for
really
Hylissang. Of course, we are messing around. For those that don't know, Hylissang has an incredibly deep champion pool throughout his many years here in the LEC. But I just thought it was interesting because when we talk about Hylissang expectation, thumbs up.
So
he's confident today, Hebby. Excited to see what he brings out. The Cassante yet to be banned. We did see it banned yesterday. He was forced onto the Jax.
His second unique pick this split. Obviously, both these teams already qualified to top 8. They are playing for seeding. Getting top 1-2 seeds does mean that you get your choice of the lower tier teams in the group stage when you get to those best of 3. So both of them can still reach those heights as well. Be good for them to pick up wins today. Sejuani, Elise, Lucian banned, Maokai, Draven, Wet's going alongside it, Jax from Mad Lions.
What are they going to... Well, they wouldn't first pick the Cassante. That doesn't make sense.
Yuumi is up.
Yeah, Yuumi is available if they want to, but the Ashe as well. I like this priority. We've been seeing a lot all over the world. It makes a lot of sense with the Hail of Blades. Incredibly powerful champion the bot side of the map. You can flex it into AD carrier support. I'm a little surprised that we've just seen Heimerdinger kind of fall off. A lot of people have just said, you know what, Ashe is actually what made that lane OP, not necessarily the Heimerdinger. And while I think we can still see it here or there, teams are prioritizing getting a different AD carry, something like the Varus, to pair up alongside the Ashe.
I think one of the issues with Heimerdinger is Ashe was brought in as an answer to it, because you can outrange the turrets, right? So if you first pick the Ashe, you can't play Heimer into the Ashe, because the Ashe is good into the Heimer, right?
Sure.
And that you don't want to pick the Heimer first because then the opposition just picks
Will we
the
then
Ashe.
see the? Then I bring into the question then what happened to the Ashe Heimer as a bot lane, right? Because that's really
true.
what started off the pressure in the bot lane. And some teams did
Jhin
come up
Varus.
with Jhin, but I wasn't that impressed with Jhin.
Kalista Varus.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
any AD carry, that's true. In any case, Mad Lions gonna take away the Varus, so we'll see what Jack Spectra will bring out to answer it. With the Vi going in the hands of Veljoy, something that gives him a little bit of early game agency and strong lockdown against what is already an immobile champion in the form of Ashe. Wouldn't be surprised if Heretics see them lock in a jungler right now. With the Elise removed, with the Maokai removed, you are looking at something like a Wukong. And just as I say that, Jankos chooses to lock that one in. Ruby hovering one of his preferred champions, but I think it would make sense for Heretics to lock in an AD carry right now. The question is, what direction would they go? Will they try and get themselves something like a Caitlyn, so they do have strong pressure in that lane? Will they keep the Ashe in AD carry? It seems the Heretics are kind of leaving their options open, and they want to lock in a strong, long-range scaling mid laner in the form of the Azir.
Yeah, the Ashe, of course, can still be flexed to the AD carry role, as you said, Vedi. Azir, a safe mid laner. We were thinking, well, looked like Heretics were thinking about the Ryze for a second, but Niski showed us yesterday just how good his Cassio is, and you don't really want to be playing Ryze into that Cassio matchup in the mid lane. Mad Lions now, though, likely, well, actually, we'll just pick their mid laner here to answer the Azir. So no supports on the first set of rotations, unless, obviously, the Ashe goes to the support. A little bit of a change-up in terms of draft strategy. Mad now can look to... you can ban out what you want. You could go for AD carries, expecting the Ashe to be a support. It's probably your safest way of pinching the pool, and then try and get yourself a strong pushing support on R4 here. Leave your top laner for that final pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions ban away basically strong wave clear, or like great range, so Civic Caitlyn would make a lot of sense to me.
I agree.
Ezreal is also something that you might want to be cautious of, just that long range poke, potentially something that you're worried about. And into a Vi, having that extra mobility could be extra safe with the Ezreal as well.
Xayah as well, very good into the Vi, because you can escape with your Feather Storm. There's the Karma, so you can see Heretics agree with us, or maybe we agree with them. They want to get rid of some of that pushing down towards the bottom side. Varus Lux is something we haven't seen too often, but does give you a little bit of pressure down towards that bottom lane as well, or even something like the Varus Thresh that we have seen from Hylissang.
Well, I was going to say, Heretics should consider a Nautilus ban. You think about it, Vi, Nautilus, incredible backline threat, a very powerful 2 versus 2. Gives an easy lane for Elyoya to path towards. You did call out that Xayah earlier. And to me, this does look like a pretty good Nautilus option if Mad Lions are feeling confident, because of course you have to remember, if something like a Caitlyn Ashe does in fact come out in the bot lane, you are going to struggle in the early levels, but once you hit that level 3, it's a really big window for some violence to happen down the bot lane. So we'll see if Team Heretics choose to remove the Nautilus, or instead if they have their eyes on something else. We're just waiting right now. The discussions are continuing, as Mad Lions they do have a good dive composition so far. The Gwen actually going to be removed. So again, Cassante still up and available. Does suggest that Heretics is looking at it. They're trying to give Chasey the counter pick up towards top, and I think this is a smart. I think with the Gwen ban, Heretics is saying, we want you to blind pick Cassante.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really necessarily make sense when you can see that the Azir... Well, hang on a second. You already... Yeah, I mean, with the support still up, okay, so Mad Lions are going to do just that. With the Gwen removed, they're saying, Ebby, we don't think you have the strongest counter pick to match up into our Cassante. It's a very versatile pick, matches up with the dive that they already have available to them. And the question is, how will Heretics answer? And, you know, we talked a lot about the Heimerdinger earlier on.
Yep.
Ashe Heimerdinger is still a very powerful pushing bot lane. And I think it makes a lot of sense.
Where does Hilly go, though? Because Nautilus is not good into Heimerdinger. Every time you put a hook down, he puts a turret down, and you eat a grenade to the face. You could go for something ranged. We have been seeing Jhin support as an answer into the Heimer, but we'll see where Hylissang decides to go.
Hilly has been quite open about the fact that he's not a fan favorite of playing AD carries on support, but
he's not the only one, Betty. Get me out of this damn meta, man.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him pull something wacky out. The Renekton, though, seems to be the direction that Ebby is going towards. Pretty strong top side of the map. I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I think it can complement the Wukong quite well, just give decent dive threat with as a duo, but you kind of drafted a lot of long range and disengage tools with Azir, Ashe, Wukong. But I guess when they look at the isolated matchup and they just need something safe towards the top side of the map, it does make sense.
Okay.
Yuumi actually going to be the round out. It does mean that Mad Lions, the crowd is going to be very upset off the back of that. But Mad Lions, they don't have the strongest pushing bot 2 versus 2.
You sack the lane for this, really. Varus is just going to try and farm. Might be... I'm trying to think if you're going to go poke or on-hit Varus here. I think poke definitely makes sense, but On hit might help you later on in the game.
Well, Mad Lions have a lot of dive, which does mean that Kazi kind of has to play a little bit independently, because when the Vi or the Silas dives in, you actually expect the Yuumi to be on top of them rather than trying to peel for the Varus. By having the on-hit, I feel like it does give you a little bit more independency, because you can build something like the Shield Bow, which can protect you from things like the Wukong and the Renekton, which, again, those two in isolation, something I think an on-hit Varus could manage, but we'll keep track of it. We'll see what direction Kazi chooses to go in.
And of course, not just a battle between the players, but also between the coaching staff. Mac and Peter Dunn were revolutionaries at their time when they led Mad Lions to 2 titles in a row. Now, Peter Dunn back over, as you can see the hugs coming out, back over from a little bit of time on EG. Now in Europe, heading the charge for Heretics. Max still leading Mad Lions, and Mad Lions on fine form at the moment, sitting at 5 wins. A win here would tie them up with Vitality at the top of the standings at 6 and 2. G2 may join them later. I'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a good one. I think the Yuumi getting all the way through picks and bans is, you know, you don't want to see Helion Yuumi. It is the first time he's played it this split. Still continues his battle against the melee supports, only playing range supports. But in a game that really only has stakes for seedings, it's good to see both the teams still willing to bring out something a little bit spicy. Let's get into it, though. Heretics versus Mad Lions. And we see what we often see from a team with Heimerdinger. Get the turrets down early, get them deep. All of Heretics came down towards this bottom lane to try and make sure that Mad Lions couldn't garner any priority. And we see what we often see in the LEC as well, which is a pause in the game. I do have a fun fact for you, Betty.
What's the fun fact, Medic?
Do you know the win rate of both these teams when they have a lead at 15 minutes? Gold lead, 15 minutes in the game.
I do not know the win rate.
Do you want to presume, considering I said both of them have the same win rate with a gold lead at 15 minutes?
So I've got pretty good odds of getting both answers correct.
If you guess the right answer, it will be correct for both teams.
Is it over 50%?
It's well over 50%.
I'm going to say 83.8%.
It's well over 50%, Betty. And these teams have won a lot.
Okay, one team's won 4 games, the other one's won 5.
Yes.
Lot is quite a...
I mean, anything above 50%.
T1 last year won a lot, okay?
Sure.
You know, like...
Not enough, though.
Wow. Yeah. Jeez.
Did they win either of the big 2? No. I was there for one of them.
Okay, right.
Anyway,
well,
these teams, if they had their win rate at 15 minutes with a gold lead, they would have beaten T1 in both those things.
So 100%?
100%!
Wow.
Neither of these teams have lost with a gold lead at 15 minutes in the LEC Winter.
Wait, so
I will say, not the same as MSI or Worlds, but we can pretend. So whoever has the gold lead at 15 minutes, we just FF there, and we say it's their
That's
their
the
win,
beauty
right?
of stats. If you just put them in the right context, you can make anyone look better than pretty much anyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah. Statistically, Medic, you have been in more MSI finals than Cadrel.
He's never cast an MSI final, has
Right, there you go.
Beast mode. I didn't see who won the match of rock, paper, scissors.
Technically.
Oh, here we go. Okay, keep going, yeah.
You have been in more international competitive games than Cadrel has as well.
Yeah.
Because you were in the Rift Rivals tournament.
I was. I played in a Rift. I got destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. Quick aside. We have some potential audio issues on Heretic's side. We're just investigating them. But a quick aside. I hate Kobe. Right?
I hate
the LCS caster. Like, clip this, send it to him, tweet it at him. Okay. I hate. Oh, we're into the game.
We're into the game.
Should I finish the story? I'll finish. I hate Kobe. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We were out the night before. We had dinner together before this
I
Rift
was
Rivals
there.
game.
I remember,
right? We were having dinner, and Kobe was like, "Hey, Medic, we're jungling against each other," because I wasn't allowed to play support because I was going to be too good for the team. So they made me play jungle. And I was like, "Yeah, Kobe, we're jungling against each other. I only know how to play Sejuani jungle. I don't play jungle at all. I only know how to play Sejuani. So I'd like it, Kobe, that you don't take the Sejuani away from me." And guess what they first picked? Sejuani, man.
They did.
It's not even a fun champ to play.
It wasn't, no. They were really try-hard.
Yeah,
they really
were
wanted
so
to win.
Well, because NA doesn't win much internationally, so it makes sense, right?
You're just kicking everyone today. All right, well, in any case, let's get back to the game. Some early vision invested from the Mad Lions to track out what Jankos is up to in the early game. I was wondering if he was actually going to pass towards bot or top, because you expect Jack Spectra and Mercer to be able to get the push in the early laning phase. Good exhaust comes out from Hilly.
Yeah, you lose these Mad Lions.
Yes, you do.
Yep. That's Ashe. Yep, okay.
That is some good damage.
That Ashe is just so difficult to deal with. Down towards the bottom lane. And it's one of the reasons I hate this support meta. And obviously Ashe is an AD carry, but as soon as you try and do anything into an Ashe lane, if you get autoed, you just permanently slowed as you walk back towards your tower. And with Mercer there on the high mid as well, the push is always going to go in favor of Heretics. We said that they Mad Lions sacrificed the lane, picking the Yuumi. It is to be expected. They're trying to trade. They're trying to get what they can out of it. The Yuumi heals will help a little bit, but still, Mad Lions on the ropes a little bit down towards that bottom lane.
So keep an eye on what Elyoya did here. So again, we had the pleasure of having Jankos on the desk yesterday, and he was talking about like how you think as a jungler, the directions, the pathing, who has push, and you're thinking about all these things about what your options are.
It gave me time to take a nap as well, which
yeah, it was.
Really nice.
Jankos decided to do a full clear bot side. Mad Lions had information of that because of that ward by the Raptor pit. But as a result of that, Elyoya, oh, hang on, gank in the mid lane. You should expect this.
Tries to dash away, will be slowed by the red buff. Ruby going in as well, and a flash from Niski escapes. But summoner down for the Mad Lions mid lane.
Yeah, so a bit awkward overall for Niski. Jankos wants to get a little bit of information. Now he knows, oh, this is dangerous.
He's got the flash, doesn't have the decoy right now. Niski on the chase, nowhere for Jankos to go, step too far. And immediately Elyoya jumps in and claims first blood.
Interesting. So there are a couple things here, mainly that Niski, I feel like, should have been aware that on the bot side of the map, that's where Jankos was going to be. We're going to get another quick pause. Hopefully we can get a replay of that sequence of events as some of the technical issues are getting resolved. But they had information because that ward spotted out the Raptors. It could have been a situation where Jankos pulled the Raptors in so that they didn't actually have full insight as to what he was doing, which would make sense because what he did was a full bot side clear, and then he leveraged the fact that he had bot priority, which is kind of makes sense. Usually junglers want to play towards the lane where they have that full control. Niski over pushing his lane as a result ended up getting ganked, and Jankos saw a window. The problem is the wave was now basically frozen underneath Ruby's tower. This means that Ruby can't actually offer assistance. Niski's not stuck under his tower. There's room for him to roam. So the fact that Jankos would feel confident enough to actually then invade, seeing the Raptors up, it should have told him, and they knew exactly where Elyoya was. Elyoya's pathing, recognizing that Jankos had two options in the early game. With the push that they have in bot, he could have actually cleared his bot side camps and then invaded bot map using the push that he has with the bot lane, along with the push in mid. Because Elyoya did red into bot side clear, that meant that wasn't an option for him, so he went for a gank, and then he tried to steal the Raptors. But he should have known that Elyoya was pathing back up, and he should have known that he doesn't have the support to make that. So, big mistake there, I feel, for Jankos giving away first blood. Will give a very big advantage over to Elyoya. We didn't get to see if he stole away any camps. I think there was a brief window where he could have stolen away some of the wolves.
He was going to go in and take the blue, then backed away from it, and instead took the Scuttle Crab, so...
Evie and Chasey now trading.
Enhanced Ruthless Predator there, going to slice through, gets the knockback on the Q3, but Chasey just has to walk away from that one. Does have the TP to get back, looks like the wave's frozen outside of Evie's tower, so expect Chasey to TP back to this turret to make sure that wave doesn't lose too many minions.
It's a good place to freeze the wave. Gives a window for Kazi to actually go back to base. Jack Spectra and Mercer want to try and push this one out to make sure that it gets underneath the tower, that the bounce, basically so they don't lose a minion wave. But of course, because Kazi and Hylissang do get to go back to base, it means that they will get back to lane first, and this is on a cannon wave.
They've got no mana here.
Elyoya does still have the flash, and he's going to see them backing on a ward.
Oh, Mercer's greeting as well. He wants the spell 3 spots off this tower. 3 auto attacks for the 60 gold.
Yeah, Mercer's the target.
Elyoya will wait for the back, and now Jack Spectra's gone. Mercer, the target, is going to have to burn the flash to get away. Makes that Heimerdinger a sitting duck in the bottom lane.
So a decent amount of time invested means that Jankos, knowing where the enemy jungler is, once again can move into the opposite side. He was looking at the Krogs, but now he has his eyes on Chasey.
Remember, Chasey doesn't have TP. If you can chunk him out here, if you can get him low, you can put him in a really difficult situation, especially with the wave being frozen in such a tricky spot for Chasey. Looks like Jankos is waiting. Flash Ruthless Predator, there's the stun. Ghost coming out from Chasey. Evie's still looking for the chase as Jankos goes in, but Chasey knocks him back, and Jankos has to dive away. Chasey will be forced away. The wave's still not in the best of shapes for him, as Evie can push this one in, and Chasey has no recourse to TP back.
Good use of the W there from Chasey to actually bring Jankos underneath the tower and not give him that time to actually commit to something like a tower dive, because Jankos had already taken that initial shot. Yeah, Elyoya, though, doing exactly what Jankos did, looking for the cross map, seeing where the enemy jungler was. He knows he has the window and the time to be able to steal this one away. His bot lane has the push, his mid lane has the push, as Ruby is now going to TP back in. Mercer trying to be a bit cheeky here, but all he's really doing is helping Elyoya clear out the Drake. And unless Elyoya misses at the
Oh, Evie? Okay, I thought, I saw the turret laser start. I was like, it's going to hit him.
I saw it too. I was a little bit worried for him, but it looks like... Wait, did he get that tower play? I actually missed that.
He did. He got the play,
Okay. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that one. Niski going to do a cheeky cheater recall in the window with which Ruby had to catch that wave and then TP back in. He's going to come back out onto the map with a couple more components as the Lost Chapter now picked up for Ruby. With the first dragon secured, our next objective on the map to think about is that Herald. Spawning in about 2 minutes' time. I wouldn't be surprised to see Heretics start to slowly stack up these waves. You can see they're not trying to push this aggressively. They're creating a slow push, forcing Kazi to basically stay underneath the tower and just chip away at them, which then gives the Heretics bot lane the window to actually roam up and then contest that objective with the numbers advantage.
Really small Heimerdinger mechanic there as well. You chuck the grenade out and then you put the turret down as the grenade's about to hit, and you get the charged up laser immediately from the Heimerdinger. It gives you a little bit more damage to Kazi there, as we saw from Sir Evie, and Chasey will continue to trade up towards this top side. Junglers are on the top side of the map as well. Looks like Elyoya is getting chased out. Chasey can go all out up towards this tri-bush, but looks like Evie's just going to be able to chase him all the way out. Oh, Jankos takes away the blast cone. Chasey does still have the ultimate, so anyone that over pushes would be brought back towards his turret, but Jankos just looking for the red buff.
So again, 1 minute's time until... Ooh, good damage. And just what you were talking about, Medic was able to land the bomb. A second turret went down, and that was a lot of damage that dropped onto Kazi. Now keep your eyes on this Heretics bot lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see them back and actually start making their way up towards the Herald. But Mad want to use this window to get some information in the enemy jungle and potentially steal away this red buff, which is exactly what Elyoya is going to do. They recognize exactly what Heretics is up to, and it was a good topside play from Heretics. You know, they had the push in top, they were able to rotate Ruby from the mid lane into the topside jungle, and Chasey was basically being bullied out of the lane, which meant that they could steal away that red. Actually, okay, so they're going to send Jack Spectre back around towards bot. They want to make sure that he catches this wave. The Herald spawning in about 10 seconds time. Mercer's making his way up, and you can see Hillisang looking to do the exact same thing. So Heretics will be a little bit ahead of the play.
And the difference, obviously, is that Jack Spectre, when he hits 6, can influence the top side of the map, whereas Kazi cannot with that arrow. Mercer does spot Elyoya here, puts down the turret. Elyoya just stunned up, and Mercer gets him. Niski next on the menu as Ruby goes forward. Hillisang's going to join up with his teammate, but Mercer able to get the solo kill pretty much there on the enemy jungler. Another stun going down. Niski low. Mercer looking for the chase. Red buff. Oh no! Niski flashes forward. Mercer will fall. Niski though unable to be saved by Hillisang. Not quick enough to pounce on his teammate and save his life. Hillisang forced away. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Heretics. Jankos started up the Rift Herald. Chasey's come across to try and answer that, and Jankos will be forced off it for the moment.
Level 5 for Jankos, doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with Chasey just yet.
Hillisang 6.
Elyoya back in mid lane as well. Mercer on his way back up to mid. Keep my eyes on Niski on the minimap. Okay, we've got a bit of a skirmish. Yeah, so basically that mid play changed a lot. The idea from Mad Lions was to try and kill Ruby, which kind of breaks up Heretics' game plan and doesn't give them the same control and space around this Herald. But now that Mercer's back, Jankos is very quickly trying to get 6. Here comes the arrow.
Yeah, Mercer just hit 6 as well. Arrow just wide, does force Mad Lions off the Rift Herald.
Jankos just got 6 off the mid wave.
Elyoya's hit 6 as well, but you can see Kazi's all the way down towards bottom side. It would be foolish of Mad to fight this. They would be at a numbers disadvantage, lickety split, as Jack Spectre can move up to the mid lane. Now going back down towards bottom, Heretics will secure the Rift Herald. 1,000 gold their lead right now as well, but you can see Hillisang trying to move around the map. Roaming Yuumi is not something we often see, but
Hillisang.
Jump onto Elyoya. Get in with the Bolt Breaker. The cease and desist in the final chapter could end Evie's life for the first time this game. Chasey pulls him back with the all-out. Evie trying to get away, but there's the Bolt Breaker. Don't even need the final chapter. Chasey takes the kill.
Evie choosing not to use the Dominus, recognizes that he's likely going to lose his life, doesn't want to risk it. His flash wasn't available anyway, so he just accepts his death, moves on with the world. Kazi, though, looking for a play. Mercer is hovering behind. Good ultimate.
And Kazi's just trying to get the wave away from his tower. Like, you can sacrifice some of your health, you can use your ultimate, even though you know the summoner spell is going to be burnt in response. You just want to get that wave as far away from your tower as possible, so the dive is a little bit more tricky for Heretics. Mercer popped the Scryer's Bloom here, so Elyoya should know there's at least one person in the area. Mercer trying to wade around the corner. Prowling Projectile marks him for a second. There's the final chapter. Maybe a bit presumptuous there from Hylissang. Does still land the root, and there's the cease and desist as well, but Mercer puts down an upgraded turret, and that's not where you want to be fighting. Elyoya flashes away and dives over with Hylissang, but now it's a numbers advantage for Heretics. Jankos able to take the first one. Kazi trying to straight down towards the bottom side. He will kill off Jack Spectre, and Mercer too. It's 2 from Mad Lions bot lane, but Hylissang is down. So is Kazi, and in the end, Heretics come out on top.
Ends up being a 3 for 2 in favor of Heretics, and wow, Mad Lions, they are hungry for these early game fights. I think that with the power of this Heimerdinger, they need to be a little bit more cautious, but they recognize that, hey, Mercer Squishy, he's what, I wonder if they, I mean, he did have his flash. I'm pretty sure I saw him use his flash, but in any case, they recognize that they're being collapsed on. Niski gets into the river first, and they're saying, hey, we actually have a numbers advantage here, so let's go for this play. The good use of the ultimate initially from Mercer. The ultimate comes out from Niski, lands a stun onto 2 members, and I feel like that Mad play this fight about as well as they can, but Jankos is doing so much damage with his ultimate. Then Ruby finally arrives. Kazi is able to get 2 kills here, charges up the Q quickly, secures that kill. The turret actually ends up securing it for him. So I think overall, when you kind of look at where the gold has been distributed, the fact that Kazi was able to get 2 kills, definitely still pretty good for him. He actually has a small gold lead over Jack Spectre now, but the amount of control that Heretics have over the mid-jungle, the fact that they're now able to drop this Herald will continue to balloon their gold lead. Another 2 plates will go to them. At the end of the day, Mad Lions not in the worst position ever. They're only a little bit behind in terms of this early game. I do just get more concerned as the game goes on. The amount of scaling, the amount of range that I think Heretics have on their side is something that I think Mad is going to struggle to deal with when they don't have, I would say, the most reliable engage, or maybe it's fair to say the easiest follow-up, because while I think it's easy for Vi to start to fight, sometimes it can be difficult to follow her when, oh, she can go through the Azir wall, but can anyone else?
Yeah. It's always a little bit tricky. I think Elyoya was spotted on that ward as he walked into this alcove. In fact, I can't really see a way that he wouldn't be spotted on the ward as he came through. Jankos is going up into that top side jungle. When you see the enemy bot side, the enemy jungler bot side, you know you have an opportunity to push in like this, especially with Ruby getting the push in mid. His top lane was pushed in as well. It makes it very easy for Jankos to steal away some of these camps and continue to garner himself a little bit of a lead. But what it does mean is Jack Spectre and Mercer now know they're playing entirely on the weak side, so they're giving up a plate or 2 as Elyoya can now step in towards Heretics jungle to steal away their red as well. Jack Spectre and Mercer doing the right thing here by denying a camp. You know, you don't really have much else to do. You might as well take the Krugs, and also by taking the Krugs, it means that Elyoya can't steal them away from your jungler, so even though your jungler's not getting it and you don't get the extra smite him out of it, you still manage to get something. Smite across the wall. Jankos here for Elyoya. They are fighting in the bush right now, but the arrow connects, and Jankos nowhere for him to go. Ruby gets his 2nd kill of the game.
Just like that, Heretics find themselves another kill. This early game has overall looked pretty good from them. I like the way in which they've used their early prio and they've been able to punish Mad Lions. And I think a large part of that was just Elyoya. While they did have control, Niski going back and the sudden collapse, there was such great vision control from Heretics in this bot side river. They knew exactly what Mad was up to. And while they were able to gain advantages and steal away the red buff on the top side, they were then able to punish Mad for their decision making and basically just being a little bit behind on the play. So again, great early game from Heretics, looking to tie Mad up in the scoreline. Of course, both these teams are just playing for seeding primarily. You can see that with a win for Mad, they would be able to tie the top spots as Ultimate's Ghosts have been thrown out.
It's a bit
Chase is getting
strange
low
when
here.
Chases go all in like this. Knows that Elyoya is waiting around the corner, but maybe just trying to bait Ebby. Not often you see an all-out used that quickly in the lane. Usually you want to save it, so you've at least been chunked out a little bit as Ruby starts to collapse onto Niski. Niski now realizes Jankos is there as well. The Emperor's Device on the way, but Jankos dodges it with a decoy. Niski does still have the flash and will use it to get over the wall, but good little dodge there by Jankos. Meanwhile, the bottom tower does fall. Mad Lions trying to eke back some of that gold disadvantage. They are still 600 gold in the hole, Betty, and with 20 seconds on the clock before the FF vote comes out, we'll see who is going to continue their 100% win rate with gold lead at 15 minutes.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. One of these teams has to win, and the other team does in fact have to lose.
But
Medic.
They can both still keep their 100% win rate with the gold lead at 15 minutes. Just the team that has a gold lead in 5 seconds time has to win the game for that to be true. Because
How can both teams hold the record?
Okay, so here we are, right?
Okay.
Heretics have a gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
They have a 100% win rate when they have a gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yes.
Mad have a goal deficit right now at 15 minutes.
Oh,
but they have a 100% win rate when they have a lead at 15 minutes. So assuming Heretics win this game, both those 100% will stay true. Now, Jack Spectre being caught out isn't the best sign for them winning the game.
Doesn't look good, no.
As he does die down towards the bottom lane, but we don't know.
Does get punched in the face.
Yeah, he got punched a little bit with the Tofus.
Quite violently,
Yeah.
But we'll still see. Team Heretics still hold a pretty healthy gold lead for now. Jankos going to make the cross map. We've been talking about it all game. Both these junglers very smart, great awareness on the map. Aside of that little blunder around Raptors at the early game, I've enjoyed watching these two very talented junglers bout heads. And butt heads, I suppose, rather than bout. Yeah. Because you would just say they would bout, wouldn't they?
In a bout they would butt heads.
In a bout they would butt heads. There you go. New word for you all at home.
I don't think that's a new word.
I mean, a lot of...
I mean, true.
You know, how commonly do people use the word bout? To have a bout.
Yeah, to have a bout, maybe
someone.
not that commonly, you're
right. It's like, you know, that would be used in the day of shall we duel to the death, you know? That's not, you know, just saying, Eddie.
It's true. No, you're right, you're right.
Now, Dragon, 1 second. Let us see the upcoming bout between Mad Lions and Heretics. That Herald has been dropped to try and gain priority here in mid lane.
They've got
Fire's actually just started this one solo. Heretics looking to try and push this one in. The TP's coming in, they're looking for the fight.
The Cleanse already used Jack Spectre, pop the arrow there. Kazi gets away from it, but Heretics all pushing in the mid lane here. As you say, Elioy is still on that Dragon. Would be the second of the game for them. Niski trying to defend, but the Riptile charge alongside. A little bit of extra damage will be enough. Jankos
that was a kill.
There.
I thought that was the clone.
I thought it was the clone too. I was like, don't get distracted. But Jankos falls. Niski now shuffled back into the rest of the team. Pops a stopwatch. The rest of his team are trying to collapse, but I think Niski will be dead before they can get there. Do Heretics still want a little bit of this Barney? A little bit of this bout, Vedi? It looks like they don't. As they will head out through the topside jungle.
See, now we're just far too English. Because I understand that you could say they fancy a bit of this Barney, and that would make sense to me. But everyone else would be like, what does Barney have to do with anything? That doesn't make sense.
I still have a fan theory that Baron Nashor is actually just Barney. Or one of his like evolutionary stages.
You mean Barney the dinosaur?
Barney the dinosaur, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Have you seen that purple anywhere else?
That's true. Right, let's have a look back and see how Jankos dies here. So I saw the Ash Arrow. That was a lot of damage. Q. Oh, there you go. RQ. That was enough. Fair enough. Well played, Niski. He does get a little bit greedy here, though. That one step down was enough for Ruby to be like, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. That's a kill. It unfortunately does go over to Mercer. I think there was the little robot that actually ended up
I don't think that's so unfortunate. It's a hunt. Let's have a look at the damage, actually. I want to see how much damage Mercer's done. Yeah, I don't think it's that unfortunate, Vedi. Don't think it's done almost twice as much as Niski's done almost 3 times as much as Elioy.
But Yuumi... and people say jungle's a broken role, right? Unbelievable.
Jungle is a broken role.
Hashtag love jungle.
You're not even a jungler, man. You're
no, I am a mid laner. But as long as people don't look at Akali, I'm fine.
Okay, true. Yeah, Mad Lions currently sitting about 3,000 gold in the hole. They do manage to take that tier 1 in the top lane, but Heretics have opened up the map pretty well, taking mid-tier 1, mid-tier 2. Now, the question is what they want to fight over next. Jack Spectre has gone Immortal Shieldbow. Doesn't have too much ability haste on this Ashe, but does already have the level 2 ultimate, so that pick potential, always a possibility. As they look up towards this top lane, no vision currently on Niski. Jack Spectre won't go any further up. Maybe he was looking at catching that wave, but instead just working his way back towards mid. Actually, I think he may be taking the Scuttle Crab. That makes more sense than him going top lane right now. However, the collapse is a possibility. Mercer will pop the Scry's Bloom. Elioy looking down towards this bottom lane. Jankos might be caught out in his jungle. Very sneaky here for Mad Lions, Vedius. In the hunt for prey, one must be silent.
True.
But deadly.
I agree. Lay a trap. A juicy cat, perhaps. Well, no, just go home. I love that skin, by the way.
EDGC?
Yeah.
Yuumi skin?
It's cool. It's cool skin.
My problem with Yuumi skins is 90% of the time you don't really get to see them that much, right? Emperor Survive used in the top lane as Ruby shuffles away, but here is Chasey. The Sun Disc put down. Stopwatch will help that Sun Disc spawn a little bit, but Chase can tank it for quite a while. Ruby trying to flash away, and in the end, he can't fight up against the 2v1. Mercer's on his way, though. that Fed Heimerdinger.
Decided not to commit to it.
Off the council this time.
Valiant effort though. Jack Spectre going to be forced to flash after the Shurelias was popped by Hylissang. The collapse was real, but here we are. Jankos looking to get revenge for his mid laner.
Mercer trying to get a bit of revenge himself as well. Niski flashes away, dashes back in, and the Ignite will tick. Mercer gets another one. However, the rest of Mad Lions are on the chase. Cease and desist onto Jankos. Could this be a Baron for Mad Lions? They have 4 members up towards this top side. Might decide against doing it. Instead, just recalling. Oh, Mercer. Go on, Mercer. Yeah, hit him with a grenade. Get it, Mercer!
Oh, that was
said there wasn't enough gold on the Heimerdinger, Eddie.
Oh, my word.
Kazi, this is deep.
Elyoya is here to help, but it's not going to be enough. Ruby gets a shutdown. Ebby picks up another one, and what was a good play initially from Mad has very quickly turned in the favor of Heretics. A Baron is now on the cards for Heretics. The only problem is that Elyoya is still alive. Jankos will be on his way.
Niski has TP as well, but there aren't any wards.
There are 2 good wards over the wall. Will drop the control ward, and now it all comes down to Elyoya. Can he get the steal? Niski joining the fight.
Trying to get there in time.
Remember, Jankos not there yet.
They're keeping Elyoya away. Mercer tanking up the Baron right now. But look at the damage already onto Ruby. He's down. Mercer might fall as well. Almost falls just to the Baron damage. Don't stand in it, Mercer. Oh, they get it. The smite comes true. Stolen ammo onto the Jankos clone. Mercer escapes with 20 HP. And Heretics get the Baron at only the cost of Ruby's life.
I was so distracted by Mercer getting destroyed by the Baron that I saw Ruby go over the wall. I didn't see how he ended up dying so quickly. But Mad Lions, I mean, at the end of the day, it worked. Ruby sacrificed his life to stop Elyoya from getting into the pit. It will be a Drake going in favor of Mad, but at the cost of the Baron. The gold lead only continues to grow for Heretics. Mad. Okay, so an incredibly tense game continuing. Heretics definitely looking good here in this final week. They had a strong performance yesterday, largely carried by their bot side of the map, and Mercer looking to do the same thing today. Heretics, so they're in a good position on the top side. Looks like we're not going to have time for a replay as already both teams back out on the map looking to make stuff happen. Niski pushing in the bot lane, but Heretics with the Baron have the rise on the top lane, tier 2.
And for Heretics, they started 1-2, then they went 2-1, and Jankos said this was their 3-0 week. Scaling, trying to understand how they play together as a team. So far, it seems to be working out, but perhaps right now they need to save Evie. Dominus being popped. Chaser going in with the all out as well, and that Yumi's doing a lot of work. The arrow goes wide. Hylissang though, rooted and locked up with that Cyclone. Tried to dash onto someone else, but couldn't quite get there in time.
So the problem for Mad now is that by leaving Niski bot with no TP, Heretics can actually just keep pushing. They know that they have a numbers advantage, and they have the range advantage. There's no way that Elyoya is going to commit to a fight here, especially without Kazi's ultimate being available. So this will be a tower advantage for Heretics, but now they're going to choose to disengage, and this is smart because you know that Niski's going to come back to base. He's going to spend that gold. You don't have that much HP. You should just walk away with the advantage. JC. Oh, Jack Spectre, that is a dangerous thing to do. We'll be backing off. But really good awareness there by Heretics, knowing that by going 1-for-1, you can actually trade another objective. It means that they will walk away overall with an only 1,000 gold Baron power play, which, to be fair to Mad, not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Often a lot more can be gained, but the fact that they were able to get a kill and they were able to secure that tower in the bot lane meant that they could at least get some gold back.
Heretics still in a strong position in the game. Opening up that inhibitor towards the top lane gives you so many more avenues to approach the game. You can split, Evie can go up there, who has to answer him, and if they answer him, then you can push on the other lanes. Right now, Evie down towards the bottom lane because he doesn't have TP. Ruby's is up in 7 seconds, so he has been assigned to top lane duty. With 3 minutes on the Ocean Soul for Mad Lions, you can see Heretics trying to set up their vision down towards this bottom side. Also, the last tower outside of the inhibitors is in this bottom lane for them. Chasey stepping up. The rest of Mad Lions not quite with him yet. They're trying to catch that mid wave and get some vision back in their own jungle. Chasey will spot Ebby. Do you overstep here, Chasey?
You can see the pings coming out from Mad. They are very cautious. JC, yeah, he's not going to stay. Ooh, won't quite connect. Did of course have the dash there, but he will walk away. But now Mad, with information, know that they have to push on mid. They're going to look for this tower. See if they can knock this one down, but good wave clear from Ruby means that he'll hold it for now. Over the wall.
All in onto Ruby here. Final chapter coming out of Ruby's dead. where he stands. The tower will not fall. Shirelli is used by Mad Lions to escape.
Really great play.
Heavy burn the TP as well.
Yep, and that's exactly what makes it so good. The initial pick was something that Mad could maybe convert into a tower, but the fact that they got Ebi's TP means that they now have that TP advantage, and they can immediately cross over to top lane to offer support to Niski while they try and stop Heretics from protecting this tower. It should be another tower into Mad's back pocket. Really well played from Mad. Very, very well played from Mad, and that's just a great awareness of what was going on the map and a good punish, but now Niski overstaying in the top lane. Level 16 though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4v3 in favor of Mad Lions. Have to remember that Hylissang is on Kazi's shoulders here. But for the moment, Mad Lions with a good set of map movements kind of stabilize the game a little bit. Still only 3,000 gold the difference between these two teams, Vetty. And I feel in about a minute's time, we'll really see this game come to its climax. I do want to have a quick look at how much gold. Oh, he's only sitting on 600 gold or so. How much is it to upgrade Dark Sealing to Medjai's? Like 1.3k or so?
It's like 1.4, I think.
Okay, yeah. I was kind of hoping that Mercer would have a Medjai's by the next fight, but he's been spending so much money on control wards. He can't get his Medjai's yet. Sitting on 10 Dark Seal stacks. And that damage from the Heimerdinger really does pay off. Also the utility from the Rylai's can do quite a lot of work for you. And Leo coming down towards this bottom side. Ruby's going to slide away. Season desist. There's the Emperor's the Sun Disc coming out. The Emperor's Divide used as well. The arrow wide, but Jankos is coming to join his team. Niski flashing forward though. Hylissang kills off Ruby. Mercer trying to escape. Niski will take him down. Another shutdown as Chasey falls down towards the bottom side. Jack Spectre has to flash. And Ebi wasn't with this fight at all. Niski, level 16 with a Yuumi on his back. Makes it very difficult for Heretics to actually navigate these fights.
2 for 1 in favor of Mad. You can see them very quickly clawing this gold lead back. Kazi, good chip damage on the Jack Spectre, and here comes Niski.
Niski steals away the Cyclone. Ebi trying to get in there with the Ruthless Predator as well, but you can see Niski unabated. Can always just push forward. The Zoomies healing him up as well. Hylissang will clear out this ward, and Ocean Soul next on the cards for Mad Lions.
Props to Niski. That was just a really well-played fight. Started off by Elyoya and Chasey in the bot tower.
He's got the most damage on his team.
Yeah, I mean, it's Heimerdinger, bro.
He's only yeah, but like, come on.
Heimerdinger.
He's more than a Zir.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, he has been roaming. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can justify it because he's roaming,
He's just roaming.
Yeah, as long as you have to roam.
And he's only level 11, you know what I mean?
Okay, put down the turrets.
Wait a minute.
Here we go.
Do they know?
So, I think they know. The question is whether or not they can actually react in time for anything here. The turrets have gone down. They're on their way, but there's already down to 2,000 HP. The arrow goes out.
Good arrow.
And a Baron secured by Team Heretics. It's punch for punch, jab for jab in this game. Ocean Soul for Mad Lions after this pick onto Ruby.
And you'll see here the wall goes through, but the Unstoppable on the side, oh, hang on, yeah, on the top side, a lot of action happening. That collapse down onto Mercer, but Ruby wasn't quite able to push Chasey back. If he could have bought a little bit more time. He ends up getting killed by the Yuumi. Chasey's then just trying to distract Jankos as much as he can, knowing that he's going to lose his life, while Niski and Hylissang on the backline are just creating chaos. They get that initial kill onto the Heimerdinger. They force the Ashe out of the fight. And then they're able to burn even more off of Jack Spectre after Kazi was able to get good bursts. Now, the flank in from Elyoya, the movement speed from the Yuumi. They're looking for Ruby.
Jack Spectre isn't with the team and doesn't have the arrow. There's the Emperor's Divide going in. Good stopwatch by Ruby. Counter Emperor's Divide. Niski will fall first. On the back line, Elyoya still trying to survive through the Cyclone with Hylissang strapped to his back, but Chasey going in. Now in the midst of 5 members of Heretics, Jack Spectre's joined the party, and Mercer will secure the kill. You could see what Mad Lions wanted to do. Jack Spectre was not there, didn't have the ult, but Heretics reacted perfectly.
I mean, it was such a good engage from Niski, locking down Ruby. They wanted Elyoya to follow that up, but the stopwatch came out way too quick, which meant that the cease and desist didn't actually land. Ruby was able to throw his ultimate out and create space between him and Niski, and then Niski all one-shot. The moment that Chasey actually joined the fight, it was far too late, and now Team Heretics are knocking on the base of Mad Lions.
They have the TP on Ebi, but it feels a little greedy to go for this full push. 10 seconds on Niski, there's the teleport in. The Aaron Zukazi immediately capturing Jax. Cleanse away from that. Ebi going in. Move the Predator stun onto Kazi once again, but he's got the Mikhails. This time, Elyoya dives onto the backline. Can't kill off Jack Spectre. Kazi's still alive, and Niski now. Back to party, back to fight. The arrow hits, and the AP arrow will do a ton of damage. It's a triple. He's looking for the quadra. He kills Jankos for the back to kill. And the TP into Heretics base.
And Mad Lions off the back of that single penta may have just won the game. It looks was over. It looked like it was done, but Kazi, with some phenomenal footwork, able to buy enough time for Nisqy to come back into the game and potentially end it all. Those are some long death diamonds. 10 seconds on Mercer. Can he be the savior for Heretics?
I don't think he has it in him. Minions pushing in Shurelius to try and speed them up. They're on the Nexus towers already. Mad Lions on the brink of defeat. They clasp a victory. It seems Mercer up now. Against 4, it's Heimerdinger versus the world. And he will, for the moment, like Atlas, hold the world on his shoulders and keep Mad Lions from ending the game.
Oh my word. Give us a replay of that Nisqy pentakill. MVP of summer last split. He says that it was new year, new Nisqy. Let's have a look at it. But look at Kazi here. Phenomenal, especially with Hylissang as well, with the Mikhails. Nisqy then rejoins full HP, lands the W initially, is able to land the stun, throws the arrow out, which kills 2 because of the AoE and the amount of AP that it scales with. W once again with the root follow-up from Hylissang. And then it's just a matter of cleanup from Nisqy. Wow, incredible stuff from Hilly and Nisqy there. I gave Nisqy all the credit, but Hilly, his support, it was like, yes, we don't like Yuumi, but what he did there was phenomenal. The Mikhail's timing for Kazi, the healing that he was providing for Nisqy. Just overall, a really great team effort from Nisqy, Kazi, and Hylissang at the final moments there. Beautiful play from Mad Lions. Now with the Soul, the game kind of resets to dead even, but Mad Lions are in a commanding position once again.
Ocean Soul for them. Baron up in 2 minutes. Elder Drake in 1 minute 45 seconds. 5th item on its way for Ruby. It looks like, I believe, a Rabadon. Let's see where he is sitting in terms of gold. He's 800 on his person, so doesn't have enough. Well, has nowhere near enough to finish off that Rabadon's. Nisqy has a Dark Seal at 10 stacks. He could look towards the Medjai's next if he so desires, but it's all going to be about summoner spells. It's all going to be about positioning in this next fight. Cleanses, QSSs, or Mikhails. The Banshee's Veil as well, helping out a ton on Nisqy in this next battle.
So waves are going to be really important, because that top wave is going to be pushing in favor of Mad Lions. However, it's only the mid lane.
You don't win these.
Spectra.
You don't win these.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Huge amount of damage. The arrow going wide in response. Elioya trading with Jankos up towards the bottom side, but Mercer is there. Jankos tries to dive away. The piercing arrow finds his mark. Kazi cold. Browning projectile as well with the final chapter. Ruby's going to get booted in place. Nisqy flashes forward, and the Emperor has his soldiers used against him. It's an uprising. It's a betrayal by his own team as he is killed off. 2 more kills make it 3. Chasey TP.
He's catching the wave.
Catching the wave, sure. We'll say that's happening. As Nisqy now looking towards the top lane. Wave pushing in mid, that super minion finally killed off. Mad Lions don't have the minions right now, but in about 15 seconds time, those supers will be knocking on the Nexus Tower, the one remaining. Jack Spectra and Mercer. Well, Mercer's held the line once before, but I feel like this might be the last battle of the 300. The gates of Thermopylae are closed, but Mad Lions want to open up them pretty quickly. First Nexus Tower, the target. Mercer and Jack Spectra can only watch. Jankos now stepping forward. The Nexus Tower down, but the Nexus now on the cards for Mad Lions. Jankos will be forced away, but the Nexus will still be taken. And Mad Lions will claim their spot at the top of the LEC.
Mad Lions now tied alongside Vitality in another clutch comeback game. It feels like that's just been the story of today. A single fight has just very quickly swung the game in a direction that you did not expect. We saw it from SK with a beautiful fight from them at the start of the day. We saw it again from Vitality in the previous game, and now we're seeing it from Mad. But for Nisqy to secure a pentakill in the way that he did, just great performance. And you can highlight so many members on this team, but like I've just been so impressed with the bot lane of Mad Lions this split. A duo that many people expected to be one that was going to be hyper aggressive, constantly dying in the 2v2, but their consistency in every single game, their positioning, their individual mechanics have looked flawless. And I really do feel that if it wasn't for them and the way that they played in those final few moments, they may very well have just ran out of time, and Nisqy wouldn't have been able to do what he did.
That's the thing. If Hylissang is demounted because Kazi dies, then Nisqy isn't up in time. The Nexus towers are fallen, and it's a very different state of affairs when you're trying to fight against people hitting your Nexus, as opposed to when you're trying to fight against people hitting your Nexus towers. Great performance all round from Mad Lions. Also from Heretics, you know. They were probably about this close from winning that game. All it took was Niski tying at some point, you know? Your player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter are Ilyoya, Niski, and Kazi. I will say Niski's had a phenomenal weekend, actually. His Casio yesterday, 8-2-2, I think it was, against Fnatic. Now this game on the Silas. Obviously, having a Yuumi buffing you up, giving you AP, giving you heals, giving you move speed helps, but it's still a great performance from him.
I mean, let's not forget that Mad Lions last split ended the regular season in convincing fashion, but the team and the organization didn't win a single best of 5 all year. It was overall a very disappointing year for Mad, and the fact that they did come into this year with roster changes, with the expectations of changing things up. There were a lot of question marks. How would this team actually perform? I heard rumors that scrims were not going great at the beginning of the season, but they're looking great right now. And of course, having locked a spot in the best of 3s, we'll see how they perform next week.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. We're going to hand it over now to Trouble, who's standing by with Hylissang.
Thank you very much, Medic, and thank you very much, Hylissang, for joining me after that win. A Yuumi game.
Yeah, thank you.
Last week in PGL, you were specifically asked about supports, what you like to play, and you said, well, Yuumi's not necessarily my favorite, but I'll play if I have to. Thoughts on that?
Well, we didn't first pick it at least. We 5 picked it. Fair. It was last picked, and I didn't really know what to play into Heimerdinger, and I thought Yuumi was a good pick anyway, so I think it was fine with the Vi as well, so Vi Silas. So I think it fit our comp, but I didn't expect to get it on 5th pick. And yeah, it felt like we were a bit rusty with Yuumi, like team-wise. So yeah, maybe it didn't look so hot in the early game, but in that game it was pretty good.
It's okay, guys. It's getting nerfed soon. Not need to get used to it. How has the bot lane synergy been with Kazi? Because we have Niski coin flipping. There were some coin flippy comments being talked about the bot lane at the very beginning of the season, but you guys have climbed at the very top of the standings with that.
Yeah, I think we're pretty calculated bot lane. I don't know why people still have this narrative that we're like too aggressive or too coin flippy. I feel like we're pretty much always ahead or even, so I'm kind of done with this, like we're too aggressive or like we're too coin flippy or something. I feel like we're playing a good League of Legends on the bot lane with Kazi, so yeah.
And it's actually showing. Now let's have a look at that pentakill from Niski and what the voice comm sounded like while going on.
I will go. I have a stopwatch.
I'm up in 10, guys.
I will.
You should go slowly.
Go,
slowly, guys. Yeah, fight them.
Slowly.
I'm up in 3. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here, guys.
Okay. I have to give.
Go on me.
I'm on you. Go. Kill them all, okay? Kill them all.
I ult them.
Pentakill. It's a pentakill.
It's a penta for Dincher.
Penta!
Can we end?
Yes.
You guys seem to enjoy it, of course. This game was very, very close, and it came down to that pentakill in base to turn it around. Has the atmosphere in the team been all chatty and joyful throughout the entire game, or did it happen right after the pentakill?
I think the whole chat in this game was like a bit like on and off. Like we were a bit happy, a bit sad, a bit happy, a bit sad. But when we got the pentakill, we were like, okay, we got this, and we tried to enter top, and then we couldn't. And it was like a roller coaster of a game. But it felt like we would win the game, but we didn't do it so clean. So we were a bit disappointed in the comms. But I think Niski played pretty good. So I guess he kind of carried us. So thank you, Niski.
And you did fantastically to support him. One last quick question for you. Your ex-team just walked on stage. Fnatic versus Astralis. Very important game for both. They're trying to lock in that top 8. Who do you think is going to take it?
Well, I hope it's Fnatic, since I still think they can make it. But it will take a lot of willpower for them to overcome the issues. And I hope they can do it. We'll see.
Thank you very much, Hylissang, for joining me. Now, after the break, we'll continue with Astralis versus Fnatic, a huge battle in the fight for top 8. But first, let's listen to the Warner Song of the Week, Love Me Like You Do by DTE. We'll be back after this.
my dream team. Top lane. Shigenda, not bad, not bad. Huh? I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. What we got mid? Certus, okay. I mean, I'm not gonna flame my boy. He's on the team already. We'll just say he's the best. Jungle, what we got? What we saying? 1-1-3, okay. Well, I'm just gonna be honest. I think my team's a bit screwed right now. No offense to 1-1-3. I just think I got bad RNG. Okay, Mersa, not bad, not bad. We're getting there. Come on, give me a good AD carry. Give me a really strong one. Kobe, I'll take that. Yeah, it's a team. No flame, but it's a team.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do
Welcome back to the LEC. Now, it might only be February here in Berlin, but it might as well be a barbecue up on the International Space Station because the stakes have never been higher. I am referring to, of course, Astralis versus Fnatic right here. Now, with this game, both teams have a chance to lock in 100% of scenarios in which they would have at least a tiebreaker. All right, relax a little bit. Here we go. What this means for the teams is the winner, you can see, guarantees them 100% of scenarios in which they have a tiebreaker. That is not the same as lock-in percentage. If we go ahead and switch that, you can see 87.5%. We would rely on what actually happens tomorrow. Now, if they do go 2-0, either team that wins, if they win again tomorrow, you'll see that lock-in percentage shoots up to 100%. Same thing can be said for Fnatic. You might be thinking, okay, win today, it looks great for you, but there's still a situation in which a win today would not result in a lock-in and would then result in a tiebreaker. This is, of course, if Fnatic wins today. You can see Astralis win tomorrow, and Fnatic were to lose, all of a sudden that lock would go to 50%, 100% chance of a tiebreaker. Same thing happens here if Astralis win today but lose to Koi tomorrow, and Fnatic go on to beat SK. We're back to a tiebreak situation. So, more of the story is you win both your games, you are in 100%, but a win today still leaves openings for the opposite team to have a chance to come back. This would be monumental for both of these organizations. Astralis, of course, want to reach their first ever bracket stage, and Fnatic would like to avoid missing their first ever bracket stage. So big stuff on the line here between these two teams.
Thank you, Ender, for setting the stage for this game. We're going to have suspense and excitement until the last day of regular season, but Goldberg, we only had bangers so far, and I think this game, given the stakes, is not going to miss also.
This is the game I looked forward to the most today, okay? And that's weird, because it's Astralis versus Fnatic. And I think in a day where all the games so far pretty much has been a banger, I'm hoping this one exceeds all of them.
All right, let's take a deeper look in the matchup and what we want to see here from both teams, starting with a game plan. What do we want to see on the side of Astralis? Which direction do you want to take?
Right, so I guess earlier today I said that I kind of expected Astralis to take this as well, so I feel like if I'm the one taking the word with Astralis, I'm getting them ready for the matchup. I think I just tell them that today we're keeping it simple. We're going to make it so there's the comfort, which for Astralis is the mid to late game where they team fight. It's don't int, just do your own thing. And be aware that you're your own worst enemy. If you can get through your early game and you got Carpe to play for in the late game, or maybe, you know, Finn again on a gangplank, you have that late game.
Don't go with the gangplank thing again. It was weird.
Yeah, we need to relax.
I actually gave that to Finn, so maybe we'll see it later.
I mean, fair play. I mean, if
I'm
going to take Fnatic's side on this, I think obviously like neither of these teams have been super quick to like close out games. Haven't found a lot of wins between the two either. And Finn's gangplank is a concern with that comeback yesterday. Of course, it was required to give the opportunities over to the GP, but I'm honestly happy to give him the GP. I think a second phase ban may come into play because I don't see him picking that champion up in the first three. And if Wonder can be on something super safe, super chilling on the top side, the Gragas, of course, comes to mind. But any other sort of self-sufficient top laners like Cassante could also work. And I think he can nullify that individual matchup.
And I actually would have the same kind of thought process for Finn, right? I don't think we need to see him on anything fancy. I think you keep it on low resource. So to me, I'm thinking, nah, gangplank, then you would be happy with Astralis top side.
What about for the rest of the map, though? Because 1-1-3, we saw him struggling a bit. There's some champions he's been good at, but what would you prio here against Razork?
So, right, I think you throw the Viego straight out the window and you don't pick it up. I think what you need here is a champion that you can allow yourself to fall behind for in the early game, and you will still, even if something goes wrong, you will still have resources to play mid to late game with team fight. So I'm thinking Sejuani, Jarvan, champions where it's like, well, if it didn't go well, you know you can still have an impact in terms of setting up other players, and I think that's a good win condition to have.
That's the thing that I think Fnatic will be thinking about this, because Viego is 1-1-3's most played, but not 1-1-3. What am I? Yes, of course.
Yes.
I'm like double, triple trolling myself.
You're your own worst enemy.
Like
I was
Fnatic.
like, never mind. Anyways, most played, but that was like week one mostly that he was locking that in. Apart from that, was playing a lot of the early game aggressive junglers. So I think if Fnatic were to get Sejuani out of the pool, maybe if we see the Maokai ban come on the other side, just trade jungle bans, Maokai Sedge, get it out of there. He's going to be knocked to that next tier of pick. And I'd actually like to see Fnatic go a different direction. Maybe if he's going to be on a heavy ganking jungler, take a more farming route, get Prio in their bot lane, and look to invade off of that Prio in the red buff jungle.
Yeah, and down towards that bot lane, that's actually where I find the clear strength of Astralis, and especially when they're on blue side, because that means you have the easiest time of securing that bot lane. Ashe is open, great, that's a first pick. Ashe is gone, but Lucian is available.
Though? Because the 2 times that Astralis have played the Ashe, the first time it went to second phase, and the second time it was their second option to pick. So I think that Fnatic could leave it open and snag it on 1-2.
I think it's one of the most broken flex there is right now. We just saw Team Heretics go for it too. So I still think it's a power pick that you can go for. The other point I would say is that is Ashe is not available. Lucian Nami is something you can go for. And even then, if all the bot lanes gets taken away, Cobb is one of the few AD carries we also see on the Sire. So there's comfort in champions. That's not necessarily a priority.
I think it's entirely possible that the Ashe is left open and that Fnatic do take it. I do think if Ashe is removed from the play, that I'd actually love to see them go back to the engage supports. They're so comfy down there in the bot lane for Fnatic, and look to sort of copy how Mickey plays like the Nautilus the Leona. Look for the level 1 all-ins and have jungle path down towards that bot side. Look to play off of that Prio to get into the enemy jungle, because I think if you can split the map away from bot lane, it gives so much room for Reckless. Wonder's going to be fine on the top side, especially with the Gragas. Very hard to dive that champion. I think that could be almost their entire game plan in the early game.
Yeah, and of course, something like that would require to lock down the comfort picks for Finn, so he's actually under a lot of pressure if you were to split the map. But I think that's kind of the hard part as well for Fnatic in the ideal scenario. I also think just in general, with the bot lane, Fnatic so far has invested a lot of bans pretty much in all of their pick and ban on AD carries.
With the bot lane
bans, because it's pretty much overloaded on that every time. And then to go for Astralis over lane we haven't talked about yet, I would go into the mid lane. I think for Deor, it's no secret that his laning phase is not his strongest trait, but we've seen him do insanely well in some high intense moments when he's been on the Silas gearing up for a team fight. And I even think that a champion like TF, which used to be his comfort pick, is something where, well, if you're not winning laning phase in mid lane, well, then at least you still have a leeway to enabling the rest of the map. And I think that's also something that Astralis could look for if they want to further their strength.
I want to take a step back here and focus a bit more on what's at stake here and the maybe mental aspect of the game, because as Astralis picked up an important win yesterday and we started seeing improvements for the team, Fnatic is still lacking identity, and I don't feel like we've seen something stable enough yet from them. Coming into this game, not an elimination game, but still an important one. What do we think of Fnatic's momentum compared to Astralis when it comes to taking them down?
I think, so for me, momentum doesn't really come into it, because even Astralis, I think, are going to feel like they stole away a win they didn't fully deserve yesterday. Like, Finn's GP popped off at the last moment, but like, they were backs against the wall in their base. I think for Fnatic, what they probably are thinking of is like, how can we, or I hope they're thinking of this, how do they like simplify how to execute in the team fights? Because I think there's been multiple moments we've sort of pointed out where they've looked disjointed, whether it's with the draft they have and more like individualistic champs in that, or the spacing options, Reckless maybe stepping back when the rest of the team is going in, and then the spacing is scuffed for the rest of the fight. I think that they just need something that is easy to operate in the 5v5, or there's going to be trouble.
I will actually factor in the momentum. I will factor into the momentum that Astralis is coming off 2 victories, but I will always take the other side of the coin and say that Fnatic is not. Fnatic is the team that's coming off the most struggles. Fnatic is the team with the most pressure. Fnatic is the team that people expected to not be in a situation like this. Remember, they've never made playoffs. And that was when it was 6 teams making it. Now it's 8th, and you're sitting at this point in time.
Never missed playoffs.
Never missed, yeah.
Yeah, never missed. Sorry. Very good clarification. Because Astralis, on the other hand, is the team that you don't expect to make playoffs. Astralis was the team where it's like, if you can get top 8, that's a success, and they are on the brink of making that.
Well, looking at the format, actually, given how unforgiving it can be, given the fact that you only play 9 best-of-1s and you have basically not many opportunities of bouncing back, is it the first time Astralis is going to make it to the group stage?
Yeah, I was gonna say too, like, how does that, like, do we not count Origin?
No,
Yeah,
we don't talk about Origin.
Oh, sorry,
we don't
my
talk
bad.
about
I'm sorry,
Origin.
That's a different Origin story.
Never mind.
Yeah.
We don't say that. You know, but I think that Astralis, if they incorporate the similar ideas of motivation, work, improvement
team,
I think that they have what it takes to make top 8.
Well, at least a better graphic design. But I actually think as well. Like I'm on the boat for Astralis right now, and I am riding the momentum. I am riding the hopium. But once again, both teams here, this victory, it guarantees them the tiebreaker. It guarantees them the more breathing room going into tomorrow. So I think whoever takes it today, I mean, of course, puts themselves in the better situation going into tomorrow.
Yeah, we keep you updated, guys. We have some small delays on stage. We're doing final check-ins now, and we should be ready shortly. But as we said, important game here for both teams, even if it's not a locking-in situation for them. I want to talk about the return of Reckless.
Okay, wow, we're throwing
because I mean, you were in the music video, of course, and being one of your alter egos.
Yeah, I didn't get to be
the
there, so go ahead,
Reckless
take it away.
Fans. Of course, it's been disappointing a bit here, but I think it's a tricky situation coming from a minor league to one of the biggest stage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen some of those LFL stages. They've got some pretty big ones. But yeah, I mean, I think that the first weeks were not the most thrilling for him, of course. But it's the first 3 weeks of the season. If you make it further on, you have a chance to redeem yourself.
And I want to believe that him being in difficult situations in the past maybe is the kind of pressure he needs to perform today.
When in doubt, pick Sivir.
When in doubt, pick Sivir. We'll see about this in just a few minutes because the players are already on stage. So let's see how the team executes on these win conditions as we get into picks and ban with Medi Vedi. Take it away.
Woo! Thank you very much, Law. Woo! Let's get into it, Vedi. The match of the week.
That's mean, Medic.
I mean, but
that's mean. I know what you did there, and that's mean.
I'm excited for this one. Yeah. Gonna be honest. It's gonna be a good one. Astralis and Fnatic fighting for their lives in the group stage. The winner of this game is guaranteed a tiebreaker game at least to make it into our group stage. At least.
At least.
Now, there are still ways. There are three-way ties with Koi. We'll bring up the standings in a bit, and we'll talk about why it's important. And also, we always play a tiebreaker game for 8th place, even if one team has the head-to-head over their opponent, because they've only played once, and side selection could have a factor into it. If you are tied on win-loss for 8th place, we will play a tiebreaker game, likely after the games tomorrow.
Yeah, so we'll, of course, keep you updated during the game. They will update you after the game. You can go back in the VOD, and you can also watch Ender's explanation before the game. You're going to keep getting explanations.
We're going to have another one in PGL, I think.
So we'll keep you all updated. But for now, let's focus in on the draft. Maokai, Yuumi, Kassadin banned on the side of Astralis. Astralis were concerned about the scaling element coming out from Fnatic. We've seen Humanoids, Kassadin before, and they're going to remove some of that. Sejuani, Caitlyn, Ashe. So they are removing some of the power picks on the bot side of the map. Fnatic don't want to have to deal with them. But the Ryze priority, I wonder if Humanoid is a prevalent Cassio player. Unsurprisingly though, as Fnatic have repeatedly done throughout the split, they will lock in the Varus for Reckless, and we will see Humanoid's Azir. For those that watched at the World Championship, an incredible performance from Humanoid. World class, many were touting him as the best performer, but typically during the regular season, this is not where we get to see peak Humanoid. There have been glimmers of peak Humanoid before. He has won All-Pro a fair few number of times, but this performance, this split, not been the strongest. Let's see if he can step it up today against Dior as Lucian Nami, a powerful bot lane duo locked in for Astralis. And Kolbe, he certainly has been performing the split himself.
Oh, he's probably been the shining light on Astralis. So consistent, so strong. Sometimes his later game can be a little bit of a struggle in mid-game as well. Sometimes caught out of position, but it's always difficult when you're working with your team so closely and your team is struggling to have those excellent performances. Now, their Nautilus picked for Rux, an engaged support into the Nami, something we often see, gives you that ability just to lock her down and try and get kills early in that bottom lane.
So Fnatic, largely going for comfort. Rux knows that he is an engaged support player. This is what we saw him play when he was at Worlds. Of course, it was on Leona, but the same principle applies. He's been very vocal about the fact that he prefers this type of playstyle, and by pairing it up with a Varus, it's a very heavy kill bot lane 2 versus 2 that you expect Razork to look to play towards. And we think back to last year when Fnatic was in their prime form. What was it? Razork on Poppy Trundle, repeatedly ganking bot lane, investment towards Upset and Hylissang, and we'll see if they can repeat that level of excellence here today against Astralis. Fiora being banned away alongside the Elise, Fnatic removing some of those early game jungle options that Razork could have gone towards. I am now thinking something like a Viego, and I was going to say Wukong, but of course that's now been removed from the side of Astralis, so I wonder, no, they're instead going to remove the Jax. Now, Cassante is this blindingly bright pick that both teams are saying, hey, do you perhaps want to pick this one up? Question is, will they go in that direction? Because we know that Wonder is happy to play the Gwen into the matchup.
Yesterday we had such a strong performance from Finn on that gangplank as well, scaling in the top lane. Really the reason that Astralis were able to pick up that win. Vi, though, locked for Fnatic. A strong jungler gives you a huge amount of CC. As a composition, they have a great team fight so far. Chase potential alongside initial engage and pick potential. Astralis trying to build a similar comp and lacking a little bit of engage at the moment, I would say.
True.
With the Maokai bound away, that's one. There's the Trundle for 113.
Okay.
I wonder if it's going to be something like an Ornn in the top lane. Instead, the Gnar for Finn.
They're keeping it simple, right? And I think that you're right. I think that their engage is not the strongest, but I think their side lane threat is very real. Their early skirmishing in their early game, very powerful. We know that Fnatic throughout this split has not had the strongest early game performances. They did have one good early game, which they then very quickly lost.
Yep.
But we know that this is a strat that can be very effective against this Fnatic squad, especially if they are going to be very bot focused. But it does feel like more comfort is coming out. Wonder, very experienced on the Aatrox. It was pretty much the meta last split.
Yep.
Every single top laner was forced to play it, and we know that it can be a very good matchup into the Gnar as well. He's largely going to be playing on the safe side of the map, and I expect heavy investment into Reckless and Rux in the bot lane 2 versus 2. But Astralis, they can do the exact same thing. Trundle is just a powerhouse in these early skirmishes, especially against someone like a Vi. If you catch her without a Q, she's going to be in trouble. There's no way that she's going to be able to beat you in the isolated 1v1. And you look at Trundle plus Ryze as a mid-jungle duo, very potent, very powerful if you just go for those straight-up fights. So I think that there's a lot of early game agencies in the hands of Astralis. Their engage is not the most reliable. I do think that Fnatic have better scaling when it comes to the 5v5, and if they can get to that point, that's great. But the question becomes, can Astralis build a big enough of a lead, and can they run away with it to shut Fnatic down before they even have a chance to get the fights that they're looking for?
It hasn't really been Astralis' playbook so far this split. Obviously only have 2 wins so far, one up against Excel and one up against SK yesterday. Fnatic obviously only have 2 wins as well. Excel and Koi have fallen to them. Yesterday, Fnatic really struggled against Mad Lions. A lot of aggression in the early game, but came to naught. In fact, came to less than naught. It was negative for them. We'll see how they can perform this game as Astralis take on Fnatic. All right, as we get into the game and everyone draws their lines of scrimmage, it does look like Fnatic might go in, but I think I have a moment before they do. I just want to talk a little bit about what this game means in terms of standings. So both Astralis and Fnatic at 2 and 5 right now. A win here would take you to 3 wins in total, which would tie you up with Koi. Obviously, we still have 1 more day of League of Legends to play. That means that either Fnatic or Astralis could win another game tomorrow, and then once again get to, if you win 2 games in a row, it's 4. If you win 1, lose 1, you get to 3, right? Importantly, if Koi, Fnatic, and Astralis, or even just Astralis and Fnatic, are tied for 8th place at the end of tomorrow, even though one of them will have the head-to-head because one of them will have won this game, we will play a tiebreaker game between them. That's because it feels a little bit unfair, in fact it is a little bit unfair, to define whether or not you go through to our group stage based on side selection. One team here, as we see, Astralis has the blue side in the LEC only has a 40% win rate this split. Red side has a 60% win rate.
So that tiebreaker will be played basically for that 8th place regardless. Of course, if we do end up in a 3-way tie, there are some other factors to take into account, but we're not going to go there because it's a little too complicated to talk about in-game. So let's focus in now on the game. That ward has been spotted out by Fnatic. Razork will sidestep it. Our expectations are that he will look for a play in bot. Reckless taking a lot of damage here. Rux playing a little defensively. Doesn't want to lose any more HP than necessary. 3 pots available to Reckless. Does have the Hail of Blades back up, and I'm keeping my eye on Razork. We need to keep our eye on 113 as well. We do think he'd do a full bot side clear. He's going to walk straight over that ward. He knows it's there. Yeah, we'll clear that one out. There's mid as well. Humanoid has a light push. Oh, he's just moving into the enemy jungle. Razork knows exactly what's going on. And 113 is denying the potential for an early game gank. This is great from 113. Really great awareness. Knows that his bot lane currently has the push as you would expect, but now he's also isolating Razork from assisting them. The thing about ranged supports, Medic, you're very familiar with this. The second you get one kill on them, the second you burn their flash, as an engaged support, it becomes very difficult to stop the onslaught, but Fnatic is looking for a fight.
113 already level 3, Jonghyun coming in as well. The flash chase from 113, Jonghyun looking for the bubble as well, and Razork has nowhere to go! 113 on the board, the Troll King finds first blood.
Of course, Razork not able to get level 3, doing red into blue into wolves. There's not enough XP. 113, knowing that he has the level advantage, is able to find that collapse. And first blood goes to Astralis. We talked about the power of this Trundle early on, and he's able to prove it. And I think he can actually. Look at the push in top, look at the push in mid. Dior doesn't have any mana, so maybe that's why they're a little concerned looking for that fight. But Razork respects the fact that those Raptors could be stolen and going straight towards Scruggs.
And it just puts Razork at such a bad timer in this jungle. Loses his Gromp, loses his life, loses his flash. And you could see Kobe and Jonghyun were just waiting to team up with their jungler here because they had that prio in the bottom lane.
And you have to question what Fnatic is doing here. You felt like that they were conceding that. If they wanted to challenge that, they should have been looking to challenge it earlier. But the fact that he was able to just clear out the Gromp and then they go for the fight, it's very easy for 113 to just collapse on the flank and secure himself a kill. We talked about how powerful Trundle is in just those isolated 1v1s. He takes your attack power and he just beats you in the face. He gets bonus attack speed with his W. He's like one of the strongest early game junglers in the game. And Fnatic is punished. So already 600, 500 gold lead for Astralis. We talked about how they do typically have the stronger early game with this composition. Rook's looking for a bit of a roam, but you have to wonder how this affects Fnatic mentally as well. We saw yesterday, made a bit of a joke on Twitter. It was like, oh, hang on, Hook lands.
Hook already onto Jonghyun. He flashes away. He's healed as well, but Rux with the flash chase. Jonghyun able to dodge away. The bubble coming out as well. Rux has been chunked out here. Razork, oh, looked for the denting blows. Couldn't quite find it. 113 waiting in the wings as well. The piercing arrow just short of Jonghyun. They do get the flash and the heal, though, out of the Nami.
113 is here, though, to offer that support. And he's doing a great job in this early game. Just such a good early game plan from Astralis. They know exactly what Fnatic wants to do. They know that they want to try and get this bot lane ahead early, and they've shut it down completely. 2 attempts now, faltering in both instances. Astralis, they came prepared. They still want to compete in the best of 3s next week. And securing a win here would give them a damn good fighting chance at securing that spot.
Yeah, tomorrow they face up against Koi as well. Koi on form so far this week. We'll see how they do in the match of the week next against G2. But if Astralis can claim this win, then their fate is in their own hands. If they're able to pick out that win tomorrow, they would guarantee our group stage. For the moment, though, it is only a 400 gold lead for Astralis. A few faltering signs from Fnatic in the early game, as we saw yesterday. But right now, they haven't fallen too far into a hole.
And again, I will emphasize that Fnatic do still have a pretty good scaling comp overall. I think that they do have potent team fighting power, and their range is going to be very problematic for Astralis with their limited engage later on into the game. But if Astralis can shut them down, Rux has no flash.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Well done from Rux. Uses the dredge line to make sure he gets away. The heal onto Reckless. The Reckless does still have the flash and will invest it.
And they get punished anyway. Reckless slightly oversteps. No summoner spells in the bot lane. And again, I come back to this idea of mental, because you come in with a game plan, right? Like, maybe we can just relieve some of the pressure bot. We don't even necessarily have to snowball it. We know how powerful Lucian Army is, but if we can just get a couple summoners, if we can even out the lane a little bit, hell, maybe we can even look for our own 2v2 fights. That would be good. But repeatedly, 113 has either shut it down or made it even harder.
Oh, Wonder, underneath the tower. Does have the World Ender, which is why Finn, I think, realizes he can't really invest any further after using both of his forms of CC.
Top side of the map, though, should be fine. Razork looking for a cross map. But now, the bot lane of Fnatic kind of has to be abandoned. They're in a very difficult spot. Credit to Reckless, keeping the farm relatively even. Dior will spot out Razork here. The pings are coming down, but I don't think they can really do much about it. You can see that 113 is currently on his red. Razork doesn't quite have peace of mind of exactly where 113 is, so doesn't want to set up any invade. And he knows that with the push that Dior has, there is a real risk of a collapse. He's going to move back into his side of the jungle. go for the red, and look at 113. Immediately has his eyes on the opponent's blue. They have the push in bot, they have the push in mid, and they will be spotted out. Really good early game planning here once again from Astralis. I was not expecting this level of play in terms of their early game, but they're using their priority well, and they are punishing this Fnatic bot lane. And this is, for the record, a large reason why you don't see engaged supports.
Yep.
Because junglers just ruin your day.
It's so annoying.
The way that you play around Prio, the fact that from level 1, whoever has Prio just gives the jungler so much agency, means that when played well, this is what happens.
Yep.
This is why it's so difficult. You're just going to back away from this one. But yeah, that's why you see 80 carries. That's why you see ranged. It's just Prio is so important in the early game because of how effective high-level junglers can be when they have it.
Want to know the other annoying thing about playing ranged supports? We'll talk about it in a little bit as Razork comes up towards the top lane. Now, Finn does have the flash. Bolt Baker charged. Flash away from Finn. World Ender was used by Wunder, but they're just going to shove out this wave. Gives Wunder a recourse to back away. Biffeld started though by 113. He knows that, yeah, Razork is up towards top lane. Razork has been able to get towards level 6, but with Wunder being so low health, it will be hard for Fnatic to chase this. No TP as well, as we see on Wunder. Finn.
And his back gets interrupted. And the wave is in a really awkward spot. So if we could very quickly look at that top wave too. Okay, so it's not perfect. It will still push back. Yeah, Finn's like, yeah, okay, I'm just going to push this wave. It's not a problem. But there was a real risk of a freeze there. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that for us. But yeah, just really good awareness once again from 113. Very impressed with his early game so far. He's been in all the right places at just the right times. He will secure his own blue buff. Actually, earlier, I guess he didn't steal away that early blue buff. I thought that was that whole game plan, but we got a little bit distracted by what was going on in top lane.
I think it was about forcing Reckless and Rux off the wave because then the plate was free for Kobe down towards that bottom lane. So decided against going for the blue, maybe thought it was a little greed to get both out of it, but because they got the plate, because they have this kill, because they have a few leads across the map, it's a 1,000 gold lead for Astralis 9 minutes into the game. Now 2 minutes on the next Drake. That is likely where Astralis will be looking, and Fnatic trying to set up down towards this bottom side to secure their own jungle.
So 113 has bot side camps to clear. Expectations are that with the push that Astralis do have, they'll look to try and drop the Herald here to funnel more gold into Kobe to set him up for a stronger mid-game. However, level 6s have come through from Fnatic, and so my expectation is that they would look for a gank here. The problem that they have is Razork now kind of wants to path back up towards top because his Raptors have just respawned and Rux is going back to base. Kobe!
Plants underneath the tower, culling being used as well. Reckless just stepped a tiny bit further than he wanted to in that lane. Cease and desist a possibility here from Razork, but I think he's just protecting Reckless as the wave does get cleared out. Rux wanted to back because he had Swifties and could refill his warding totem. Jonghoon only has 1 ward on it, only just upgraded it. So he'll place that ward in the river. With a minute 30 on the Drake, I expect we'll see Kobe and Jonghoon wanting to get a recall off pretty soon so that they can go and spend whatever gold they're sitting on. About 800, 600. It's not gargantuan. It's not going to change the game, but it could be enough for a fight if it does erupt around the second Drake of this match.
Good ward there from Astralis once again. They're just keeping information on that entrance. Razork, props to him, is level 7 right now. Only a little bit ahead of 113. One more camp and he should be able to secure it. Dior with the push in mid means they can roam into the river once more. And Rux is just going to spot out a little bit of vision. Keeping my eyes on the top laners right now. You see a bit of trading happening between the two. Wonder just using that extra Q means that Finn will lose a bit of HP, but it's fine. Means Finn gets to move first. Humanoid has his eyes on Dior.
The slide in, shovels him back as well. And even though Dayor flashes, no escape for him. The jet jumps going out as well. Dayor trying to get away, but you just can't escape Fnatic. Cease and desist underneath the tower. Now Razork not in the best of shapes. He has the flash. 113 trading back with the subjugate. Tidal wave used as well, just to distract Fnatic for long enough.
So, good play from Fnatic. They're able to get themselves on the kill board, and it happens around mid lane. If you can't find a play in bots, then look elsewhere on the map. One of the advantages of melee supports is they are very potent at roaming and great at setting up for ganks. Dior, he did flash out of the way, but he didn't quite flash far enough. You'll keep your eyes on Humanoid here. Gets a good ultimate, still scoops up. The rise means that there's nothing he can do at this point. He tries to run away, but the chain CC is good. I like the fact that Rux, he doesn't hesitate. In solo queue, often what you do is, oh, I'll hold my ult, maybe I can use it for the next target, but he's like, nope, I need enough chain CC. And if they hadn't thrown that out, maybe he actually could have gotten away with his life. But in any case, Astralis back out onto the map first, and they're able to secure another Drake. And it looks like Fnatic, after investing those ultimates, don't want to go for that contest right now.
Humanoid on the Azir, though, has already finished his Liandry's. So only got a 51% win rate on Azir all time, but very well known for the champion, as you said, at Worlds last year. For the first week, at least, was seen as maybe the best mid laner there, definitely in contention for it, as Riftail now put down towards this bottom lane. Every objective has been Astralis' so far. We'll say, Betty, fun fact for you, as Riftail charges in. Astralis just secured their first Hextech Drake of Winter Split.
Wow. Someone text Trevor immediately. Yeah. He is going to add that to his 734-page document on Dragon Useless Facts. Thank you very much.
You're saying it's useless?
Yeah, I am.
You don't think that was at all useful? I mean, it gave you that little moment of anecdotes.
It was a fun factoid.
True.
Not a useful factoid.
Ah, but by being fun, isn't it inherently useful? Because it provided entertainment into the world.
Nope.
Okay, so you're saying entertainment isn't useful?
Yeah.
Then what are our jobs?
That's a great question.
Yeah, I know, right?
Philosophy.
I think about it a lot.
Yeah. Medic, stop asking those questions, or we might lose it. Okay, Jankos was really good yesterday. Okay, shut up. Look back on the map. Need to say something smart now. Ooh, jungle path. Clever.
Ooh, yes.
So smart. Level 11, Finn.
I will say, interested to see 113 going Radiant Virtue first on the Trundle. Obviously, Subjugate used basically in every single fight, but a lot of the Trundles we see, at least in solo queue, like the Divine Sundra, mostly because it gives you more damage.
Yeah, it's about the damage.
I do understand here, you've got a Lucian and a Ryze and a Gnar, so you have enough damage throughout team fights, but Radiant Virtue not the most common item.
Definitely interesting for sure. We'll see how much value you end up getting out of it during the fights. Keep my eyes as well on the positioning right now of Razork. Gets spotted at 113, and it's mainly just to scare off. Well, Razork charging the Q is to scare off 113, but it doesn't matter. The damage done. The tower will go down.
5 plates as well.
Another objective secured. You can see only a 1,000 gold advantage for Kobe overall. Not the worst position to be in as Humanoid.
And here's Razork as well into the season. This is Dale just doesn't get a chance to move. After they burnt his flash, they knew Dale was going to be the punching bag.
A bit of redemption for the mid-jungle of Fnatic after yesterday's performance. A second kill onto Dior. Razork will be the beneficiary of that one, as they look to get a little bit more chip damage down onto that mid tower, and Razork was able to steal away the blue buff.
Now, after what was a very difficult start for Razork, he is ahead in terms of XP, he's ahead in terms of camps. Yes, he's a little bit behind in gold, but as he takes the blue, he actually evens out that. So most of the lead for Astralis that 113 garnered in the couple of early levels has been translated into a bot lane advantage. You can see Kobe about 700 gold up. But most of what Fnatic have done in the early game has been translated into a mid lane advantage. And you can see a 1.3k gold lead for Humanoid. That is it. It's going to be very difficult to deal with as the game goes on, because we did talk about it a little bit in draft. Astralis don't have the strongest engage. And Azir, when he is left to free hit on the backline, is very tricky to deal with.
Yeah, I still do believe that Fnatic have the stronger scaling as the game progresses. And right now, from their perspective, they're in a very good spot. But Astralis have secured every single neutral. This is the second Herald that they can use to unlock the map a little bit more. I think that they should have considered throwing it down mid, while I do think that throwing it top can offer value, allows the Ryze to push that wave all the way into the tier 2. The thing that you're going to want to do is try and get to the objective first. Dragon, you're in a really good spot right now. 2 dragons, 4 dragons, Cloud Salt, not the best, but still a potential win condition to work towards, especially with your stronger early to mid game. And by unlocking the mid tower, it gives you easier access into the river, because you can then push that wave in deeper. And again, it's not that pushing in top doesn't give you some options, because you can then commit deeper wards easier into the top side of the map to then potentially threaten a mid lane dive. But with the dragon spawning in about a minute's time, we'll see how these two square off. Kobe once again going to move back to mid. We expect to see Finn push out that bot lane. We can see Ryze actually making his way down there as well. No TP available, so the rest of Astralis want to make sure that they stay together. Humanoid going to go back to base. This should mean, with the base, that Astralis actually have first access to the river. I wonder how much chip damage they can get onto this tower. Looks like not very much as Reckless arrives.
Like I say, we clear it out. The lethality virus doing quite a lot of work. You can see Humanoid sitting at the top of the gold charts right now.
Look at all these wards, though, from Fnatic.
But there's no TPs.
That's a great point.
I mean, they know if anyone's there, but they can't really act on it, Betty.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, a great opportunity for potential flanks, but as you rightly said, no TPs to take advantage of. Humanoid, though, back out on the map, did spend that money.
Finds a needlessly large rod alongside his Hextech Alternator on his way to a Shadow Flame. 7 seconds on the Cloud Drake, third of the game for Astralis if they secure it.
The advantage for Astralis here is they have the push in bot and the push in mid, giving them access to the Rift. This is really important with their composition. Slightly shorter range, it's easier for them for Fnatic to walk in. Let's see if they can get a big fight. This is going to determine a lot in this game.
Really on how much damage Kobe and Deo can put down in this fight. Inferno Chains sidestepped by 113. Razork now starting up the Dragon. This is where the wards play a big impact. They know Finn's not there. Immediately they engage. Tidal Wave trying to dissuade them. 113 still alive on the backline. Dale going in as well. And Kobe with culling is able to take down one. Wonder with one into a three man. No! Into the realm warp! It's destruction! It's devastation! It's death for Fnatic in the river!
Fnatic fall apart as Kobe walks away with a triple kill. And for the first time in Fnatic's history, they may not make playoffs. The third Dragon of the game will go into the hands of Astralis. And what a beautiful play from Finn. He was looking for the flank. Fnatic saw that he was looking for the flank, so they went for the engage, but they could not convert it into a good fight. And in the chaos of the fight, Finn found his window and tore Fnatic apart. Have a look at this. They see Finn, they go for the engage, but they engage onto Trundle. He is very tanky. Kobe is very safe. Dior then becomes the next target, but this tidal wave from Jonghoon hits onto 5. And then keep your eyes on Finn on the left here as Kobe picks up that initial pick. He stacks up the Mega on the Dragon, secures onto 3 members, including the backline, and Wonder's left isolated, so Astralis can just focus one target at a time. Incredible play from Kobe. And just a really good engage from Finn. You can see the elation from Jonghoon. Frustration on his face yesterday. A big sign of relief after their big win. And now Astralis are in prime position to run away with this game. 3 Dragons secured. Soul Point available. And Fnatic are going to have to find another miracle fight. They've done it before, but they're being pushed to the very limit.
What a weekend for Finn as well. The Gangplank yesterday went 9, 4, and 2 with almost 1,000 damage a minute. Here, obviously, Na's not going to put out those numbers, but he was the game changer in that last fight. He was the reason the fight went so well for Astralis' presence of mind to stack up Mega on the Dragon and not go all the way around as well, because he could have taken the long way around. I think he would have been a little bit late to the party. Probably wouldn't have his Mega Gnar fully stacked. However, still only a 2,500 gold lead for Astralis. Still only a Cloud Soul if they can secure that next Drake. They are in a very strong spot. 2 items on Kobe. Rod of Ages stacking up for Deo, and once again, all eyes for the Fnatic faithful turn to this man on your screen right now. Humanoid, Shadow Flame, and Leandries. Will it be enough? Because he's the only man really fed enough to deal with this Astralis lineup. Still 1,000 gold ahead. Has been funneled a lot during this game. And those soldiers could be the defining factor in the next fight. Probably going to be a couple of minutes on it though. Astralis very willing just to back, reset, get themselves a little bit more gold. Probably look for that second item for Deo. Seraph's on its way for him. He's already got the tier fully stacked. Will he be betrayed by that item purchase though? Or backstabbed? That's the question we must ask.
Bang is alive.
I couldn't hold myself back.
Pings are coming down onto the objective. Astralis is a little concerned. They don't have the best vision. Can we see the vision from Astralis' perspective, please, observers? So right now you see what Astralis sees, and right now the top side of the river is good. Can we now see what Fnatic sees, observers? And you can see how they do have that one deep ward. They've got one ward in the Dragon Pit, so Fnatic aren't too concerned about it. But they have to still be careful of how quickly Astralis can force this down. 113 has spotted Reckless.
Reckless has the flash, Chain of Corruption, uses the flash, blast cones, rocks away, but the Realm Warp now there and the Tidal Wave chasing him down, and Reckless is caught! And Astralis find him. Baron is available to them, and they are making a beeline for it.
Reckless chooses not to flash into the blue pit. I wonder if... I felt like that he could have, but he ends up losing his life there. The Baron is now an option, and Razork needs to try and steal. Finn's Mega Gnar is going to disappear, and ward has not been cleared just yet.
Once more into the breach for Fnatic. One chance for Razork. Humanoid there, Kobe going in. Kobe flashes the Emperor's Divide. Baited and outsmarted. Kobe takes down the Emperor. And now it's even more difficult for Fnatic. They still have 3 alive. The hook goes wide as Razork can get into the pit, but he's got no flash for at least 20 seconds. And Fnatic realize they have no option to go in. Instead, they must forfeit the Baron. Astralis, 4,500 gold ahead, are looking to make their name here in the LEC. And for the first first time make it to the group stage.
Astralis, zero hesitation. 1-1-3 sees his former teammate and says, that guy's inting, I can kill him. Such great play and great awareness from Astralis. And again, we talked about how this comp is like so reliant on trying to build those early game advantages, but look at Reckless's positioning right here. Pops the Ghost Blade. I feel like he could have flashed that wall. Like, he chooses to flash upwards instead. Maybe I'm wrong, but he didn't feel confident enough at the very least in the flash. He flashes upwards, pops the Blast Cone, which could have been another avenue of escape for him. And then here we see, look at this play from Kobe. This man is locked in today. Such great awareness. I definitely would have got hit. Yeah, I would have got hit.
Same.
I know everyone in chat, don't lie to me, you're all getting hit by that from Humanoid.
Kobe has been on his hair this, but I will say one thing for Reckless, maybe the Realm Warp would have gone to that side of the wall, and then he would have been totally isolated. But obviously very hard to make those split-second decisions. Astralis, though, have been doing it very well this game as they start to push down the mid lane. You can see Finn down towards the bottom. He's just going to shove it in that wave. It's going to be at least 2 tier 2s here for Astralis as they clean up one and then work their way down to join their comrade in arms. Finn still on it. Wonder able to take a tower in the top lane. Objective bounties for Fnatic. But with the Baron still up for 1 minute and 30 seconds, Astralis just doing it by the numbers.
Take a brief pause.
And during that brief pause, let's just remind everyone that the Cloud Drake is up. It looks like Fnatic are going to give this up. And while we see the soul secured for Astralis, I do just want to tell you all, both these teams currently tied for 8th place. The winner obviously goes to 3 and 5. Humanoid caught a little bit here, but he should be able to get away. If Astralis win this and Fnatic win tomorrow and Astralis lose and they're both tied at 3 and 5, they will still play a tiebreaker game for that 8th place, even though Astralis would have the head-to-head. But winning here keeps your fate in your own hands as Astralis try to make that fate come a little bit quicker. Finn once again with a double 9 to the wall into the Aqua Prison. There's just no chance to move, not a second of hesitation. Astralis on the offensive, and Fnatic all they can do is dash and die and dodge away as Astralis push in for the inhibitor towers.
Fnatic getting closer and closer to the organization's worst split in their history as Astralis dominates the early game. They have their eyes on the Nexus and they are looking for a top 8 spot.
Only 3 minions there, cease and desist on the back line, but immediately Razzle gets locked up. 2 minions left, only 1 now. Astralis will tank it, but this tower's going to be pretty damn tanky right now, and Astralis realize it. They cannot close it out now. They back away. They don't want what happened to Heretics to happen to them. The game could turn on a knife edge still, but an 8,000 gold lead for Astralis makes it very difficult for Fnatic to find any purchase.
Astralis, they have not had the best season. There was not much faith in their ability to secure top 8. Everyone expected them to finish bottom 2. But at the end of the day, when you win the games that matter, that's all it takes. And Astralis have shown up today against Fnatic. With the Baron buff, they set up the siege onto this bot tier 2. And just have a look at this. Great pillar, sets up nicely for the follow-up with the Nami ultimate. Jonghoon's ultis have been spectacular this game. The 2-man wall stun from Finn. Just the chain CC is flawless. You can see Humanoid. Wow, great sidestep from 113. Didn't notice that in the initial fight, but able to avoid it from Humanoid. That ultimate doesn't land onto anyone. And now 11 kills to 2. Astralis are looking to send Fnatic to a 2-6 scoreline.
Inhibitor open in the mid lane, that will be down for 3.5 minutes. No Baron for Astralis makes the push a little bit more difficult. Obviously Reckless with the piercing arrow will be able to clear out the way pretty quickly. Humanoid now joining up with his team. Finn is down towards the bottom lane. Kobe just going to use the culling here, but maybe a cease and desist from Razzle. Kobe overstepping perhaps. The tidal wave though distracts the rest of Fnatic. They can't get closer. Razzle has gone way too deep. Astralis will cull him. Kobe now unstoppable on the Lucian. And you could see what Fnatic were thinking, but again, the tidal wave from Jonghoon just makes it impossible for you to ever advance.
113 with the pillar as well. Astralis have just done a great job of creating those spaces for their carries to do just that. The round 1 flank is coming in from Dior.
They're trying to get in behind him, immediately hooked, but look, he just doesn't take any damage. Wonder already down the stopwatch is to buy time, and Rux has to flash for the safety of the fountain. But he will not sup of a victory today. Astralis looking to claim their 3rd win in the winter split. Fnatic on their way to their worst ever performance, and Finn will bury them underneath the ground of their own Nexus. Astralis will claim victory and secure themselves at least a tiebreaker for groups.
Incredible incredible performance from Astralis from start to finish. Their early game planning, their execution, their team fighting. Very little to fault across the board as Fnatic falls short once more. Of course, Fnatic not completely out yet, but their road to groups has now become that much harder.
A win tomorrow and an Astralis loss could still give Fnatic a tiebreaker game, but they are relying on Astralis or Koi losing and them winning. They have to win tomorrow as well. And against SK, although SK haven't had the best of weeks, it is a mammoth task for
Especially
Fnatic.
when you look at how Fnatic just have not looked good in Winter. Astralis, both teams needed to clutch up today, and Astralis went above and beyond in terms of their performance. From start to finish, they had full control over the game, and you feel like that if they would have a tiebreaker, Astralis would be the heavy favorites coming into that matchup.
Obviously, things can shift day to day, but right now, Astralis looking like the much stronger team. Great performance by them on the day. And great performance by them yesterday as well, because remember, they wouldn't have been in this position if they didn't clutch up yesterday against SK as well.
Very true.
Finn's Gangplank barrels, Finn's ults today.
I mean, what a weekend for Finn, am I right? That three-man Gnar ultimate he was able to find.
And we're not just saying that because he's standing on the stage ready for an interview and he can hear us. He is one of your players of the game votes at LEC on Twitter, Finn113 and Cobby.
I mean, those three players, all great options. 113, Red Razork, like a book this game. His early game was phenomenal. Kobe, of course, on the Lucian, completely locked in. He was playing Call of Duty that game. That man was not missing heads. And then, of course, Finn with his great team fighting, great options.
I think Kobe plays Call of Duty a lot differently than I do, because I miss a lot of hits when I play Call of Duty. I see trouble standing by with Finn, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Medic and Finn. Welcome, congratulations for the win as well. You know what, at the beginning of the split, people were saying, nah, Astralis look a little bit shh. And it seems like in the past 2 games, you took that personally?
Well, I never thought we would be bad, honestly. I think coming into the year, we had really good results in scrims, so I had actually quite high hopes. But the first 5 days were for sure disappointing. I felt like we were all in disarray, and the plays we did want to do didn't really work out. But we really came into our own, I think, these last few days. And it's really happy to see that we stuck together. We had a lot of really rough days, but we still believed in each other and we pushed through.
Absolutely, and you had a phenomenal performance yesterday, 1v9 with Gangplank. But here it seemed like you guys all played incredibly together, top, bot, mid, everything. What has actually clicked this week?
Well, I think we just understand each other better and we know how to win games, if that makes sense. I think in the past, I think everyone was kind of running around doing their own thing, kind of like headless chickens. And we were playing with so much stress every game because we felt like one more loss and we're out, one more loss and we're out. But now we just kind of all let loose. We just play the game we know and love. It's a lot more fun playing nowadays than it was. And yeah, we just enjoy the game a lot more now.
So you let loose, you have fun, and you take some W's on your way.
Yeah.
Now, of course, coming up, Koi is going to be playing versus G2, and you guys are playing Koi tomorrow as well. And it's one very important game because they're trying to get into the top 8. You're trying to get into the top 8. Thoughts on Koi?
Yeah, Koi is really good. Obviously, they're the reigning champions. They have my boy Larsen in the mid lane, so they're always going to be a strong contender. They have been looking a little bit shaky, but they really came to their own yesterday. I think they had a great draft yesterday to their strengths, and I think if they can keep drafting to their strength, they can keep getting Ws, but if they will keep being experimental, then they might struggle.
All right, so I'm hearing a lot of Koi depends on their draft a lot.
Yeah.
Without revealing too much, what does Astralis rely on?
Me? No. We rely on good vibes, yeah.
Okay, so good vibes.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say for everyone who believed in Astralis, even on the bad days?
Yeah, the one person that believed in us, thank you. We're still here, we still want to play, and I think we have more to show.
Well, Finn, thank you very much. Congrats again on the win. Good luck for tomorrow. And we're going to toss it to some voice comms for that game.
Wow.
But we need to start it, no?
Yeah, my mega is not popular. Like, I'm far from mega.
Okay.
I can start stacking it now.
Okay, slow down.
Put it out. Keep doing it. Make them come in. Oh, it got reset.
Oh, any poke?
No, I'll walk around, okay?
Yeah.
7k.
I'm walking around.
Wait. Now you put track. We just fight.
Yes. Just walk around. Play fight.
First target.
First target. I'm stacking mega.
I'm fine. Yeah. I'm fine.
Go chase them all.
Okay.
Nice win, nice win.
Okay, calm down, calm down. That was hype. That was hype, but we calm down now. We get the Drake and push up mid.
Finn, man. Can I TP top?
And welcome back to this side of the studio for more on this game versus Astralis and Fnatic. Kobe, thank you for joining us on this one. Congrats on taking down Fnatic. We just listened to the comms right now. Tell me about this play and the communication in general, because listening to this right now felt super clean.
Yeah, the communication was very laid back, I would say.
Yeah.
We tried to not put any pressure on ourselves because we're not like Fnatic where people expect us to win all the time. So it's a lot easier to play, I think. And from that fight, I actually remember the comms different because I saw Finn did this insane play and I was kill stealing everything and I thought I could have pentac, but it didn't go that way. That was a great game.
No, I mean, Finn played that super well because he was looking for the flank and then also stacked up like 3 autos on Drake, which gave him Mega, so he could actually get the 3-4-man ult into the wall. I also thought his comms through that fight were also just really good.
It was really, really good.
And then told you guys to relax a bit at the end because you guys were getting a little hype.
Yeah, as I said, it was very laid back just from the level 1 and everything. There were a few things that could go wrong in early game, but as soon as we killed the enemy jungler and it felt like a slow, stable game, we were very comfortable with the picks we got. So.
All right. I want to talk a bit more about Astralis bouncing back these last games. The one yesterday against SK, today against Fnatic. Finn was talking about the fact that you guys never felt that you were bad, which is a good thing. I mean, confidence still. But what was missing from the trainings and scrim that didn't translate on stage and that is starting to show up now?
A lot of things. So we prepared really early for this split, like in November, December, and I would say we had a good level in scrims. But week 1 came and our level was, I mean, official games hit and it's just a different game. Like players, teams, they act and play different. So I think we just need to get used to that. But even with that said, we had some struggles the following weeks in scrims and with improvement. And yeah, it's kind of a blessing. We're starting to win games now because it's really what we need to get back like in a good mood and just to move on.
Yeah, and right on time, if I may say, given the difficulties of the schedule and the fact that you only have 3 weeks to make a difference. I want to talk about what I saw from you in the makeup room yesterday. You looked a bit down, not beaten, of course, because competitor that you are, of course, you were motivated. But how do you feel now after these 2 games?
I feel a lot better now because we played 2 games on stage and it showed me that it just gives me faith, basically.
Yeah, cool.
Because sometimes in scrims you get confidence from it, but when everything goes downhill on stage, it's very easy to get dragged down with that. And as I said, we had a very rough period, a lot of frustrations in scrims, and I think the past week we just tried to like be happier and like. Maybe, I mean, we didn't do that much to get outside of the game, but I think we're improving on that. But just try to be a bit more loose with our play and don't put pressure on ourselves just because we're playing well in practice. So that has helped a lot.
Would you say that there's like any one player on the team in particular that's like helping like keep spirits high and whatnot? Like whether it's in the week or in the game, stuff like this?
It's a bit mixed. I think we bounce off each other well. We are joking around everyone. I wouldn't say myself really. Maybe Finn. Like Finn, he has. I don't know the English word for it, but when he's happy, it's like it affects the other players a lot.
Yeah. It's wait, now I know what you're trying to say though.
I don't even have it in French right now, but it's fine. English is
it's
language.
Infectious.
Infectious, yeah, infectious,
but
like
not
like smells. But yeah, focusing a bit more on the game here. When we talked about what was necessary for Astralis here, we talked about the early game, especially saying don't int the early game. And here, Ender, I think the draft made sense in that way.
Yeah, I mean, also they got the early kill in the enemy jungle, but yeah, I sort of like I was curious to see the Heimerdinger just like go kind of untouched because you guys wanted the Lucian Nami, which looked really good for you, especially against like engaged support on the other side that wasn't able to find any sort of early fight up against you, but also the fact that you were able to get like Ryze first, like you got Ryze and Lucian Nami. Like I can't imagine you were unhappy at all with those first three.
No, I said in the draft after the first rotation, like first 3 picks on each side, that I'm happy with this draft, guys. I think we got everything we wanted, and that's also why, like, even though Heimerdinger is kind of OP, like last time we played Lucian Nami, it went super well for us, so I was just happy to play that again.
Yeah, it also seems like Fnatic as a bot lane isn't one, like they ban the Heimerdinger like almost all the time. I was surprised that they didn't ban it this game, so they also don't really seem like a bot lane that wants to go that route, and instead like I was expecting to see like Varus has been a recent good pick for Reckless, the Nautilus 2, Nautilus Leona, these types of ideas for Rux. But I think that like as soon as you are able to like get free prio in bot lane and then the invade happens, like there's just nothing they can ever really do to you down there.
Yeah, I actually think the matchup they opted into is not bad for them. Wait, what was I going to say? I kind of forgot. But we have Lucian Nami. If we just farm even until I have Gale Force, Serrated Dirk, just first power spike, then I think our champions just do a lot more than theirs. And that's also why like laning phase went kind of even, nothing happened. Didn't expect us to push so easily though from level 1, but it was pretty useful for the invade, yeah.
A couple words on mid lane also maybe, because following up on the point we discussed before the game, setting Dejour on a pick that can impact the rest of the map, and I think that's basically what Ryze wants to do also, being able to impact the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, strong team fighter later on as well, impact sides. I think like the main thing Fnatic did after like the early plays like went pretty poorly, they were able to find a couple of looks toward mid lane to try and shut him down. So I liked that option for them to try and get something going back in their favor, but it seemed like once you guys grouped up, because it really was just like that main fight around the Drake, you guys didn't even really have to like play super aggressively through sides or anything with the Ryze. You just out team fought them.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game was somewhat even before that fight, but after that fight, it's over for them basically when we get so many kills. I think it was third Drake as well.
Yeah. Oh, because you got the first 2, right? With Bot Pro.
Yeah, we got the first 2 kind of uncontested and Herald as well. So it was, I mean, I'm not really sure what happened from their side. Maybe the game was just hard to play after what happened in the jungle and stuff. But yeah, after the Drake fight, there's not much they can do.
Certified Fin diff.
Yeah, so once again?
Stamped, sealed.
So that's 2 for you, Kobe, third one tomorrow. How is the confidence level now for you and the rest of the team?
Just good, I would say.
Amazing.
A lot better than previous weeks. Or maybe just last week. So we have Koi tomorrow. I think they're a good team, but it's an important match for us. I think if we win, we can at least secure top 8. So yeah, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't win.
Well, best of luck. You're on a roll here. And if you win against Koi, you're locked in top 8, actually. No tiebreakers, no nothing. But that's the story for tomorrow. Thank you, Kobe, for joining us. And after the break, we'll have our match of the week between G2 Esports and Koi, where Koi can lock top 8 with a win here. Do not go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I won! I did it! I won the LEC! Finally, after all of these years! If it wasn't for my Malzahar in Game 5, I wouldn't be here! But I am! And I won! So screw you to all the haters!
Red Bull gives you wings.
The 2022 Summer Finals featured G2 Esports and Rogue. G2 were the heavy favorites. With 9 titles already, they were expected to make it 10. And then...
Trying to take him down, but no, not today, says the Kalista. And back in he goes! What a masterclass in team fighting from Rogue. It's the finals, and maybe we're in Sweden. Give it to Tom. It's a win the kill. Moving in with the cataclysm is massive. The flag and drag. G2 are routed in the third game. Rogue are out for blood. They will not be denied. Rogue are your champions.
So losing against Rogue in the summer final was quite sad. We kind of hit like a wall, and we weren't able to adapt enough basically and be strong enough to take them down.
It was quite surprising. I was kind of shocked.
So I definitely had like a feeling that we could free them. I think that's when we played our peak, we can definitely beat anyone, but we also have very low lows, which we show.
This was not something that I was expecting coming into this week.
The crazy thing is, going into week 3, 4 or 5 teams are at risk of not advancing to the group stage. And to see a defending champion struggle this much is concerning.
Kicking out Koi would be, great for us, right? I don't think it would be great for the league. They are good players, right? It would be nice to see them in playoffs and stuff.
If we manage to be a team that, just clicks like we click in Malmo, I can guarantee you that we can do many great things.
G2 are the obvious favorites coming into the matchup, but if you've looked at any of the last couple of games, favorites don't mean
I feel like we're quite confident going up against Koi. While people might think that they have an assumption of how we do, that's like only one way we can play, and we have many more that we haven't gone to show yet.
They just go for the end? 5 versus 3. They're going to push for the Nexus turrets. Sub 20 minutes. That team, what's the quickest game we've ever had in the LEC? Another kill secured as Jankos is popped for the 6th time. The Nexus turrets are now being focused as well. Will we get a dancing Rift Herald? I think we might. The Nexus is being focused, and in 18 minutes, tactics.
What I can say though is a team like Koi, I do have faith in their ability to adapt. The question I have is, do they have enough time? And this match of the week will be a great test for the development of the 3 weeks of the regular season.
And here we are, the final game of the penultimate day of the regular season of Winter of LEC 2020.
Split one.
Split one. Winter split.
Yeah.
G2 Esports currently sitting pretty near the top of the table. They can match up with Vitality and Mad Lions at 6 wins if they win this. Obviously, getting first or second seed means that you are put into your own separate group and have the choice of the lower teams behind you. Koi, if they win this, will be in a very strong position. In fact, I feel like they lock if they win this. I'm going to have to get that verified, but I'm pretty sure. Yes, they do lock if they win this. So, big game for Koi. They can get away.
Somewhat.
I mean, so far this split, they've kind of been a fish out of water until yesterday.
A little bit.
Koi have.
Was not expecting them to be at the number of wins that they are currently at. Like, the regular season kings. The team that, for the longest time, I think it was 5 seasons in a row, they finished like top 3, top 2.
Things were going swimmingly in the past.
Swimmingly, yes. Yeah.
They're having a whale of a time.
Just saw what you were doing there, you cheeky devil. Yeah, okay. You've really killed my flow there. Koi, good team, very good team, typically. They showcased some of that yesterday with Trumby's Ash, which has, of course, been banned away, alongside Jarvan, definitely directed towards Malrang there. They are very familiar with that after the finals in Malmö from last year. The Draven being banned away from Hans Summit. Look at him. Look at his face.
What are you doing? Banning my Draven, man? What is this?
At least first pick for Yike. So a little bit more of an early game focus here. We've seen a couple of junglers out from Yike, and a lot of them have been a little bit more on the scaling side. You know, Graves, Kindred, Belveth, Maokai, like a little bit more towards the late game, a little bit more either counter jungling or things like this, but this one's more early game orientated. Let's see if he does invest his time bot lane. Because remember, you lock in Zeri, that means Hans Summer's going to draft something that can kill you. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Varus Nautilus come out from the side of G2.
Koi, though, they don't have to go for the Yuumi or the Lulu here. Instead, they'll go for the Maokai. Very strong team fighting comp already from Koi with only 2 champions locked in, but you have the Maokai to keep people at bay and the Zeri who can just dash and dance around back of a team fight. You can do a lot of work. G2 now. Do you look towards your AD carry? Because Lucian and Draven are out. Kalista, a possibility if you want to go full aggro down towards that bottom lane. Instead, Jace locked in. Now, BB can take Jace up towards top lane. Caps can play it mid. So it's still a bit flexible.
A blind Jace, though. I'm a little surprised by that, especially based on current meta trends. Typically, you would lock in your bot lane here. The advantage is, let's see if G2 will pick a flex champion here. Nope, they're going to lock in Kalista. Okay, so this is what I was expecting. Something like a Kalista Nautilus or Kalista Thresh, or basically just a Kalista something that can murder you. Just one of those things in the bot lane, but by going for the Jace, they do keep that flexibility open of where they can send it, whether it be top or mid, unless this is Jace AD carry, Kalista support. But I was going to say that for Koi, they're going very traditional, front-to-back team fight, long range, scaling.
I mean, it's what worked for them yesterday, right? Like they had like 8 kills at 20 minutes and they just outscaled their opponents and had a very strong game. It was methodical from Koi yesterday.
And I was going to predict the Azir, but honestly, when it comes to Larson, it's not really much of a prediction. It is his most played all time. It is an incredible comfort champion for him, and it is a champion that is often banned. Honestly, a little surprised to not see it. But in any case, the fact that the Renekton has been banned away does suggest that Jigenda could be looking at something like a Cassante, maybe a Fiora, given that there's even a world where they go all on if they really want to double down on the team fighting. I personally think it's a little bit overkill. But when you are potentially running into a Jace, we'll see what direction that they choose to go towards. Again, they are concerned about where this Jace is going. Right now, they are thinking that it's in the mid lane. That flexibility is very obnoxious to deal with. Renata actually banned away does suggest to me that G2 is thinking about the Nautilus.
Yeah, Renata very good into melee bot laners, gives you so much potential, especially with the stand aside, whatever the Q is called. It's been a while since we've seen Renata play, so I can't remember her ability name.
You expect me to, it's Q, it's Renata Q, that's what it's called.
Handshake, that's what it's called. just makes it very difficult for you to engage. There's Darius man as well. As Koi just want to lock down any possibility of us.
Blade has played a Darius game. I think it was on Schalke.
A long time ago.
It was either a quadra or a pentakill he got on that game, but you're right, it was quite a while ago. So Koi doing their research again, it was like, yeah, so I swear he's played the champion before. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. All right, let's see what direction G2, what do they want to ban away next? Lulu, Yuumi, maybe they don't care about either of them. Braum, okay, so they're basically getting rid of things that are good into Nautilus.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense. And Mickey's most played is Nautilus as well, so Naut, Kalista, a very strong bot lane. I expect Koi here will take away the Nautilus.
Oh, that's a curveball G2 wasn't expecting.
What do you go next? I mean, they must have been kind of expecting. Like,
Zeri, Nautilus,
but why would you pick Zeri, Lulu when you're playing into Nautilus, Kalista? Like, you've seen the Kalista.
What shot are they doing Kalista Heimerdinger?
Grab him, chuck him in, he puts down a turret, unkillable. He puts down a turret, grab him, check him out. Come on, Mickey.
Are they really going to do this?
Come on, Mickey. All right, Jax instead for the top lane. They still have to pick their support.
Okay, so it's been confirmed, Jason mid lane. So, thinking more about it, one of the reasons why you would go AD mid is when you're running AP jungle, of course, so that you do have that mixed damage profile between your mid laner and jungler, and we've already been seeing a fair amount of Jace mid, so I suppose it's not that too unsurprising.
It's only the third Leona we've seen so far this split.
Are they actually going to go for the Ornn? Are they really doubling down on this team fight?
It worked well for them
Sion,
yesterday.
okay,
Sion does a similar thing. Gangplank, though.
There we go. I like that a lot more. I think that they didn't need more frontline. I think the damage is a great thing to have. And I think that when you're going into a slightly shorter range AD carry in the form of a Kalista, I'm a big fan. I think the Gangplank ultimate is great. It offers you great side lane threat too, just because of its wave clear power. It offers great team fighting. The scaling is good. Overall, I'm a big fan. I know that Jigenda is very comfortable on the champion too. So Koi's comp is simple. Everyone, it team fights. That's what it does. It's really good in 5v5. It is very difficult to approach this team if they're first on the objective because of the barrels, the Azir poke, the Maokai saplings. There are a lot of obnoxious things to deal with. Meanwhile, for G2, they have a lot more of an early game focus, and I expect them to play around the bot side of the map. Why wouldn't you? This is a team that at the start of the split, that's exactly what they did. They gained priority through their 2 versus 2. Yike would then use that to invade, but Yike is now going to use that to look for early ganks. How will we see Koi adapt? What crazy pathing will Maurang come up with to shut this down? Will he come up with anything crazy? We'll have to wait and see.
And we will. The bot lane, Hansama, Mickey versus Comp and Trimby is a matchup that I think we've all been willing and waiting to see. Can't wait to see more of it in the best of 3s or the best of 5s. The group stage and the playoffs still upcoming. Koi need to win to qualify. They can, of course, win tomorrow as well. In fact, they can qualify even without winning if they go through a tiebreaker game. G2 already locked into our top 8 into the group stage. Now looking to get to the top. Let's see who takes it in our final game of the day. G2 versus Koi. Woo! Come on, guys. Woo! Anything happening at level 1, Betty?
Yes.
Not anymore.
Koi stacked up.
And then they backed away.
And they swam into the river.
Ah, well, this gives me a perfect time for the
what?
joke I've been preparing all week.
No.
You know, when you get a fish pond,
okay,
and you get koi, they're quite special animals, right?
Okay.
So you can't have too many of them in a pond together. In fact, you need to increase biodiversity. So if you get 4, one of them has to be fake. Right? A fake one. So you have the A koi, the B koi, the C koi, and then the D koi. Good one, right? League of Legends.
I'm so angry right now. I'm livid. I can't. At first, I was like, oh, this sounds pretty good. Okay, where's he going with this? And then, well, do you know I lived with this for 2 years?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Blessed every day, Betty.
Blessed. So blessed. In any case, as Medic said, it is our final game of the day. Let's bring up the standings, Medic, remind people what's at stake here. If Koi win and they beat their rivals G2, they will secure a spot in top 8. If they lose, well, they're still in a pretty good position because they play against their direct opponent, Astralis, tomorrow. But if Astralis then beat them, things get a little bit scary for Koi. So along the line for Koi, G2, meanwhile, still trying to fight for that top spot. Of course, top seeding does give you a lot of value in the best of threes next week. It does give you the advantage of being able to choose your opponents if you are, in fact, that top seed. And even getting second seed means that you can't be chosen, basically, which is another advantage to work towards. All in now for the bot lane.
Mickey underneath the tower, though. He's rooted. That's going to be 2 turret shots to him. Hit the level 2 first, but Trimby actually with really good positioning there. Hooked him just slightly back towards the tower, I think, on the Nautilus. And Mickey now half HP. A melee matchup, that's not really where you want to be. Obviously, the Kalista a bit stronger in the laning phase than the Zeri, so G2's bot lane should still be okay. As Yike looks for an invade here. It's the first time he's played, at least, in the big leagues, and he's trying to make his mark early on as Larssen and Caps trade in the mid lane. Caps going aggressive. He's hit with the Tristan to advance, though, and even with the flash, he can't get away. First blood over to Koi. This will sacrifice the red buff to Yike. But Larssen getting on the board early is a very strong start for Koi.
So Malrang started Raptors into Blue Gromp, and then he was making his way back up towards top, given that Larssen had the push, and now he's going to realize, oh, no, my blue has been stolen, but Yike now threatening a dive.
Shigenda trying to get away from this one. TP used by Larssen. Oranges to get away from the stun, but now Malrang is here. Yike uses the repel, goes back in against Shigenda. He's going to take the tower, he's going to die for it. Yike knew something had to happen. He gets the kill for his team. Larssen, though, now 2 kills to the good. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Shigenda can just TP to this. And overall, Koi don't lose too much in terms of waves.
Okay, I'm impressed, Yike. That was really good thinking because, okay, you could look at it and go, well, you just gave Larssen another kill, and I believe it got a red buff off the back of that, but I might have to shut up because Caps is looking for more. Malrang has the smite, gonna steal that one away. Oh, and okay, I mean, that's pretty good for Malrang. Cap's not going to get anything off the back of that. More fighting bot lane.
Trimby with a hook once again. Flash away by Trimby, counter flash by Mickey. He was looking for the Shield of Daybreak. That stun on the Q. Couldn't quite find it in time.
Oh my god, there's so many cool things happening. Okay, so backtrack just a little bit. Oh, I don't have time. Shigenda needs to be careful here. Going to be able to dodge away from the cocoon, but now Yike is in danger. No one collapsing for the time being, means he should be able to get the steal. And this, of course, is the respawn of the Raptors. Resetting, though.
He's got smite in 1 second,
but
so
okay,
even if someone came across, it'd be fine.
A couple things.
Yeah.
Oh, but let's look at the replay first. So Yike here recognizes that, like, oh no, we're being collapsed on. So again, the initial dive looks pretty good. The TP comes through. G2 saying, this is a good trade for us. Let's just disengage at this point. The moment that they see Maokai, they realize, oh no. Yike says, listen, Broken Blade, you run. I'm just going to trade my life 1 for 1. And like Yike or Broken Blade was very likely to die in that position. So by guaranteeing this 1v1, at the very least, you walk away with something. And you got the TP out from Larssen, and you were able to deny Shigenda some farm. You can see a small gold advantage actually being built up for Broken Blade, along with accelerating this Elise. Now, of course, the downside is you have accelerated Larssen.
And that is quite a big downside when he's on the Azir.
But
Mickey. So Comp's already used the dash here. Zenith Blade going forward. Trimby trying to get in the way as well, as Mickey is a little bit overstepped, but even the route on Hansama, Comp is just nowhere to go for him. Hansama takes him, rends him down. That's a bit of an overstay there by Comp. He should have got to the wall and then dashed through it.
Well, Comp chose not to use the cleanse there. And you could see the reason why Hansama flashed was because he was concerned that Comp would actually flash over the wall to safety. So Hans flashed, expecting Comp to then flash too, so that he would still be in range to land the rend. And he hoped to catch Comp off guard by flash queuing, making sure that there was in fact another rend stack being applied. Caps now on the row. I don't have time to talk about any of the cool stuff that's happening, but
it's fine.
Again, there's no flash.
Again, there's nowhere for him to go. Even with the oranges, he's not K. Cap's not taking the tower. Cap's gonna die! 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. Now, there's a lot of minions lost here. Malrang's gonna come and try and pick some of them up. It's gonna be 2 plates for Broken Blade. Malrang might... Nah, he's not gonna be able to do enough damage to Broken Blade right now.
Yeah, no mana for Broken Blade means I mean, I would say that Malrang was the one in danger there, given that he's only level 4 to level 6 of the Jax, with the Sheen as well, but at the end of the world. But you're right. Okay, so yeah, Caps does die. And this is really bad, only because Larssen has now set up a freeze, which Caps can't TP in and break. So that mid lane gap is only going to get bigger between the two of them. The top lane gap, though, is very much in favor of Broken Blade. What Caps lost, in theory, Broken Blade should be able to gain, as Shigenda lost so much farm and XP, and the wave is now pushing back towards Broken Blade, which then sets them up for another play onto Shigenda. And look at where Yike is right now. Keep in mind if the Gromp is there. Actually, no, I think Broken Blade did in fact just clear it, but he's making his way up towards top anyway. He has his eyes on those Raptors. Caps currently has the push.
See Maoang trying to put some saplings down, so that if anyone does come and join this fight in the top side, they will know about it. The Razorbeak started by Yike. Looks like Shigenda just wants to get the shove in. Yike will steal away the Razorbeaks. Is ahead in terms of farm, about 3 camps right now. Larson trading onto Caps, but they know that Yike is in the area, so Larson can't go any further.
Sorry, I just noticed the Caps just has an inventory of swords, and
yeah,
just that image made me laugh.
He loves Star Wars, man. Phantom Menace, his favorite movie. It's General Grievous impression with the 4 lightsabers.
Another one for my collection.
Oh, well, hello there, Larson. That was more Bane. He is the Emperor's Divide, gets Caps underneath the tower. He flashes and knocks him back. Yike's still coming in as well, but Shigenda's on his way. Cannon Barrage has been used. I'm not sure if that was used in the top lane to try and push the wave, but was used earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that they was following along with the plot. So Grievous did not win that one. Caps forced back. Does have a level disadvantage. Gonna lose his flash once again. Potentially a gank setup for Malrang. Does have his flash available.
Dodge the Sentinel.
Nice. He's going to
put the sapling in. Run back. Run forth. Oh, still dodging the. He's going back. You know, at 4 AM, you don't have cats, but I have cats. Sometimes they wake up at 4 AM and they're just zoom. Just side to side, side to side. They run on the bed. They step on you. Not the most enjoyable experience. And Malrang here did just zoom for a little while, but doesn't really get too much out of it. Actually, lower level than Mickey, who has already got up to that level 6. Trimby's going to clear out the Sentinel. And in the end, Malrang goes back to his jungle.
Funny enough, Mickey actually hitting level 6 before Malrang.
Yeah.
He has not been clearing his camps. Something that we have seen from Malrang a few times throughout his career. Very focused on, well, ganking, but sometimes at the detriment of his own farm. Means that only now will he hit that level 6. But overall, G2 with a gold lead. You can see Hansama with the kill, Yike with the kill, and Broken Blade with the kill. Means that their 3 individual advantages is bigger than the single advantage that Larson has gained for himself with the Cloud Drake up. Something that G2 definitely could play for. But Koi don't really mind that much. This kind of deficit, not the end of the world. Their comp is very much about scaling and team fighting anyway. The fact that they're able to trade these early plays from G2 is really the best case scenario. Yeah. Even if you fall behind a little bit, as long as the goal difference doesn't become too dramatic, you'll always have a win condition. Really great ward placement there from Hansama.
Something you practice a bit as a pro player, making sure you can get those wards into the bushes from inopportune angles as Shigenda and Broken Blade trade up towards the top side.
That's something that average League players will spend hours practicing. They'll do it once in a solo queue game, and then they'll die doing it.
The amount of times I've missed that ward, and there's just like 3 wards outside of the bush.
Trimby just comes over, scans, he's like, what?
It's a little present for you, Trimby. It's all good, man. As the Dragon is started up, Rifthold was earlier secured by Yike and Broken Blade up towards that top side. G2 using the fact they have the stronger AD carry and the stronger jungler right now to make sure they're getting everything they can on the map. Cloud Dragon, the first, and will be secured for them. Not really much that Koi can do to answer this. Larson, though, pushing forward, looking for perhaps a plate, but again, the sapling. Just those little sentinels, those little scouts for Larson, helping him out, keeping him a little bit safer. Are you going to say meow every time one of them runs at someone? I'm just saying, Kadril would do it.
Well, he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Dracos did it.
Both of them did it.
No. False advertising. The only thing I heard was Kadril talking about wanting some sort of spider to step on him. I didn't really get it. Plate going in favor of Hansama right now. Comp and Trimby forced away from the tower. Well played by Yike, not exactly converting it into any kills, but it doesn't matter. The gold is just as good.
It's 2 plates for Hansama at a 20 CS lead right now. He's 1.1k ahead. From the comp and Trimby as well as Elise is so adept at tower diving. Leona is so tanky as well, and Kallista's damage in the early game is nothing to be trifled with, so they have to give up both those plates. Malrang also wasn't quite close enough to defend anything that could happen, and now Mickey and Yike teaming up. This is something they've done so well throughout the course of the split. Just trying to find anyone unawares, but Malrang with his little sentinels continues to be a little bit of a bother for them. See, once again, sapling goes in. Yike could look for the dive.
Just shout meow.
Thank you. Mickey, flash, Zenith played, counter flash from Maoang, flash cocoon, solar flare, Maoang locked in place, and there's nowhere for him to go. The bang sink in, and Yike takes the kill. Meanwhile, the Victor will charge in the mid lane. That's 3 plates in total. Caps has only picked up 2 of those. Importantly, the first one did fall as Larssen let the minions take it. I say it's important. It's 160 gold, 175 gold. Not the most monumental thing, but still good leads for G2.
What is interesting is that they decided to use it to get Caps back into the game a little bit. You know, he was falling behind earlier, currently sitting at 2 deaths. He had a great performance yesterday, but the main goal was to try and equally distribute the wealth a little bit more. They didn't need to snowball more, bot more, any more than they have. And you could argue that keeping that 2v2 lane there for longer is actually more beneficial for G2. Why bother moving Caps to a side lane and actually bringing Hans and Mickey into mid lane? Instead, let's just keep them in the isolated 2v2 where they can continue to build more advantages. The plates are falling off in about a minute, 20 seconds time. Caps is going to be able to catch this wave. And the Dragon spawning in about 2.5 minutes with the Herald spawning in about another 2. So overall, G2 played this early game very well. 2k gold lead is the advantage they have right now. Broken Blade with a very good trade onto Shigenda. Maoang has his eyes set on Caps.
And where does Caps go from here? Trimby's on his way, there's the route. Caps does still have the flash. Maoang knocks him back though, and the Nature's Grass coming in. Maoang actually in a bit of a sticky situation as Mickey will take him out. G2 reacting perfectly there to save their mid lane.
I was shocked that Caps held his flash for so long, but that level of patience was because he knew that the cavalry was on its way. The chain CC from Mickey and Yike. Mickey didn't even need to use the ultimate. And it will still be another kill going in favor of G2 as Broken Blade secures more plates at the top lane. What was that? 2-3 plates in mid, 2 or 3 plates in bot, 4 plates in top lane. Like, the gold is just starting to roll in for G2 as we get close to that 14-minute mark. But again, look at the patience here from Caps. He realizes very quickly that this duo is coming to kill him. Trimby there as well, but the roam is being matched by Mickey. He still chooses not to flash at this point. Trimby's forced to flash. Maoang comes in with the W. He knocks Trimby back, and then it's only here that he actually chooses to flash away to create space and get behind the safety of Mickey and Yike. Really great patient play there from Caps and a good collapse overall from G2.
And you can see Larssen was perhaps a little bit apprehensive about sliding in towards that bush because they didn't have vision on it, and we saw Mickey come from there, we saw Yike collapse in as well. If Larssen had gone in with the Emperor's Divide, I think they probably would have killed Caps, but then what would they have lost for it? Instead of, you know, Maoang dying, it could have been all 3 of them. Crown now complete on Larssen as Comp tries to trade onto Hans Sama down towards his bottom side. Koya on the chase. Nature's Grasp up in 9 seconds time. The Cannon Barrage for a bit of a slow. Hans Sama still has the cleanse and has the flash where Mickey might be the target. Good double stun or a single stun and a slow there onto Maoang. Caps now collapsing in. Koi at home in the river, but Trimby goes in and immediately is locked out. Root's going to go onto the backline here. The Ultra Glades are being used as well as Mickey goes onto the backline. Comp trying to get the damage down. Dodging around. Mickey in the midst of 3. Caps now diving forward. Mickey somehow still alive in all of this. Mickey just tanked them for an absolute ice age.
G2 walk away with every member still alive as Koi lose 3. The gold is ballooning out of control and Caps is looking for more.
Feels like Koi might have to wait 1 more day before they can lock their playoff spot because Caps is having none of this. Can't be able to dodge to the side, but he can't turn the damage back around onto Caps. Immortal Shilbo procced as well.
He will get the flash out from Comp, and Caps should be able to pick up this tower as Hans Sama looks to go back to base. What incredible early game play from G2 once again, and the patience that they were able to demonstrate in that skirmish. It looked like a guaranteed 1 fight for Koi, honestly. Yeah. The positioning, the CC, it all looked good, and Larssen was prepared to clean things up. You gotta remember, these champs don't have that much damage in the early game, and look at it. The Cocoon lands, just as Trimby goes in, he gets isolated. The Repel comes up, while the other 2 are staying back in the tri-bush, and Koi is hesitant to commit. Mickey, though, again, like, Comp is tickling him. He doesn't care. Meanwhile, the chain CC comes in from Larssen. Hans Sama and Caps are playing very patiently from a distance. And G2 just out-skirmish Koi.
And that's where this G2 comp shines. I love the Fate's call onto Mickey as well, so he doesn't get rooted by the Maokai ult, so then he can engage as Koi are looking to push forward when that Nature's Grass hits. G2 have been in total control for the last few minutes, 6,000 gold ahead now. And even though the early game was a little bit messy and we saw Larssen pick up those 2 kills, since then, Koi really have not been able to do anything. Broken Blade, 1,000 gold ahead. Yike, 2,000 gold ahead. Hans Sama, 2,000 gold ahead. And even the lead that Larssen had is now in G2's favor. G2 just incredibly strong in this game, and Koi really struggling to find purchase.
And this is a really good example of how trading in the early game, in the long run, can actually be incredibly beneficial.
Yep.
Because you think about what Caps sacrificed in order to get the advantage Broken Blade had, but then the expectation was that Broken Blade could run away with that advantage. He got himself 4 plates, he now finds himself with a 1k gold lead, his itemization is looking good, and he secured that top tower, right? Meanwhile, in the bot side of the map, Caps continue to roam, Yike invested his resources into threatening dives, and while Caps individually was falling behind Larssen and he was getting ahead, sure, big deal for Larssen, he's going to be a big threat in the later game. The side lanes, where they had these small leads, needed to continue to grow them, and G2 did exactly that. And I think that's what makes this G2 team very scary, is their ability to snowball a lead. But Koi wants to get something back.
Trimby lands the hook onto Mickey, there's a depth charge as well. Will hit Han Summer, but Mickey can just walk away from this one. Larssen is on the flank, could slide into the back line, but decides against it, instead goes the long way around, and with the Rift Herald going down, G2 will be able to break open this tier 1 in the mid lane. Broken Blade is flanking off towards the top side. Just going to join up with his team. Caps is pushing down bot lane here, and Koi are investing 5 members to defend V4. The Rift Herald will still get a charge in, and Caps had all this time in the bot lane as well to shove that wave forward.
I thought the G2 may transition from mid into bot and start threatening this tower, but instead they're going to use this window to reset. You can see that Mickey has gone back to base to replenish his vision. Broken Blade is pushing out top, Hans Sammer is pushing out mid, and while the resets are a little bit desynced, it's not the end of the world because there is no major objective to play for right now. Caps can go secure the blue buff, which means the mid lane will then come back at the appropriate time. Larssen is a little hesitant to go and catch that bot wave, but he recognizes that he should have enough vision to be able to clear this one out, which means that, I was going to say Hansub can go and catch that wave. But right now it looks like that their eyes are setting up to invade the top side jungle.
G2 just continues to extend that gold lead, 7,500 gold ahead right now. Or about 7,000 now as it drops off a little bit, but Ginsu's finished on Han Summer. That's 2 items on this Kalista. 2.5k gold lead for him as well. He's in such a strong position, and this is a position G2 want to fight around. As the game goes on, if we get to, 25, 30, 35 minutes and it's still around the same, then Koi's composition actually starts to come online and it could be difficult for G2. However, G2 have shown no signs of stopping this avalanche that is running down the mountain towards Koi's base.
Baron in a minute's time, something you have to be careful of. Han Summer on the Kalista means that this Baron threat is very real. But I like what G2's doing right now. Push in mid, move into top side. Very stock standard, traditional pro play stuff. Observers, if we could see what Koi can see right now, and you can see that it is not very much. And they are very afraid to face check that. They're getting small glimmers, but this is not a team you want to face check. Marang's saplings are kind of responsible for that. And Mickey, along with Yike, are doing a great job of just denying vision. And this Baron pit is the part that's super scary. Koi want to get a little bit of information if they can, because they know that the risk of G2 rushing that objective is very real. But Marang is so hesitant because there's so little that he can see. Thank you very much, observers, for that. Again, top wave pushed in, and it's just really good map play overall from G2. They're playing the way that they should. You keep pressure up here, you keep pressure up here, and every time you push in these sides, you basically move in. And every time these waves get pushed back out, as Broken Blade goes for a little bit of a trade. Wrong zoom, I want this one. Every time these waves get pushed back out, what do? You push in mid and then you move in together. You can also send one person up to go and catch this wave, but the whole idea is that you constantly play around where you have these pushing waves and then you create a numbers advantage as Koi is constantly forced to answer and catch these waves. So G2 utilizing their lead very well and ultimately setting them up for this dragon spawning in 45 seconds time. Initially, they threaten the Baron. This forces Koi to clear out that vision top side, which then allows G2 to invest their vision bot side because they know that Koi have just invested it all, clearing out the top side of the map.
And over the last few minutes as well, Marang has been totally denied any of his own jungle. We saw the blue being stolen, we saw the wolves being stolen. Like, maybe he'll be able to get this camp so he can get his upgraded smite. Now does have that fully upgraded smite, but he's a level behind Yike, almost 2, well actually, level and a half behind Yike right now. And it's just so difficult for Koi to actually find purchase, actually find a way to approach this game. Larssen is 2 items. Is that enough? You probably just give up this next Drake that's spawning in 10 seconds. You try and get some vision control around the top side as well, and maybe get comp towards 2 items, but it's a long, long route. Could be hoping for a couple of barrel chains as well. G2 have been on the wrong end of a gangplank barrel chain a couple of times in the past.
And that's the really important thing. A single good fight from Koi will swing the whole game.
Yep.
They only need the one. That's how strong the scaling is on the side of Koi. Range is something that they have an abundance of, and just the team fighting prowess of Koi is very prevalent. So game states like this, where Koi is just picking up what they can, trading where they can, if they could get one of the outer towers, that would be a dream for them, getting a little bit of that gold back. Whereas G2 want to continue the acceleration, steal away more and more camps, make the deficit as great as possible, and then force the Baron. Force Koi into a fight that they don't want to take. But that's also why the Baron is so scary. You misplay that Baron, Koi steals it. Yep. Not only will they get the shutdown gold, but they could potentially get shutdowns on one of the 4 carries that currently have it. G2, while playing confidently and with a lot of strength and power, a single misstep is all it takes for Koi to come back. And we've seen a lot of throws this weekend. Yep. G2 do not want to join the list of teams that have thrown games that, by all rights, should be over.
And as much as G2 are locked in the top 8, getting a win here puts them into that battle for first or second spot, means that they would avoid having Vitality or Mad Lions in their group, avoid having one of these stronger teams who you could be battling for a place in our top 4 in our playoffs. Koi, obviously, a win here locks them in. They can still win tomorrow and be locked as well, but a loss here could put them on a little bit of a ropey situation, a bit of a uneven ground coming into the final day of the regular season. Mickey looking for the Zenith Blade there, doesn't get it. Trimby going on to Hansama as well. Comp diving in. The lightning crash, but the stun already onto Comp. Solar player on the backline. Larson now going in with the image survive. Hansama still surviving. Hansama still surviving. Hansama is still alive! And the French phenom will not be denied!
Unbelievable team fight from G2. Only Caps falls, but that is an ace as Koi is wiped off the map and G2 shut down their rivals.
And everything was invested on killing Hansama, but he just refused to go down. The Baron now much easier for G2 to take. They will secure it. 3 minutes on the Infernal Soul for them as well. And any hope that may have remained in Koi's hearts have left them well and truly now. Let's have another look at this.
Phenomenal, exquisite, fantastic play from Hansama. He is the only player you need to keep your eyes on. Thank you for slowing it down, observers. The knock-up into the damage, forced to cleanse early, gets scooped back. Oh my god, and he's just able to create that much space, and then the stun from Broken Blades. He actually locks up Comp, buying Hansama enough time to get the kill. I couldn't pay attention to the left side of the fight because I was so tunneled on what Hansama was doing to stay alive. But great awareness from both Mickey and Broken Blade to do everything in their power to keep their AD carry alive. Caps did end up falling in the fight, but at the end of the day, it does not matter. He died for the team. G2 win the fight. They secure the Baron, and now they're on track to secure the win over Koi.
11,000 gold ahead. All done but the singing you have to feel. Broken Blade looking for Larson. He'll dodge across the wall, but 2 minutes on the Inferno. You can see it's a 1-4 split. Caps down towards the bottom lane. Mawang hit with the Cocoon. Mickey just standing firm, standing tall. Not really much you can do against that. Mawang 1 HP as he manages to walk away. It was definitely double digits there. I think it went down to 10. He does escape, but he burns his flash to do it, and Caps wasn't even with that fray. Now he'll push in the bottom lane. Another tier 2 will be raised to the ground, and Koi can only stand and watch in their base, watch over the ramparts and see perhaps if there is some small crack in the G2 armor, some small crack in this advance because the siege is strong. Another Cocoon lands, Larson locked up, stunned, doesn't have a moment to breathe. The Emperor's Divide will pull G2 back, but what can you do? Caps attacking the tower. It's a 3v4 in the base and G2 are still winning it. A second for Yike. Shigenda, Trimby and Mawang really don't have much as they continue to be forced back. G2 push in the bottom lane and are looking for the win.
Hansama wasn't even in the fight, but it didn't matter. Yike, Broken Blade, and Mickey was all G2 needed as they see the Nexus in their eyes. They're looking to shut down Koi.
And as much as Koi had a good performance yesterday, it is nothing in the face of G2. The Baron remains for 50 seconds. Koi, though, do have Larson and Comp up in the next 15. Broken Blade will back away. Infernal Soul 42 seconds away for G2. 3 items on Hansama right now. He's going to back with, only 1.3k to spend, so can build himself up just a little bit more if he so desires.
Wait, they're threatening the pick. Oh, they don't know that the ward is there. I don't think Koi's going to convert it into much.
Oh,
G2
do they
is
know it's
looking
here?
though. Trimby.
Broken Blade, Nature's Grasp, does go in. Now Koi could find something
Broken
here.
Blade, you need to chill out. You do not have the HP to fight Koi. Or maybe you do.
I think it's okay. I think that cat's going to go splat, pretty lickety split. He gets forced away. The Bramble Smash, Malrang using a phase rush to try and escape this one, but Broken Blade doesn't want him to get out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Larson caught up. The hook goes wide as all of G2 dodge it. Mickey diving in, and he will fall 1-for-1 to find this trade, but Trimby is low.
But hang on a second, G2's in Koi's base, and Koi is in fact not.
Just shepherd him. Like a terrier, they're keeping them away from this. Chimpy dies, and G2 on the Nexus Towers. Broken Blade turning onto Comp, tries to escape, but just can't get away, even with the cleanse. It's not enough. Hansama will fall in the end. Shigenda picks up 950 gold. But what damn use is that if your Nexus is felled? G2 will match Mad and Vitality at the top of the table.
A quick one to round things out as G2 continue their early game dominance. Yesterday, they demonstrated their ability to bounce back. Today, they demonstrated why they are such a scary early game team. Caps fell behind early, but his sacrifice was to set up for the side lane success. His roams to top, shutting down Shigenda and giving Broken Blade a huge lead. Yike and Caps working together to make Hans and Mickey's 2v2 lane that much easier. Across the board, the side lanes absolutely dominated, and then when it came down to the fights, a single fight is all it took. Koi, they found the best possible fight that they could, but it was not enough to shut down Hans. And with an ace, there was nothing they could do to stop the unrelenting force that is G2.
It was just an early to mid-game comp played to perfection there by G2. Koi were never given the chance to scale, and now G2 join Mad and Vitality in tied first. You can see Arson taking a moment, all of Koi taking a moment just to evaluate that game. They know their fate is still in their own hands. If they win tomorrow against Astralis, they will make it into our top 8, and then the group stage looms. A week to prep for best of threes. It's a little bit easier for you overall.
So I'm having a quick look now where Astralis Koi, our second game of the day tomorrow. Yep. Incredibly important, followed immediately by Fnatic SK.
Yep.
Then we have the battle for the top of the table with Mad versus G2. And then we round out the day with Vitality versus XL. Wow, we have some great League of Legends coming up tomorrow.
Every day is so hype, man. The new format. It feels like we're much further than 3 weeks into it, I'll be honest.
You can, of course, vote for your player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Yike, Hansama, or Mickey. All fantastic options. I will say Broken Blade, the only one that went deathless. So if that means absolutely anything to you Twitter pundits, you go ahead and do what you do.
Do it all by stats. Stats, the most important thing. Who had the best KDA, who had the biggest goal difference in 15 minutes.
Yeah,
just
who had the best hairstyle.
Choose one random stat, and that's what you go for.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I totally agree, Eddie. Do you want to do this bit as well?
Yeah, we're going to hand it over to Trouble with an interview with Hansama now.
Thank you very much, guys. And thank you, Hansama, for joining me. Congratulations on the win as well. There's one thing I always ask at the last game of the day is to try and rig the MVP vote. Who would be your MVP for this game?
Oh, who would be in the MVP?
Come on, rig it. You can.
Well, I would say Mickey or BB. He was playing.
Yourself?
Oh, me.
Yeah, actually. You can say yourself.
Well, I'm not sure about me, but every place was set up like Mickey was the initiator. So I was like, oh, I'm just there and just hitting, and I think he made me go ahead. So props to him again.
All right, we're gonna rig it towards your duel. Fair enough. All right, going towards the group stage, and of course having locked already in. How do you feel about the current performances G2 has been showing?
Well, I'm pretty happy with the current form we are. I think we've learned a lot through the losses. I think we understand the meta a bit more through those 2 losses that we had the past weeks, and I'm really happy how we work on the things that we think that were not like too good from us, and we always try to show a proactive game. Well, this one was kind of proactive until we had to get all objectives, and then it was kind of slow, and then so far it's good.
It looked pretty decisive from your side, guys. And how does it feel to beat your former team in EU?
Well, it feels good to play against them. Well, kind of I still talk to some of them, some of the players that I was playing with them. So I kind of feel, sad that they lose, but yeah.
Someone has to, right?
I was honestly pretty motivated to go into this match because it was my former team. So yeah.
Right, so since G2 has already locked in top 8, there's 3 teams that are still fighting to lock the last 2 spots. Astralis, Koi and Fnatic. Who do you think is grabbing the last 2?
I think Koi and Astralis would get it. It's 3, right? It's
3 teams, Astralis, Fnatic and Koi.
I think Koi and Astralis will probably make it.
Why are you leaving Fnatic out?
Well, I'm not sure. Just from the type of game I see, I think Astralis and Koi could look stronger than Fnatic, so that's why I just choose them.
That's fair enough. To lighten up a little bit before we go towards PGL, last time we chatted, I realized that you're a weeb. I'm a weeb myself. So give me your favorite anime currently.
Currently, well, Blue Lock.
Okay.
But my favorite all-time anime is Steins Gate.
That's what you told me back then as well. I still haven't watched it, but I promise I will. Hansama, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on the win again.
Thank
now,
you.
after the break, Mickey X will join us in the post-game lobby. We'll be right back.
Somos los que surgimos de donde nadie esperaba. Los que vimos que algo nuevo empezaba. Somos el grito que atraviesa tu pantalla. Locos, frikis, ídolos y haters. Nada nos define, nada nos detiene. Bienvenidos todos los que llegan. Aquí nadie queda fuera. El camino que nos queda es tu inicio, tu carrera. Sube el nivel de lo que llega. Porque cada día un progreso nos espera. Level up your dreams.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. Now, we'll be joined by Mickey shortly, but first I thought the better support should give you guys a rundown on the state of the league before the last day of the regular season. I'm getting some death stares from over there right now. Let's talk a little bit about top 8. Obviously, today with Astralis beating Fnatic, things changed up a little bit. The winner of this second game is going to advance to the group stage, right? So Koi, if they manage to win this game, would, lock in top 4 there. I can change that to lock in top 8. They get to 4 and 5, so they would advance. If Astralis win the second game, they then advance to the group stage with that 4 and 5 score. Fnatic have to win their game versus SK to get a tiebreaker game. If they do win that game, they are guaranteed a tiebreaker game with whoever loses between Koi and Astralis. As you can see here, they'd both be at 3 and 6, and we always play a tiebreaker game for 8th place, even if one team has their head-to-head. Let's talk a bit about top 2. Now, if you're first or second seed, actually doesn't matter too much. What matters is getting into that top 2 because you're split between the 2 groups. At the moment, Vitality, Mad Lions, G2, and SK can all fight for that top 2 position. Let's talk about the winner of this 4th game. If Mad Lions win, they will lock into our top 2 because they'd be at 7 and 2 and people couldn't catch them. If G2 win, they'll lock into our top 2. It's very simple. You just have to win or lose your games, you know? Alongside that, if Vitality beat XL, they'll lock into the top 2. Isn't that marvelous? It's enough for me, though. Let's hear from Law, Goldberg, and Mickey X, who are standing by.
Thank you, Medic and Mickey. Thank you for joining me. Anything to say about the opening comment to this segment? Maybe you'll let it fly. It's fine. You're over this, and you're above this, of course. I want to follow up on the predictions and the playoff group stage format discussion. Who do you think makes it tomorrow?
Well,
Mad Lions.
I think, yeah. I mean, let's just say who will not make it.
Yeah,
I guess XL. I think they will not make it because they're already out. And then, yeah, I think Fnatic has a tough game versus SK, even though SK went 0-2, I believe, this week.
Yeah.
I still think they are better than Fnatic. So I can see Fnatic dropping out. And Koi has who? Astralis?
Or has Astralis, yeah.
I would say Fnatic drops out, yeah, with XL and the rest.
All right, GB for the spicy prediction.
I mean, I thought I gave mine today with Astralis over Fnatic already.
I know you're
going
an Astralis enjoyer, so it's...
Yeah, okay, where did that come from? Because there's definitely other teams that I enjoy way more. No flame, but yeah. Yeah, I would pretty much have to agree with most of that. I think it's pretty good assessments of it.
Yeah, it's looking really, really bad for Fnatic. We'll talk about this later, of course, because first match of the week, G2 win versus Koi. Rematch of the semifinals. You were not playing semifinals, not to throw any shade or anything, but... how was this game for you? Seems rather one-sided.
This game was pretty nice. We got a pretty good lead. I mean, Mid got punished once. He was like, he was going for a solo bolo, he was saying, but then he was like, I'm dead. And then, I mean, after we got this, it felt like the game was pretty easy. And after we got to pick on Maokai as well, because actually, I don't know how that even connected, but hey. Anyway, we got a kill, and then from that point onwards, the game was really easy. We got every Drake, we got every Herald, and then we just ran around the map until... Actually, I guess this fight is the one that kind of sealed the deal, because there was still a chance we lose here. But I think we got a good cocoon on the Azir, and then I queued after, so he couldn't actually do anything, and then we won the game here. So the game felt pretty simple after that, and yeah.
Absolutely crazy as well. It just feels like it's a normal G2 game as well. It's like, get a couple kills in the early game, and what do you do then? Well, you keep repeating it. Kill your enemies, get the objectives, win the game. It's just easy peasy.
You say normal G2 game. I'm not quite sure I agree here, because we saw some funny G2 games also, which is the normal G2 games. Mickey, you lived through the golden age of G2. We had some funny games back then too. Is it trying too much, limit testing, the losses you suffered? How did you recover from last week?
Well, I think after last week went 1-2, we couldn't really afford to, try too many fun games or try too many picks, so we just kind of played and drafted whatever we thought was best. And yeah, at least I think last week's games, we got caught off guard a little bit. So this week we made sure that we can't get caught off guard. And so far it worked, 2 games, hopefully we're gonna be ready for tomorrow as well. But so far, looking good.
So you say that a lot of that come down to format as well, with how the new format goes. Like in the other format, there was like a lot of weeks where you could like, well, I guess we can suffer one loss if we want to go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
They could for sure try a lot more picks if there was more games, because we're basically already in playoffs by this point, I would say, or something like this.
Right.
So we could experiment a little bit. Of course, you want to lock for first.
Yeah.
But yeah.
For sure. I want to touch on the format a bit later, but first talking about the bot lane and the bot lane meta also, because in the meta in which people mostly play ranged support, you thrive playing melee support. So your thoughts on the support meta right now and how wide it is and how much picks you can play?
You're my hero for that as well. Like, the fact that we don't have to watch the same range supports every game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both are quite viable. Like, and I think I like the meta right now because you can kind of play anything. And in our games, I feel like melee support just fit better in the games we play. I think, except for maybe one game where we had, I think yesterday we had Maokai, Ryze, something. Maybe Nautilus was like not needed, but it was still just a fine pick. So I just picked it because it was Lucianami, right? But for example, today, I think if you have a range support plus Elise, Jace, we don't really have much engaged. So if you fall behind, it's going to be hard to get back into the game. So I just think melee supports fit that gap that you get from picking early Elise or like just carry junglers in general. So yeah.
I'm wondering how much it's going to change next week, because next week we're going to have a new patch. Yumi being dead, not dead, Schrodinger's cat here. We don't know what's going to be the state of this champion. After 37 nerfs, I think. Is she finally gone, you think?
I would say so, yeah. I think her solo queue win rate is like the lowest it's ever been, probably. And, well, I don't know. She just doesn't seem very good anymore. Maybe it will be like 5 pick at some point, you know, if it's like a perfect situation for Yumi, but I even doubt that will happen. So yeah, I think we're safe for now.
Do you feel like we're going to see more bot lane shenanigans as well with carry items, with crit items, on 2 now with IE and the Warrior as well?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot more variety in that regard. And I think Lucianami got another nerf as well. So
it's not that big.
That could, yeah, but it's like maybe it's not first pick worthy anymore, as a lot of people do it. So yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Are you getting Dylan ready for the specific bot lane?
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff prepared.
Everything prepared.
The problem is Dylan, he needs to let me play it.
We have to go something. I mean, you ask Caps maybe for advice, you know how it goes. Let's take a look maybe at the schedule we have for tomorrow, last day of the regular season. Medic set up the stage earlier. Very interesting game so far we have, but GB, which one do you have your eyes on in particular? There's a lot at stake here in lots of games.
I think the finally getting secured, who will be the couple teams that will join us in the group stage from the lower end, is super interesting. So the Koi Astralis one is definitely one to tune into. But in terms of the one that will have the biggest impact, I am looking at G2 and Mad Lions. High caliber gameplay, and also looking at which team will actually secure that first place.
What's your read on Mad Lions, Mickey?
I think they seem pretty decent. I feel like a lot of their games are a little bit flip though. Like, I don't know. I'm not like too convinced. We'll see tomorrow how good they are. Maybe they're just insane, you know. But a lot of games I feel like they're behind, but then they suddenly randomly get a few fights and then they win. Like in the game today as well, they should have lost, I think. So yeah, I think they're a bit of a weird team. So I'm looking forward to playing them to see for myself how they are. Because apparently they're a very different beast than in scrims.
So we hear. I'm really excited about the jungle matchup, JB, mostly.
I think so as well. You know, Elyoya has been cemented as the best jungler, at least last year we had in the league. And, you know, I think there can be made multiple cases this year as well. We've had an amazing talent pool in the jungle. Shio showed it earlier as well. Bo, of course, in here. And probably the one who had the most hype around him in the first week after he played was Yike as well. So seeing how Yike and Elyoya is going to match up against each other tomorrow will be really interesting. I say that, and then maybe it's Maokai Sejuani, and not that interesting, but you know, get it out there.
You never know. You never know. G2 Mad, though, is going to be really interesting and important for the league because it's the fight for top 2. Winner of this game will lock top 2 going into the group stage. And Mickey, I wanted to touch on the format, new one this year. You've been playing for such a long time in Europe. Is it a welcome change?
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's really fast-paced. I like playing 3 games like in a week, and it doesn't feel so long. Even though we only have 3 days of scrims, it feels nice because usually 4 days maybe it's a little bit. It gets a bit boring, you know, and like playing for more weeks. So the regular split being done like in 3 weeks is really nice. and the standings are a lot more hype. Every match is more hype to watch as well. So overall, I like it, yeah.
I'm curious as well, because we talk about format, but we also have the fact that it's the same patch throughout all 3 weeks. And now that we finally reached the 3rd week, how have you felt like playing the same patch for so long?
I mean, I guess it's kind of similar, because I think before it was 2 weeks, it was the same patch, now it's 3, so it's like 1 more, but it's kind of whatever, I feel like. I mean, it's a bit annoying that solo queue is on a different patch, but yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of used to it.
Yeah, okay.
When it comes to best of 3, best of 5, I know that for years we've been hearing that this is what is going to make Europe better and better when it comes to international tournaments, especially. But I'm just wondering, how difficult is it for you? You said that you have 3 days to scrim instead of 4 before. Do you feel more tired, or that the format is more demanding in terms of performance and focus, maybe? Still the beginning of the year, but I'm just wondering how this one is going to turn out.
No,
in the long
not
run.
yet,
Yeah.
I think. I think...
Do you need some water?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. I think it was maybe more like... It was more annoying before because it was 4 days, and then it was like a lot more weeks. So then always in the middle, it gets a bit boring or it gets stale when you're just kind of repeating the same thing over and over again.
Okay.
But now it feels a lot more hype as well, because you have you have less days to prepare, so you need to be always ready, and you just talk about the game all the time. And I guess it's maybe also the environment we have, but every day feels really nice to scrim. That usually doesn't happen in teams. So yeah, I don't really feel like it's too much or anything.
And I think it's more hype also on our side, GB. I don't know how.
I mean, this is the most excited I've been just following teams. Like, I mean, last year it was barely a hurdle getting through some of the BDS games as well, especially when it was so long. And now you can be excited for everyone, and even for the teams that are towards the bottom, they're still exciting to watch, because you know, like, it's now or never, and then they're going to be out, and you go into the group stage with best of 3 now coming. So I think this is just a taste of the beginning. Best of 3 starts coming through, and then best of 5s. It's just ramping up to be glorious.
And starting next week, but before that, we have one last day of regular season tomorrow. Same time, same place. Mickey, we'll see you there. Best of luck against the Mad Lions. And also, thank you for joining us tonight. And now it's going to be the moment I dread every time.
I'm excited for this.
You were the one bringing this. GB was the one who pitched the PGL selfie to be taken with this devil's
Probably the
machine.
greatest idea I've ever had.
Okay, you know what? You take it then.
Mickey, you want to take that photo?
I'll do it. 3rd time.
Hey, you're my host. I believe in you.
Thanks, everyone, for following us today. We'll be right back tomorrow. Last day of the regular season. See you then, and I will try my best not to mess it up this time again. There you go.
Yeah, you can make a peace sign.
Peace sign.
You took a photo?
Yeah, we have it. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. I hope it looks okay.
Adam first picking Darius, you do wonder. Come on, man.
He's just taunting Photon and Bo from their Champions Q banter that he can play things like Garen. I think they're laughing at each other. Photon just looked across. Bo is looking across.
Adam, watch me.
I'm up in 3, I'm here. I'm here, guys.
Okay. I have to give.
Go on me.
Go. You kill them all, okay? Kill them all.
I ult him.
Pentakill. It's a pentakill. It's a penta for Dincher.
Already, 6 teams have locked their spot in the group stage, with the 2 remaining spots up for grabs, because the stakes have never been higher. I am referring to, of course, Astralis versus Fnatic.
Og ja, alle vidner i dag. Finn vil bringe Astralis til gruppespillet.
Immediately they engage tidal wave, trying to dissuade them. 113 still alive on the backline. Dale going in as well. Kobe with Cullen is able to take down one. Wonder with one, into a 3-man nah! Into the realm warp. It's destruction. It's devastation. It's death for Fnatic in the river.
Okay. Calm down. That was hype, but we calm down now. We can push up a bit.
Fnatic on their way to their worst ever performance, and Finn will bury them underneath the ground of their own nexus. Astralis will claim victory. Crash with the stun already on comp. Solar player on the backline. Larson now going in with him and survive. Hansama still surviving. Hansama is still alive.
But he is, as you say, gone. Pactus throws down a last breath. That is such an epic for an ultimate. Exakick is murdering them all, and SK stamp their authority with a monster Baron play. It's a swan song tomorrow. The dream, the miracle run. It was not to be.
Someone has to lose, and it's a tough environment, you know.